ってばよ。Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。やっじゃあなら背中合わせでいくわよ。
Dengan 100 plus zero. Coba, try, taste. 100 plus zero. Hey.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Rakan muda, coba kita menimu. Rakan muda, oh yeah. Bersemangat wajah terus berusaha, keazaman terus membara. Yakin boleh, rakan muda, rakan muda.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。
Aku hembus kata si Mas. Bila terjatuh aku beringat, jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan, harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my clip, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak sedang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rakanuda, NESF, PSM.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 15. We're coming to the end of Week 3, day number 3 to kind of wrap things up. We're halfway through the season. My name is Gideon. This is Sadafa here at the desk to keep you guys entertained. Remember, you're watching the most entertaining region for a reason, and we're here to tell you why. Because after an abysmal, I would say that Week 2 so far has been looking the best out of the 3. Week 3 has not been, too impressive.
Yeah, I think Week 2 was when teams were kind of testing their limits a little bit, and Week 3 is where lines are really being drawn in the sand, and you can kind of tell who's on the top of their game and who isn't.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear some teams are looking for EWC while others are looking for M7. The preparation is going to be key, but worse yet, now, Week 2, here's the thing. Week 2 is when the transfer window ended up happening, right? That's when we were expecting to see imports. And only until Week 3 do we start seeing these imports and substitute players start to take the stage. However, based on what we've seen so far, I don't know whether this is like the right time, some may say, to start whipping them out, or, you know, maybe they should have waited another week.
I think it's a perfectly fine time to start whipping imports out. The problem I have is whether you're whipping the right things out. You know, it's like, are the correct players being put on the stage?
Sir, this is MPL. We don't whip that out here right now, sir.
Yeah, no.
Sir, please, please. This is a public space. I mean, with our upcoming matchup, it's going to be DxO against AERO Esports. Now, both of these teams are not exactly doing the best in the leagues overall. However, there is hope for them to actually climb up the standings. Speaking of standings, let's look at the points currently overall within the league of MPL MY. Right on top, it's going to be Selangor Red Giants OG Esports, to nobody's surprise. Homeboys actually just behind them by 1 point, and then we start to see the disparity of everybody else. 7 points for Vamos, Monster Vicious at 6, Todak at 6 as well, AERO Esports at 5, and DX Soul at 4.
I'm gonna be kind of harsh here. I'm kind of surprised AERO Esports is where they are, considering how they've been playing until now.
Well,
it's just that everyone else is not doing so good, right? Team Ray has been trying, but you can see they're still having some difficulty, so they're in 8th place. And then JP Niners and Ocean Black have just been in a really, really tough spot where they're just having so much difficulty finding some kind of direction, some kind of footing, to the point where they have not taken a single match halfway through the season.
Well, speaking of which, let's have a look at today's schedule in just a little bit, because in general, we're already halfway through the league. We've seen, well, a good chunk of games. However, some teams have played a lot more compared to others. Team Ray in particular playing the majority of their games early on into the season. With today's schedule, we have 3 best of 3s. To start things off, as you know, it's DXS up against AERO, Ocean Black against JP, Vamos versus MV, which is going to be our highlight match of the day.
Vamos versus Monster Vicious is definitely going to be the match that most of us have our eye on. These are 2 teams that got pretty close to challenging SRG OG's throne last season, and now have a chance to prove their strength against one another yet again. But the first 2 matches are also going to be something to keep an eye out for, especially OB versus JP, the 2 bottom teams, both still looking for their first victory.
Yeah, it's tough to see these teams in this spot, but it's understandable at the same time. We've heard interviews coming in for the manager and owner of DXS, no leadership, and I think there's a couple of problems with that, right? When you talk about no leadership, are you looking for a leader who's willing to micromanage everybody, or a leader to kind of point you in a direction? Ideally, in professional play, it's pointing into a direction, but I feel like they need somebody to micromanage.
It can be a bit difficult to say, but they need some kind of direction anyway. Let's have a look at a different topic though. We've got our total assists accumulated throughout MPL Season 7 through 15.
Oh my goodness, wow. That is a ridiculous amount of assists. I mean, this is considering MPL Season 7 as well as all the way up till Season 15. It is no surprise that ID is significantly higher with the amount of fighting in their region, and not to mention the golden age of Onyx ID at that point of time. And now everybody else is starting to catch up pretty quick. Keyboy has set an impressive standard, 3,295. Yums only catching up to Beloyski's score overall. And then finally in PH, where again, you don't get to see as many consecutive fights. No surprises that Onlight was able to have a perfect 23-23.
It's kind of impressive that the top scorers of MY and PH are only around the spot of the top 4, top 5 position in MPL ID, with Keyboy especially having such a big disparity between first and second place as well, really showing that ID is the brawl server. But I'm kind of surprised that we don't actually have higher scores. We actually fight quite a lot here in MPL Malaysia as well, so it's an interesting statistic to look at.
Hey, that's because it's not including the amount of KDA they achieve by just straight up killing their opponents, right? I think that's where we see the disparity. Not gonna get an assist if you just solo kill them most of the time. It's tough to see, but at the same time, it really goes to show what the meta was between Season 7 as well as all the way up to Season 15, right? Carl Teasy was also part of that list, and he was playing like, what, 2 straight years of Fredrin?
Fredrin's a pretty good hero to get assists on, but let's focus on the matter at hand, our very first match. And that's going to be between DXS and AERO. Let's put a spotlight on DX Soul for a quick moment, as this team has honestly been doing a lot better than I think a lot of people have expected.
Well, I think, you know, especially when they have pillars, right? Veteran players that are able to kind of keep the players in check. In terms of just raw direction, I thought maybe Storm would have been that guy, because he did it for RSG at that point of time. And then we cut over to AERO. What do you think their problem is? Because I feel like they have direction, but at the same time, they kind of follow their own plan a little too close to a T. There's not as much adaptability.
Yeah, I agree with you. actually think that AERO Esports is encountering the same issue that Red Esports formerly faced in the regular season of Season 14 as well, where their gameplay is just too static, it's too standard. They follow a certain rubric, and that certainly works against teams that aren't performing so well, but against anyone who is able to adapt to a situation, AERO Esports flounders, right? They become reactive, they play a little bit too safe. They were able to kind of figure things out towards the end of Season 14. That's how they got such a high position in the playoffs, but they don't have those same pillars to fall back on anymore.
Yeah, it's, well, I was hoping Kim was going to eventually fill that role of a pillar. It's really, really tough because generally as we see these games play out, it has been whether or not veterans can come into themselves and then look to evolve even further. Players like SkyZ, for an example, previously his history beyond the arena, of course, used to play for Red. Even before that, used to play for even Suhas.
Yeah, SkyZ has actually been in MPL for a little while, but has bounced in and out of different rosters and even ended up dropping to MAL. Like you mentioned, Gideon, he debuted in Season 9 with Suhas Esports. That's a nostalgic name. But he spent most of the time as a substitute.
Yeah, from that point onwards, he continued on in Season 10 as he joined Team Caracal as the main lineup. But the team failed to qualify overall, and this continues to happen to a lot of our players, looking for that spot, looking for a place to kind of fit themselves in, eventually joining Red Esports. I mean, there is an argument that he might have saved Red Esports from a couple of relegation spots, but besides that, his history has begun since Season 9.
Yeah, SkyZ does have a good amount of MPL experience, all things considered, and now that he's returned in the ranks of DX Seoul, you can definitely see some improvement in this player. He feels more stable, he feels more confident, more composed, despite not being on the MPL stage for a couple of seasons, and I think he's got a lot to prove to all of us as well.
I think he's got a lot of built-up, pent-up rage, you know, wanting to be the best, like a majority of our players here at MPL MY. It's just unfortunate at DX, right? They're going to have to climb up from a very long spot. Overall, I think that between the two teams, I think that AERO is in a much better position to try and take it away. They've got at least a bit of a buffer score, even if they do drop an 0-2 matchup to DX Seoul.
Okay, that's the way you're looking at it. In terms of like this match specifically, I actually think DX Seoul has a good chance of taking it.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
With the problems that we've seen from AERO, if they would go back into that reactiveness and DX Seoul, considering that they came from the MAL and they still maintain that team fight oriented playstyle that we do see very commonly amongst the MAL, less macro decision, more about team fighting prowess, that's when it becomes a bit of an issue for AERO.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big problem because AERO Esports needs that standard. They need that rubric. They need all of their game plans to go according to plan to look like an actual team. In comparison, DX Seoul is tenacious. I give this team a lot of respect because no matter what situation they find themselves in, they fight with their lives on the line. They drag games out so long, even against veteran lineups. And that's why I feel like this could be an interesting upset.
I think that's why Stolman as well as Rossi is such a big part of the team, right? Because when everybody else is kind of faltering, they're the ones who are trying to kind of seep through the cracks, trying to make smaller plays for themselves to kind of keep them in the standings.
And I love that. I want to see more of that. I think a lot of MPL teams need a little bit more of that. So it's great to see the direction that this very new team is going. So the question will come, right? Will DX Seoul be able to get those full points? Will we see that clean sweep? Or will AERO Esports finally lock in a little bit and take advantage of the fact that they should, by all means, have more MPL experience?
They really, really should. It would be very upsetting if they don't, if not came in a little less prepared, because we've seen teams show an unbelievable amount of disrespect sometimes.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing a lot of disrespect in MPL Malaysia recently, but let's give respect to the players who are putting it all on the line. Let's start with DX Seoul, composing of SkyZ, Rasi, Stome, Kimin, and Siska.
All right, this team, I'm ready to see what they're willing to bring today. We want to see the pre-preparation here. We want to see whether they've really taken into account everything that their opponents are going to throw at them and see it in the draft itself, because now more than ever, I think the draft is super punishable against teams, whether you're on on blue, whether you're on red, but you need power picks, legitimate threats in the draft to make that happen.
Yeah, we're already starting to see a bit more variation in the hero picks, right? Teams are starting to experiment. We saw Kimi yesterday, we saw Yi San-shin Gold, we saw Valir debuting. So the team that's willing to experiment a little bit more and a bit smarter in the draft will definitely have a bit of an edge here. And I think that's what we want to see coming in from AERO Esports as well. Can they break out of the standard that has been dictating their gameplay?
With Kusei, Zikuif, Kim, Rindo, and as well as Reza making the first 5 of the main lineup of AERO Esports, we're hoping that they do that, right? Maybe with the addition of these newer heroes, we might see a particular style that works for them. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Yi Shin, but at the same time, I'm hoping that Reza gets access to Glue, for an example. Hopefully, they don't go into that bit of a gambit where the mid laner is missing, and then they end up falling into the Glue trap of, hey, I pick Glue, enemy picks Farmus, and now you don't have a winning team comp.
Yeah, Glue definitely feels more solid as a hero now compared to before, but it is still not perfect. I think it's a pretty balanced state, so these teams need to figure out how to really make the most out of this revamped hero. But let's kick off our very first match of the day by bringing in the 2 teams up onto the MPL stage. They successfully snatched the point in their last 2 matches. Now on the hunt for a full victory to climb up the league standings. Please welcome the new generation, DXO!
Riding high on the back-to-back victories, the momentum is finally theirs. Can they make 3 in a row and solidify their rise in the standings? Make some noise for AERO Esports!
Introducing the coach and analyst of both teams, as well as our head of League Ops, Franklin, that'll ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches.
Let's keep it going. The fist bumps between the teams, a true sign of professionalism. Their last chance before they head on into the land of Dawn. One last piece of physical contact before they become enemies on the battlefield. Good luck to both of our teams as they equip themselves with the best equipment thanks to Infinix, and more so to set themselves up for the draft. This is going to be a really important game for AERO here. 3 in a row would build confidence coming into week 4, and that's what they need from this point onwards. A majority of their games is going to be on the latter half of the season.
Both these teams, in fact, are sitting in the center of those standings right now, and any points, any momentum they can gain is going to be huge and pushing them forward to the latter half of the regular season. AERO Esports will be going first pick for game number 1, currently sitting on a 50% win rate in that blue side.
I mean, blue side has been doing them a lot of favors here, especially since they don't have to worry about a majority of picks, and if so, especially if DXL take advantage of, you know, the Fanny Gambit that we've been seeing in the past couple of weeks, I want to see whether or not they're going to present a new question.
The Fanny Gambit. Honestly, I love it when coaches play around with the draft like that. These hyper meta picks can be used as bait, can be used to manipulate the draft and force certain picks to come out in advance, thereby giving you even more information to work with. Witnessing 2 good coaches drafting against one another really is like witnessing a chess match, and being able to find the right pieces for the right players makes such a huge difference now that the meta is a little bit more open for hero picks.
Absolutely, but at the same time, especially when we start thinking about tier 1s across the globe, there's so many key picks, especially if a player can play it well. Lo Yi, for an example, is a deadly threat if you have that Emperor's Eye, that vision of the map to kind of read into your opponent's rotations and cut them off early, if not to set up a huge trap with the diversion. Regardless, that first phase, usually we say all these top tier picks get axed out so quickly, which brings the question, right? what needs to go and what needs to stay, because some of these players may not feel as comfortable on that Lo Yi. Things like Lucas, for an example, seems to be the go-to answer. Oh, you play Suyo? No problem. I've got something that's even better than a Joy.
Yeah, Lucas just feels like a pretty solid assassin counter. Like, you can just pick him up pretty early, and if you made sure to cover all your bases, we'll usually have a good laning phase or jungle phase into any sort of matchup. But all these questions are about to be answered real soon because the draft is starting, and we're already seeing an interesting ban on the AERO side.
AERO getting rid of a Masha. Again, Masha has been a lethal EXP laner, especially for your backlines, especially if you want to play assassin-style junglers as well. It can be quite the problem if you can't cut through those 3 health bars, but it's a follow-up on that Zhu Shin. Now, Lucas as well as Chip from Coach Theo, banned out, especially on that red side. Definitely problems to deal with. However, in terms of first pick worthy, the question really boils down to, hey, what jungler are you going to let through? And second of all, are you going to get rid of the Kalia?
The Kalia has been the most picked first pick hero throughout this season so far. And it's a very strong opening as well. With the Hayabusa being banned out, AERO Esports is leaving that open, but it also opens up the Fanny. And the EXO only has 1 ban left.
I mean, they have to make the gambit here, right? Either I give up Kalia and pick up Fanny for myself. Do you trust in your jungler enough to make that work? If not, they focus on that gold laner and they're willing to gamba it.
It's an interesting gambit here, because if you go for the first pick Kalea, that hero does by design counter Fanny somewhat, thereby giving the sort of initiative over to your opponents. But rather than going for that, AERO Esports prioritizes the Joy instead. So the possibility of a Fanny Kalea is there.
Oh yeah, it's still possible. I wonder if Coach Theo is going to pick it up, because regardless, Joy is a really nice scaling magic-style jungler, right? Doesn't matter how strong you are, as soon as she gets those 2 items, your backline just feels so soft.
Yeah, it's so difficult to deal with a good Joy player, and even if you draft a good amount of crowd control, they just need to wait until all your resources are out, run in with the electrifying beats, melt your backline. There's not really much you can do about it. A lot of teams have tried to approach countering this hero, and it can be very, very difficult without the right tools, but they will go for the Sakura Sasuke combo here of Kalea Suyo.
They've got the power couple ready to go. Interesting that they wanted to play Suyo into this matchup. I guess they're more comfortable with it. Even after the changes, Suyo takes full magic damage now. He does not have damage reduction in that immortal form. In this case, let's see how Coach Bam responds, right? Because AERO at this point sees the Kalia, they see the Suyo. They don't really show too much, especially when it comes down to the lane matchups. They're going to have to go with a blind pick. Maybe mid lane might be the way to go with it, or they can just match up mirror to mirror. First, they're going to start with a potential flex support. They're also going to go into the Granger for Kusei.
Pretty strong opening here for AERO Esports. Very solid, good late game scaling. Enjoy and Granger. I feel like this choice of draft from the EXO is interesting though, because you wouldn't need to go Suyo this early. The opponent has already revealed their jungler. If you keep the Fanny Gambit open, you kind of force AERO into a situation where they have to safely draft CC heroes before they know for sure whether the Fanny is there or not. The fact that they revealed Suyo so early indicates that they're trying to hide something else.
Well, or that. Or Theo's extremely honest about it. He's like, all right, we don't trust Cayman into actually picking up that Fanny. Let's just go with the Suyo for now and actually start focusing on some of the winning matchups, potential winning matchups, I might add. And I think that's centered around that mid lane, right? They got to play around Stoneman as well. Since Rassi's already got a power pick in that Kalia, well, technically it can be flexed over to Sizka. We'll see in just a little bit, because now Selena going to be the first ban from Coach Theo as it passes on to Coach Bam.
I think it's a pretty good shout to get rid of the Selena here. DXO gonna need to maintain their ranks pretty strongly, and if you have to worry about Abyssal Arrows and Death Sonatas coming out while the threat of the Joy exists as well, it's just too much to think about, and DXO will just remove that possibility from the table entirely as AERO Esports bans Lo Yi.
I think that Coach Brown probably going to ban out Farsa as well as a response to see, hey, Selena is there. There's only a couple of reasons why you don't want to deal with that Selena. I think that making sure that they have magic scaling for the side of DXS is probably one of their key winning factors. See in just a little bit, right? Because again, a lot of the matchups are kind of predetermined. Both sides have a flex pick, both sides have revealed jungle and as well as their marksman role. The only benefit for Siska is that they can wait until the very end until they show and predetermine where this Kalia is going to be, and as well as their EXP laner.
Yeah, the EXP lane for DXO is very important now. They get rid of Glue as well. They need lane priority in the EXP side, and they need a hero that has enough crowd control to help deal with the Joy later on in the mid lane as well. Badang did come to mind, but AERO Esports are on top of that as well.
Yeah, here I'm expecting to see Farsa. I'm expecting to see maybe even just a Hilda as well. I think Hilda would be by far the safest pick overall. Yes, it kind of predetermines what exactly your EXP and as well as your support roam is going to look like, but at the very least it forces AERO to reveal their entire composition before Storm can lock in their mid laner.
I feel like AERO Esports could be looking at a potential Novaria combo with Granger here. Since they already have Joy, they don't really need to put too much protection into their back line. Looks like DXO will go for the Farsa as is expected. Combos well with the Kalea for pretty solid early burst.
It's interesting to see that even Matilda has kind of fallen out of priority between both of these teams. Things like Masha, even Hayabusa, taking the priority over the Matilda. I think that AERO, looking at that Farsa, do they have a guaranteed way of breaking it? They could just go for Gatot here. Gatot Novaria, they have an engage, they have a means to actually knock back. Oh, they go for the Guinevere Novaria instead. Rather risky.
Yeah, Guinevere wouldn't be the safest roam option to go for, and so far we have not seen this being played by AERO. In fact, it feels like up until now it has been an exclusive Yume's pick in MPL Malaysia. So I'm interested to see where they go with it. It has good catch potential, but if you make one wrong move, the XL just blows you up in return.
Yeah, no, I mean, it really boils down to whether or not you can hit the Magic Thump, because unfortunately the Magic Thump has a ridiculously long cooldown. However, I think that the Guinevere is a little awkward, right? Because at the moment, AERO, I don't think they're much of a skirmisher comp to really take advantage of it. It's not like they have early burst as well, assuming that even if you can land the Star Shatter coming in from Novaria, you're still going to need either Joy or Granger to be within the area, and especially only after level 4.
And it does mean that AERO Esports is actually quite severely lacking in early game DPS consistency. So the DXO goes for the Hilda to just match up in that early game prio. I think the lineups look pretty balanced here, actually.
Yeah, I think overall, I would lean a little bit into DXS in terms of raw execution. AERO, on the other hand, it's a little risky, but if they can make sure that they combo well, Magic Thump into Star Shatter, into Electrifying Beats, making sure that they play around these smaller synergies, Reza locking down somebody to allow Kim to hit his shots, there's a good chance that AERO could find some early advantages if DXS is unaware of them.
Yeah, especially since they're feeling a majority magic damage comp against the Suyo as well, right? That's going to be a lot of pressure on Heemin. But let's see what happens as both these lineups are eager to gain any points they can. We're midway through the season, and any momentum they can gain is going to be huge, pushing forward to the latter half of the season.
All right, let's get this best of 3 going. It's going to be, a parallel-sided start. It's going to be purple buff coming in from Rindo. On the opposite side, came in, starts on his orange. Looks like he does want to get early Litho Wanderer, but we'll see. They'll end up towards the gold side of the map anyways, and I think, both of these teams have been putting a lot of priority towards their gold side of the map. They always want to team fight around it. They always want to make sure that their gold laners are in a better position compared to their opponents.
Yeah, being in a better position in terms of your late game farm is going to be huge in this current meta, as marksmen still dish out a majority of that late game DPS. I think SkyZ has been doing a very good job so far in this position. Kosei, not quite as much, but solid enough. So it's interesting to see how this particular matchup will go.
However, I will say that the mid lane priority is going to be hard, right? Because as much as I would like to believe that Stoem can actually keep the pace... instantly a pause. Even though Storm can keep pace against the Novaria in this Farsa-Novaria matchup, I think the big issue is whether or not somebody gets involved. And I think in this case, if you have Kalia actually show up in the lane and block the Star Shatter, you can guarantee priority at the sacrifice of a little bit of HP before you make the rotation in the first place.
Especially since Kalea can just heal it up with that passive anyway, right? In this early stage, AERO Esports simply does not have that much damage. Novaria and Granger need some time to scale up, and even Joy ideally wants to play for that Holy Crystal power spike. So it is actually DXS's goal to get as much of an advantage as possible in the early stages, unlock Hilda from lane as much as possible, roam around with Kalea and Farsa, and that should set them up well as long as they're able to keep getting pickoffs.
Looks like it's only a Type 1 issue. Thankfully, we're not seeing any Type 2s or Type 3s just yet. It'll only take a minute for us to fix this up and get back into the game. However, there is a couple of plays that I'm expecting to see. At level 4, I'm curious to see whether or not DXS might, well, AERO in this particular situation is looking to try and dive that bot side, right? It's all about maintaining pressure. It's all about trying to get your gold laners ahead. So if they're willing to risk the dive, can they get that freeze in the mid lane, force Novaria to move, send their Kalia down to bot side to defend in a 2v3, maybe even 4 type of position in case they want to go for that dive and protect that Moskov as much as they can?
Yeah, these are all possibilities because both these teams have a couple of ways they can play about it, but the goal lane and mid lane going to be a pretty important synergy here, especially for the side of the EXO, because if either Farsa or Moskov is able to get an early lead, then they already set themselves up for a lot of success here. In comparison, AERO Esports just need to try and go for a Protect the King strat on one of their cores, right? If Granger or Joy become major threats, then it becomes very difficult for DXS to actually get the early game snowball they're looking for.
Well, then that would bring us towards that first turtle, right? Let's head back into the game and discuss this a little more, because this first turtle might predetermine how it's going to end up snowballing out of control. I think it's so much better for AERO to secure that turtle over going for that bot dive, and I think that for DXS, if they're all able to hit level 4 at the same time, including the Kalia, that's when the turtle becomes a legitimate threat and a possibility that AERO might not even contest it.
Well, they should logically have map priority, so it should make sense that they're able to do that rotation to get their roamer level 4 before turtle, but it all depends on how well AERO positions.
And as you can see, everybody, they've moved away from the gold side, and they understand that the gold is going to be a high priority here. Storm going to be able to catch another wave at the very least. Hopefully he hits level 4 on time, but
a lot of damage being taken here by Rashi with the title strike. Here comes Rindo as well. He's going to have to flicker out of there, so very important battle spell already gone.
Yeah, more so why? Rossi could have ran up to the top side and hit level 4.
And the EXO not going for that. Another knockoff once again, this time into Feathered Airstrike. Airstrike comes out and a miss by Siska. Not able to connect the ult on Kim. He's able to run away here. Reza still forming the front line. Kimin dropping the turtle down to 30% as Rindo is on top of Siska. Jumps back in. It's a 50-50. Kimin secures the turtle. Reza now super low. And another knockup into the Tsunami Slam pulls Kim in. It's a double kill for Siska.
That was very unclean. Very unclean. Very, very risky for AERO Esports. They wanted to make the call, seeing that they had that level, Rindo having the level lead on to Cayman as well, dodging all of the CC, by the way, all of it. The Surge made sure that he waited it out, made sure that he even saw the Queller come out too before trying to go for the retreat contest. And not to mention that Stoa missed like, what, 3 out of the 4 shots of his Feathered Airstrike prior to the fight?
Yeah, it was very messy from both sides, actually. But AERO Esports seems to have overcommitted resources before actually starting the turtle engage, and they already don't have that much early game DPS in the first place.
I think regardless, AERO Esports is like, as long as we're not giving too many kills over, and especially if we don't give them a 5k gold lead, we should be able to scale on time and on tempo.
But you could have done that without giving anything up. But they do get one knockup though. Violent Requiem combos into Rasi. And AERO Esports gets a kill in return.
Beautiful. That's what we want to see. These early rotations, catching double waves, and more importantly, playing off of that engage from Zqueef. Without it, I think that, you know, DxSoul could basically just run over AERO Esports however they want to maintain the lead consistently, but at least a tempo breaker for AERO.
AERO does want to play off those tempo breakers as much as possible. You can see even Kosei being escorted to take some jungle camps I want to make sure that their main late game cores are going to remain relevant, and it seems like they're willing to throw bodies to do so, as the EXO not able to find anything for now.
Yep, maintaining mid-wave control is going to be super important, but I think it's a little late now. At this point, even sending like Sizka to come to that bottom side and actually missing out a wave, not exactly the greatest idea in the world. Somebody technically should be catching it, in this case, the XP laner, but hey, it's fine. We're past that point, and now the next turtle begins.
That second turtle contest comes out. Gold difference still about even. Rasi jumps in, gets stunned in. Astral Echo scouts out the turtle. Feather Disray comes out as Sizka dropping CQ low. Spatial Migration connects, but he's able to get picked off, so he's not able to follow up here. If Destruction comes in, Reza dropping low. They're going to be traded 1-for-1 here as Rindo also picks up Keemin.
Okay. Since Keemin goes down, the turtle is going to get slowed overall. At least AERO Esports manages to recover. Don't know why Rasi doesn't want to block those shots, but that's okay. Down by bot side, though, at least for SkyZ, he's able to get a bit of an assist because Fuse technically should have just a little more gold than him. I'm not sure how many gold crabs he was able to achieve, but the double laning in the early phase and also that pickoff initially happening down by mid lane to give him that kill should put him ahead, and there we go. We do see the Sky Piercer already achieved by Kusei 5 minutes into the game.
In fact, we can already see he's trying to roam out of lane. Runs into Keemin though, pops the Purify. I don't really know what he's purifying, but he does get away.
I mean, okay. Late Surge didn't connect there, but that's all right. Rather be safe than sorry.
Astral Echo comes out. Rindo on the turtle. Glorious halfway cuts off the rest of the EXO. Rindo secures the turtle as Rylet Requiem knocks out Rasi. Keemin being targeted, but the Tsunami Slam pulls him away, but he jumps back in to Rindo and loses his life as a result. Rindo does eventually get chased down by Sizka, but that did not need to happen.
He could have just hopped over the wall into the Beetle pit and then just walked away underneath T1. That could have been the play, but I guess he wanted that extra bit of damage. Regardless, it's worth it only because they were able to find that trade onto Rindo's side, right? They don't lose EXP. In terms of the goal lead, it's not that much. It's 4 assists to 2 kills. Sorry, 2 kills to 1 kill, 4 assists. At the end, it rounds out pretty well, if not a slight lead for DXS, but no major EXP leads just yet.
The problem is no major EXP or gold leads is actually in favor of AERO Esports. They just have a better late game comp entirely, which is why we said DXO needs early kills. They do find a Tsunami Slam off the Z-Clip though. Feather Disray comes out, but he's able to jump away. So many resources for nothing.
I mean, they got the flicker out of Z-Queef. He can't make like a super play just yet. No hard extended range attacks. More importantly, keep SkyZ pretty happy in his lane, forcing Kusei as well as Reza to kind of respect the space.
SkyZ just got that golden staff. Not gonna commit the title strike here as he is afraid of being stunned under tower. So the EXO will just settle on giving SkyZ some extra help in the lane.
As the teams start to rotate here, Sizka has been picking up a majority of the kills from DXS, right? 4-0-1 so far. He's doing pretty good against Reza, and it's starting to become very apparent. That's why he's leaving this lane very, very often into this game. And that's why the early game has been doing okay for DXS, especially once he walks away. And now that he's unlocked, will he find Rindo? Is he going to get aggressive with it, or is he only going to show up when necessary?
I think he's generally going to be playing aggressive with it. He already has been. That's how he's able to get those 4 kills in the first place. But Tidal Strike comes in, Tsunami Slam pulls one, Z-Kip over the wall. He's able to jump away once again with the knockup. Better Strike again, not really doing much for DXO. Reza taking the front line. Glorious Pathway comes out. Keemin dives in, steals the turtle away. Tree of Destruction gonna connect. Looks like SkyZ will join the fight, but AERO Esports will take that as their cue to leave.
So, about aggressive, right? About aggressive coming in from Sizka. Yes, he is 4-0-1. He's taking the safe path every single time, right? He's not willing to go further than this. He's scared of that initial pickoff. I don't think that he should be worried about it. I think that right now, with no item power spikes coming in from Kim, and especially with Rindo already showing himself, if you got the information off of the Tri-Brush that Guinevere isn't here, then there is nothing to worry about.
I think it's fair for him to play a little bit safer, though. Considering he is 4-0, he has the highest bounty on the DXO side, and considering they need to maintain a gold lead, giving that over to AERO Esports in any way is not going to be very good. Better Airstrike drops Kosei low, Tidal Strike going to miss. ZK able to run away, but the Blade Surge connects with Reza. Astral Echo to try and slow down DXO, but they're still rushing it down as Ziska taking so much damage in the front line. They'll eventually finish Reza off. Rindo trying to find Stone, but Wings by Wings flies him away, and he gets wailed on by 3 members.
Yep, he's able to tank up all the damage. I think the only person he can't really deal with is Kusei, but he has more than enough max HP to compensate for the lack of armor. He's got an Athena shield on top of a Radiant. Rindo and Kim kind of don't do anything until we see the Divine Glaives come through.
And they need to play for those power spikes here. The goal was to try and remain as even in gold as possible, but after those pickoffs, DXO has finally found the gold lead they've been looking for, and now more of their players are getting gold from kills and assists, as even picking off Rindo there is a pretty big catch.
Okay, I mean, the Feathered Airstrike comes on through. Kusei dodges it perfectly. Not exactly sure why they are looking to open up the map like this. Even so, just let Ziska do the work, right? Even if he gets engaged upon, there's no way he dies unless Rossi doesn't bail him out of a scenario where he's blocking shots against Kusei. I think that's the only thing that they're worried about, right?
Yeah, I think so as well. Though I do actually like how active Storm is being with that Feathered Airstrike. It's got a pretty low cooldown, all things considered, and they know AERO Esports has a tendency to take the game a little slower. So using it as a way to scout out the map even is actually pretty good.
I mean, more importantly so, Moskov is already revealed to kind of split on the opposite side. Some macro coming in from DX.
Oh, Tidal Strike gets cancelled with the Fatal Migration. Violent Requiem knocked him up, but Ziska's in backline. Rossi does get traded. Ziska takes a lot of damage, does eventually get shut down with Sky Piercer, giving over a double kill to Kosei. But Sky Zed comes in with the shutdown. Rindo gonna punish him for it. Keep in now a bit too deep, gets knocked up once again by ZK. And Reza is on top of him, forcing the dash away. Is able to dodge the Star Shatter, but DXO lost 3 there.
Okay. All right. So why aren't we utilizing Ziska here? Why are we always depending on Rossi for the information and for the initial engagers? I understand that, sure, he sees Equip, he tries to pick him up, his facial migration's out of there. He's not a core target at the end of the day, right? But I think they're more worried about the counter engage for AERO Esports, but I don't think it's justified.
Explores pathway, zones out DXO as AERO Esports finishes off the Lord. Reza sacrificed himself for him, but a snipe, Kim. Make sure that they secure the objective. In their absence of their jungler, DXO will just exchange it for the mid-tier 1.
That was very close. Even Storm was like, ah, you lucky, you lucky. This time, you get it. Next time, I'll catch it back. They still have a 1.9k lead, but this should even out the score with the help of the Lord-empowered waves.
We can see the snipe starting to hit pretty hard. Violent Requiem combo zoned out by Feathered Airstrike, though. Here comes Rindo looking for Storm. He flies over the wall. Lord gonna be finished off as the Electrifying Beast doing a lot of damage, but not enough. Rindo gets caught under the tower. Rossi will be traded, but it's a 1-for-1.
Yep, it's still working out well. Despite the 2.5k for DXS, AERO Esports, you can see that Kusei is scaling and scaling very, very nicely. A lot of members on the side of DXO getting chunked hard, but as long as they're not allowing that... Oh!
Storm gets knocked up. Purify going to be used here to make sure the combo doesn't go through. They'll still lose their tier 1, though.
Okay. What about the top side? Anybody going to go down to the bottom side? Because AERO Esports, again, want to make sure that they're sticking around the engagement tool of Zequif on this Guinevere. Reza, on the other hand, it's very obvious when he's running at a target. Zequif, you don't know, he poses that threat, and I think that DXO is putting a lot of respect on him.
I think it is deserving to put that respect on him, but DXO also has to be careful not to overspend their cooldowns on the high-lows. Kosei is already 4-1, and Kim has racked up 7 assists, so their gold is actually looking pretty healthy, even if DXO has the lead.
This guy's it. Oh,
they're gonna get caught here. Tsunami slam into the tower, but Rossi is the main target, getting jumped on by 5 members. This guy is in the back, but it's a bit too late here. DXO cannot save their roamer.
Okay, all right. Still questionable targets being picked up here. You don't always have to go for that front line. I understand that Skyzet is in a very strong position, but numbers advantage and information is still going to be key to winning this game.
I don't see those Death Sonatas really starting to rack up. AERO Esports has a clear win condition for team fights now. Just poke and bait with the Star Shatter and the Death Sonata. Kim almost gets picked off there. Storm does do some good damage, but DXO actually has to be careful now.
They have to be very, very careful. At the same time, at the very least, Suyo does get a Queen's Wings. It's going to keep him alive and maybe able to force out a clutch play. Let's look at the stacks. 594, honestly, very nice. 34 Skypiercer stacks at the same time. Hasn't been enough kills to justify him to have any higher. In the meantime, I think at least for DxSoul, they need to figure out what the shape of their team fight needs to look. It's not just about finding picks anymore. They probably want to hold it off. And they want to make sure that if they get a Tsunami Slam, it has to be on a priority target. People like Rindo, people like Kim. Zequeef, I think only after the spatial migration. Hussein as well as Reza, a little hard, mainly because of Purify, and Reza not a prior target.
Oh, the flicker catch onto Rasi with the Violet Requiem. Glorious Pathway sets it up. They will get the Lord though and just back it off, sacrificing Zequeef to get a neutral objective.
Yep, and again, DxSoul, they don't mind doing this. They got plenty of wave clear, and SkyZ should be getting his max items relatively soon. Stealing away the orange buff is great, but also pushing down on that bottom side, ensuring T1s, T2s are gone.
Kim being threatened by Storm once again. Will just barely survive as Siska continues scouting the jungle. The DxSoul are keeping their composure even though AERO is starting to hit power spikes.
Kind of doing negative damage here onto Siska. The only person who threatens him is...
Isaac gonna get jumped on by Rindo. Gets a lot of shield though. That's probably the Rose Gold working. Electrifying Beats not enough to finish him off, but they will continue escorting the Lord. Siska now baiting damage in from Kosei. Feather Death Strike comes out. Glorious Pathway as well. They want to chase this Hilda down. Pop the Immortality, but they cannot actually, even with the Star Shatter. Now Swift Destruction lands in. Tidal Strike knocks up 3. Reds are going to be pulled back and kills off Mega Kill for Stone.
Pretty good for DxSoul. Unfortunately, they don't get to convert it into much, right? No towers are going to be claimed off of that initial kill. And Rindo now getting the Divine Glaive is going to make him a very deadly target. Overall, still pretty in favor of DxSoul, even though we're getting into the ultra late stages of the game. All right. Finally, a Blade Armor already purchased by Zequeef. That's going to keep him alive, especially against SkyZ for just a little bit longer. I don't think SkyZ can...
This guy in some trouble here. The Violet Requiem comes out. Immortality already gone, but AERO Esports have to back up. They get the execute, but Tsunami Slam pulls DK forward. The rest of DxSoul though is not in position to follow up. That's a double kill for the Granger, and now Rindo chasing Keeman down. Is able to iframe out, but DxSoul gives up 2 kills.
Not enough damage at all. Keeman, even if he tried to actually follow up, he probably would have sacrificed himself over Siska or even Rasi. I think it was a better call just to kind of move away. Even Stone's Feathered Airstrike was expanded, wasn't able to get anything off of it. He does damage, don't get me wrong, but I think that against frontliners, they're probably going to need SkyZ or even a hard commitment from Keeman once the target is below 50% HP.
Yeah, I feel like Rasi should not have gone back in there. It was pretty clear that Siska was going to go down, and his backline was not around to actually follow up on the Tsunami Slam, so a bit of miscommunication there, which could end up being a huge impact as AERO Esports was just looking for some way to reverse map control.
Yeah, I mean, from what it was, a 3.2k now 1.9. Gold League doesn't really matter. Yes, you can technically get the extra econ to have items to swap, but I think at this stage, whoever gets picked off, even if you do go for the item swaps, is almost guaranteed to die if AERO Esports catches you. They've got better standard style of layering their DPS and not as bursty as DxSoul.
Just generally more consistent DPS options on AERO Esports. Astral Echo comes out, Rasi jumps in, misses everyone. Immortality already popped, Fear Destruction misses as well. Rindo secures the Lord, Siska trying to buy time, but Kosei is now unstoppable.
What? How did he... Okay, so I guess he wanted to catch them off with a regular dash without leaping into the air and trying to flicker forward, similar to how Badang works, but I think he overshot it ever so slightly?
Yeah, that was weird.
He could have just gone for like the traditional. Even just staying up in the air is enough to is enough to force AERO Esports to kind of back away just a little bit, and I think that would have been more than enough in those types of scenarios. But I think that Rasi wanted to guarantee at least one pick. Regardless, AERO Esports, this is another Lord for them. With that next Lord, they're guaranteed to get an inhibitor.
Better Airstrike not gonna be enough anymore to zone AERO Esports out, and the Lord will crash up top. Glorious Pathway comes out, Astral Echo slowing all of the Exol as Rendo jumps in. 3-man Spatial Migration, but they pick him off before he's able to connect the combo. If that actually followed up, DxSoul would have lost on the spot.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Rindo did not have the electrifying beats. Again, they have to communicate who can go in and who can get out, because I think with just the electrifying beats alone, they would have been able to chunk out 3-4 members and then let Husei go for the finish at the very end. That would have been an incredible play, but now we're moving on to the 20-minute mark, and 2 missing inhibitors for the side of DxSoul is going to make it really difficult to maintain control over that turtle. Sorry, the Lord Pit. I think that AERO Esports, if they just play the macro game, kind of play it slow, they don't need to force these neutral objectives and continuously use Kim to poke their targets out. This should be a free Lord.
Absolutely. Feathered Airstrike comes out yet again. Kosei trying to stop him, but not really able to do much. Kimin gets jumped on by Rindo, but he's able to run away for now. DxSoul, a frontal assault, not going to work here.
Yep. DxSoul have to keep a tight formation. Siska, yes, he needs to be in front to block as many skill shots as possible. Oh my god.
Half HP gone just from one Star Shatter, but a Nightmare of Misery knocks away Rindo, and the Feathered Airstrike zones out AERO. DxSoul don't lose anyone there.
All right, both sides at least don't lose anybody there. At least for SkyZ, he didn't have access to his Purify. Again, scared for his life, but now that it's coming back up, potential counterplay is available. Now, AERO Esports, they can take their time with this. They can bait out their fights, and they can start looking to just peel away DXS.
This guy comes in with Conceal, trying to buy time, trying to scout information. Zeke going to miss the knockup, as now Feather comes out. Reza tanking most of it, though, as this guy already dropped quite low. SkyZ not able to find positions to do damage as his front line is getting squishier and squishier with each passing moment. Lord is at 40%. Tsunami Slam pulls forward the roamer. Meanwhile, Siska's in backline once again. Flicker comes out and Rindo catches SkyZ. That is rad news for DxSoul. Kosei now with a monster kill. Kimin though secures the Lord, steals it away from AERO Esports, and they are now in full retreat. Glorious Pathway cannot catch them.
Oh my god, they have to make a call. They need to know what the trigger keywords are. If DXS has the Feathered Airstrike, we bait it out. If we're looking to fight, we need to be together on this. And now AERO, yes, they were able to find initial picks, but losing the Lord is just going to drag this even further, giving DXS another opportunity. If they find a pick here, maybe even an endgame angle.
Yeah, that would have been a guaranteed win, basically, if the Lord went over to AERO Esports. But we can really see the messiness still coming in from this team. They do know, though, they are 5v3. Right now, the Lord, the only thing keeping DxSoul alive. Rindo jumps in the backline. Kimin melting, but he's able to dash back into base. DxSoul lose their last inhibitor, but they trade it for an unstoppable streak, picking off Reza.
Yeah, I mean, this Lord isn't over just yet. Fortunately, Moskov ult does not connect. Spear Destruction goes a little wide here, but now the Conceal, so far DxSoul, they've basically got one wave to work with here. The first one, buying a little bit of time. The second one, on top of the Lord being pretty relatively healthy overall, they could technically guarantee an inhibitor. Let's see how they play this out, because topside, they don't have to worry about it. Rindo will eventually show up, but if DxSoul can quickly take a mid inhibitor, if not a bot inhibitor, which I think would be the best one, this should be worth their time.
Another Feathered Airstrike, dropping him to half HP. He'll just back off and heal. DxSoul know that they are 5v4. Reza is still down for another 15 seconds. They will send Kimin back just in case of a backdoor. They see Rindo up top. So it actually ends up being a 4v4 in the base. Astral Echo scouts them out. Lord still alive. Spatial Migration into Violet Requiem. Combos on Razi, and he's picked off. Immortality is burnt, but they're alive still. And the Tsunami Slam flicker forward catches one Rindo. Gonna be caught by Razi into the jaws of SkyZ. And the DxSoul are looking for an endgame angle. Reza is back though. He'll be able to tank a lot of damage. Almost burns Immortality, but he's still able to survive.
Why? Just go for the second hit of Soul Sever. Not just the tap. It wasn't enough damage, and Reza manages to live off of it. Now, AERO, it's going to be a missing inhibitor down bot side, but at the very least, AERO Esports able to claim all inhibitors from the side of DxSoul. Again, very, very messy fights. DxSoul did not have to risk it down by bot side, but luckily they won the scenario, and now they have first sit on top of the Lord.
We're seeing a very messy back and forth this game, but DX Soul now has the advantage of map control once again. Star Shatter will scout out Rafsi, so no ambush there. Meanwhile, we see the Astro Echo comes out. Lord knocks off literally everyone, but Zisk has gone godlike 3 for Kosei. Skyzed is in the back! He picks up him! It's a double kill for Kosei though! It's a June gold lane duel! Immortality gonna be burned. Skyzed is 1v3, but he's still somehow able to buy enough time as Keepin secures the Lord. AERO now trying to chase him down. We see Kosei trying to find him. If Revitalize comes out, we see Reza tanking a lot of damage, but they're not able to find anything more. Here comes Rindo though. He's looking for the Moskov. He's looking for Stone as well. Any kills here would guarantee a basic win. Better Deathstrike not gonna be able to zone him out. It's looks like me come out. Shutdown from Rindo, and they catch Team in as well. It's a double kill and a team wipe here as AERO Esports finally breaks through the ranks of DX Soul. They'll take this Lord, and they will take game number 1.
So unreal, the mistakes that are being made in this game. So unreal. They could have walked away from this. They could have walked away from the entire scenario, but they decided they needed to make sure Moskov gets out of there. They should have committed the fair airstrike so much earlier, but instead they did it on towards the Lord. They needed to play around their cooldowns, but unfortunately DXS just do not communicate how long it takes until their ults are back up. With that, AERO Esports capitalizes on these very, very small mistakes vital to their victory.
Definitely a lot of work still needs to be done here. This was not a clean game by any means from both of these teams. I agree with you, Gideon. There was definite miscommunication coming in here from DX Soul, who were desperate to try and keep as many resources as possible. AERO Esports also, if they made more aggressive calls, could have found better fights to end the game at earlier points, but for now, they will take the first game.
I mean, it's very different problems, I think. At least for AERO, they have a very big tendency to kind of tunnel vision upon a scenario rather than kind of looking at it in the big picture. I think that DXL, especially with Rossi as well as Storm, kind of talking about the big picture, fail to actually micromanage in terms of just raw ultimates, right? We did see similar mistakes happening between the two where Rindo doesn't have the electrifying beat. Zequiv decides to catch 4 people off of the combination. They already laid out the carpet. They already caught 4, but without the electrifying beats or a clean angle from Kusei to get multiple death sonatas, we see it start to break down very fast.
Yeah, there is disconnect in the way that both these teams engage these fights, and because of that, they're not able to get the clean setups that they should be able to in the first place, right? They have the tools, they're just not using them correctly.
Or a little too late, or a little too early. It's just, they gotta calm. They have to communicate. That's why they have these. That's why they have the soundproof headsets to make sure they can't hear the rest of the crowd. Oh man, let's look at the backstage. Once again, give it up for Kusei because I think he was playing it by far the best amongst the rest of his teammates. He has to play a very selfish role because he is going to be the damage dealer that can do it from afar. He needs to make sure he doesn't get caught, and most importantly, to maintain those Sky Piercer stacks to ensure every bit of poke is worth it.
Yeah, but I think it does come a little bit easier for this game because there are so many things that DX Soul are targeting before Kosei becomes an issue. He literally only died once the entire game, and all he really has to do is stand at the back, do poke with the Death Sonata, and wait for engages to come out, because as the game progresses, DX Soul just loses so much more tempo and tools to play with that a Granger Novaria combo is difficult to handle.
Well, I don't know, because I mean, when we get into the post games, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a Lightning Truncheon build onto Storm. He wanted that full damage. We saw him just nearly 2-tap Novaria a couple of times on top of the lethal ignition, so I wouldn't be too surprised if he decided to be like, hey, guys, if we are unable to deal damage, don't worry, you just play around my ult, and there we go. Lightning Truncheon build already set in stone. No Holy Crystal, of course, but he did eventually have to switch on over to a Rose Gold Meteor. He was trying to item swap after his immortality got popped on the top side.
Yeah, he was trying to live for as long as possible because he knew he needed to be alive to try and defend the base, but trying to escort Skyzed back home ended up costing DX Soul the entire game as well. Storm did do a lot of damage. We saw multiple times where he nearly picked off Kim all by himself, but because that feathered airstrike was being used off cooldown a lot of the time, it was very easy for AERO Esports to time their cancels or just try to avoid fights when they knew that it was up.
Yeah, I think, dude, I really wish they took advantage of the fact that Siska was 4-1. He was 4-1, 2 MR items completed, which I think is, again, it's preference. I don't blame him for it. I don't think it's a mistake either, but they could have gotten so much better information purely off of that, right? Even if he gets collapsed upon, the only person he needs to know in terms of raw positioning and threatens his life is Kusei, because everybody else deals negative damage to him.
Yeah, DXL needed to push their early lead a little bit harder, unfortunately. And like you mentioned, Siska got such a huge lead early, which is exactly what you want to see on a Hilda, and AERO Esports is specifically not going to be that strong in those first few minutes. So if the DXL got a bigger lead initially, they would have set up such a huge safety cushion for themselves, but because they started taking it a little bit slower, it gave time for Kosei to really build up those stacks, for Rindo to start getting those items in, and then once you get into the later stages, there's so much more you have to worry about.
Yeah, there is. Look at how much damage he absorbed, right? 312,000 damage. He was just eating shot after shot after shot after shot. But Kosei, unfortunately, just doing more than enough as the only attack damage user on the side of AERO Esports. I would have imagined that Kim's damage would have been slightly higher. It looks like there wasn't enough Star Shatters landing in these 25 minutes.
Yeah, I think from what I observed compared to other Novaria players, Kim was hitting his Star Shatters a little less consistently. And a lot of the time, whenever he showed on the map, Stone was just popping feathered airstrike and forcing him home anyway. So I don't think he was able to get all that poke damage out. But it still works out, because he really just needs to provide that Astral Echo to set up for easier Death Sonatas and just generally teamfight control.
Yeah, I think that also probably is why he doesn't have a lot of damage, just using those Star Shatters to open up the map, especially since the early game DXL was like, hey, show me Zqueef, show me Reza, we're gonna Tsunami Slam them straight away as soon as we see them.
Looking at the highlight players of this game, Kosei going to be the rich guy and the carry, just basically ignored for the majority of the game and allowed a free hit from the back line. We see Siska as the sandbag, being able to tank 300,000 damage, as you already pointed out earlier. And then Kim as the best wingman with 14 assists.
Yep, best wingman indeed. Overall, pretty straightforward game. A lot of mistakes being made. That's why I dragged out to 25 minutes overall. Looking at the item build timeline, let's see, because by the 6th minute, down by the 9th minute, somewhere like 9:30 is when we saw the full build from Skyzit actually come alive. However, Kusei achieving it slightly earlier on that Malefic Roar rather than going for the Blade of Despair. And then finally, Rindo, in comparison to Cayman, we did see that Rindo took a little bit longer to complete his second item in comparison to Cayman, but generally pretty even.
But if you compare the speed at buying Starlium Scythe and Holy Crystal to the speed of War Axe Hunter Strike, and the difference in pricing between these two items, Rindo was actually doing a pretty good job of keeping up in that jungle role. And we can just kind of see how far ahead Kosei was in farm as well, considering how often he swapped items towards that end game.
Yeah, a lot of item swaps at the very least. Even Stoem as well, right? Just trying to make sure that he can stay alive and try to hard carry this game. But that Feather Airstrike, yes, it's on a shorter cooldown, but in the end game, you just wish it just came up a little bit faster.
You can even see the trend in items for Siska kind of telling you a story about the game, with how quickly he was able to get his first 2 defense items, and then how long it took to get the Immortality and Twilight afterwards. The EXO were just not getting enough on the map off of this early lead.
Yeah, I think by the time we hit that 14-minute mark is when we saw the stalemate actually occur, right? The steal coming in from DXS happening closer towards the 18 to 20-minute mark as we go into the highlights. Again, these scenarios, and especially against First Turtle, need to be pre-planned by AERO Esports. Like, their composition is a lot harder to pull off, but I definitely think with the mistakes that we saw from DXS and a couple of outplays, like Kusei was making sure he wasn't getting hit by too many of these feathered airstrikes in comparison to Kim.
And the thing is, Kim was being the main target a lot of the time, and even though Storm so often committed the feathered airstrike just to try and pick him off, it didn't actually get anything, which meant that this very important burst ultimate was on cooldown without really much in return. And you can see AERO Esports is a very good team at taking these direct front to backs. It's a very classic death ball style for them. And EXO wasn't threatening the backline enough. By the time they started to really focus on doing that, there was already more than enough damage that Siska couldn't do it freely.
Yeah, oh man, it was very close game regardless. Both sides are going to be probably thinking about it, and I think for DXO, I think only at the very end did the tunnel vision become apparent. AERO Esports, it happened a lot sooner, and I think that's something that DXO need to take advantage of, right? Because I think that's where they have the edge over them.
There are good and bad things to be said about this game for sure. I'm still a big fan of how tenacious DXO is, even though they were in a tough situation. In a point of the game where they should not have the advantage, they're still able to make it so back and forth between them and AERO Esports and force such a long series. And in the same way, they needed more clean decision-making and more aggression to take advantage of their power spike. As for AERO Esports, just cleaner gameplay would have ended the game so much quicker. Just like snappy calls acted on correctly.
Yep. I think that trying to relay that information has been kind of hard for both of these teams. I think that generally, even if you set a plan and lay it out, if things happen too quick, you can only relay, hey, I need to go here. What do you do at that point, right? Does your teammate have to start peeling away, or is it a complete disengage? It's very hard to make sure that your calls, especially in terms of communications, relay everything you intend.
That's why having an IGL is such an important position, right? That's why we give shout-outs to the captain, to the people who are giving those commands in a game under pressure, having that bird's eye view of what the team needs to do at the right time has been a big question. And I think it's something that a lot of the teams in the lower half of the standings need to work on.
Yeah, well, I mean, regardless, I think that this is going to take some time before teams are going to kind of piece it together overall. And if we're talking about pieces of time, I think definitely we have to think about Fairy. Because again, if you're talking about pieces of time, it's better to have it on your wrist. The official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. And it comes in 3 colorways, green, black, and blue. There's also a special little white one.
Ooh, very fancy, very cool. I've seen you guys wearing this watch. I think it's very nice. I imagine so many people back at home would be interested in having one for themselves, just to snazz up as an accessory, you know, and make every outfit pop just a little bit more. And considering how important timing is in gameplay, having a cool watch, good way to do that.
Yeah, and don't forget, there's inbuilt like timers in the watch itself.
Yeah.
The stopwatch, it's ready to go. That's why you see the 3 dials, sorry, on that side, the 3 dials on the watch itself, in case you're looking not only for minutes, but even seconds to milliseconds. Woo! The Dragon Leather is always going to be cool, but we need to talk about adaptations, hopefully coming in from the draft side rather than the in-game side. I feel like AERO, they need something that's a little less execution heavy. If not, they need a stronger plan to make that execution work.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, it's fairly safe to play the kind of style they went with here because like Ranger Novaria is already such a strong combo, and as long as you don't lose too hard early, you're basically guaranteed to win in the late game. So sticking to that same style could actually work just fine for them. As for DXO, I still have to admit, I'm not actually that big of a Hilda fan under this current meta. Yes, she wins lane. Yes, she can unlock and become a threat. But if you're not able to make enough happen with it, the hero falls off pretty hard.
Well, here's the thing, right? There's 2 things that I didn't see Siska do enough. Number 1, dropping the ult early. Now, yes, you want to maximize the stacks of it, but if you drop the ult early, it amplifies the damage from everybody else on your team. And that's why there are a couple of awkward moments where it's like, we don't have enough damage, and he ends up snatching the kill when he shouldn't be. Regardless, we have the WhatsApp, the MPL Insider coming in from Kim. In what aspect did AERO improve from the previous weeks? And he said, honestly, we improved a lot in our comms. During week 1, our comms were really messy, not smooth at all. Now we've decided to let Rindo be the final shot caller, so this is the result you're seeing in week number 3. Interesting. They're giving the final call to their jungler.
It's not often that the jungler is the in-game leader, but it is a perfectly valid position to do it, especially since the jungler is going to be rotating around the map a lot anyway. And I have to admit, I can actually see the improvement. Compared to week 1, AERO Esports does seem to be a little more tight-knit in the way they're approaching the team fights, but there are definitely still a lot of improvements to be made. Maybe time will iron out the kinks since they only really just like decided, okay, let's let Rindo handle it. So we'll see.
Let's have a look at the MPL insider from Rossi then on the opposite side, because we asked him the exact same thing. In the team, who improved the most? And overall, he said, I'd say SkyZ. Among the rookies, it's Siska. When I first joined DX, he hardly spoke in game, but now he's trying to. And we heard Coach punishes you guys with push-ups. Who did the most? Cayman. Cayman did the most amount of push-ups.
Interesting to know. I wonder what kind of things Keeman has done to be punished the most.
Hey man, if we see by week, if he makes it to the playoffs and he's got the broadest shoulders of all time, the strongest back of all time, we know why. We know why.
I know he's gonna be doing more push-ups after this one, considering that particular engagement when he got saved from Joy and decided, I'm gonna jump back in.
I'm gonna jump back in. I think that's more of a mechanical mistake. No, that's indecision.
No, that's push-up.
Yeah, that's push-up worthy. That's push-up worthy. I'll take it. He'll have to take that one, unfortunately. Now, 14 seconds left. Let's talk about adaptations in the draft. I'm only going to assume that AERO more than happy to stay on the same side, but the decision isn't up to them. It's up to DXS. Do they want to take blue, or are they going back to red and just, you know, one more time, let's make it work?
Well, let's see what happens. We're going to be jumping into the draft for game number 2 right here, as AERO Esports is currently 1 game up, 1 game away from taking the 3rd consecutive victory in MPL Malaysia. And it looks like the sides have swapped, actually.
All right, this actually works in favor of the XS. Lucas, Matilda, as well as the Phovius. This is a very similar draft pattern to what we've seen in week 1 and week 2. The Lucas is the new addition to it overall. Coach Bam, on the other hand, getting rid of the chip, getting rid of the Basha still, and also getting rid of the Zhu Xin, which makes Kalia so valuable.
AERO Esports willing to open up the draft here. When you see the Phobias ban, though, it's very obvious that the team wants to prioritize the Harif. And this was previously banned by DxSoul in the first phase for game number 1, so they obviously put a good amount of attention to this hero in particular. On the opposite side, though, that means that Joy gets picked up by AERO once again alongside the Kalea.
I think Coach Baum, he just knows, right, that they're always going to be leaning into trying to get SkyZ a particularly good matchup here, especially if available. And regardless, having the Joy on Rindo is not bad. We saw that he can chop down even tankiest of members because Joy is just that good sometimes. Hayabusa and as well as Gatot gonna get locked in for DXS. The Gatot this early just to make sure that AERO, it's like, hey, you want to try and play a Farsa? You want to try and play your typical Yi? What about that low Yi? Regardless, we have a disengage mechanic.
It's a safe opening, the same scheme as Hylos, which does get picked up by AERO Esports, but it's not just as a way to deny picks like the Farsa, it's also a way to deny the Gatot itself from being picked up by AERO Esports, as that AOG is actually a pretty solid solution to Harif Zaman Force.
We see the second phase of the game.
When you gaze into the
Selena, man, it looks like Coach Bomb kind of wants to set up having a little bit more damage in that mid lane. But I think that for DXS, they did the same thing the last time in game number 1 itself. So they probably can read into this, but they've got Gatot already. I want to see whether they want to double up on that plan, or are they looking to try and set up a winning matchup for their EXP laner? If not, I mean, just back to Hilda.
Back to Hilda does work, but now that DxSoul have a Hayabusa, it does put even more pressure on them to ideally get some early game picks to work with. The Harif, though, will be some good late game insurance, so DxSoul at the very least have that to work around.
Now Lo Yi gets banned out. I want to see where Coach Mom is going to lead into this time. If you get rid... Alright, if you get rid of the Hilda, what else is there going to be? You're probably going to be left with CC. You're probably going to be left with potentially Kalia going into the hands of Reza. and then throwing high loss back into EXP. Is it even worth having that pickoff not have a map presence, kind of stuck into lane and only being available during neutral objective
Your
takes?
team is banning.
Not too certain, but the Pyramid being banned out is unusual. This is not a hero we see Stone playing often. And you wouldn't really think that it counters anything in particular outside of glue. But would AERO want to glue when they already have Hylos?
What? Even if you had a farmers, you have to deal with the AOG to begin with. And you don't want to be like, all right, guys, let's all clump up together, nice and close. We're going to Nether Realm. We're going to walk on into the scenario. Wan gets banned out this time round, so it looks like DXS kind of want to play a little bit more pickoff. They could be setting up for a potential Cho. Novaria gets locked in for AERO. No surprises that Kim is more than comfortable given the option of Farsa and as well as Novaria. Usually, if you pick him a hero early on, if you pick him a hero in game number 1, doesn't really change in game number 2.
I guess banning the Pharamis could also be to make sure that the Star Shatters make more of an impact, I guess. Since NetherRealm would just deny a potential pickoff. I'm still not too certain about that, but so far AERO's lineup is pretty solid overall, and they do actually still have the Granger open as a last pick if they decide to go for the same style as game 1.
Yeah, I think, honestly, we're probably going to get the same style this time. I think that DXS getting a little bit more damage so that Hayabusa has an easier time to build it, dish it out, will be okay. Valentina... Is Valentina... Okay, we'll see what the battle spells are. I think if it comes with Purify, sure, you've got some decent ults to work with overall. And especially since, well, it's not Hayabusa, but Granger, if affected by a Glorious Pathway, also kind of ruins his day.
Looks like it is going to be Granger Novaria. And I guess Valentina is actually not too bad here. There's genuinely a lot of good ults to steal. Glorious Pathway and Astral Echo can open up the team fight. You can even steal Tsunami Slam to catch a Rindo, so... Alright, I see the idea, but DX do not have a lot of damage to play around.
No, they, well, I mean, it kind of depends on how well Hayabusa does, to be perfectly honest. We'll see how this plays out. It's going to take some time now with the new Harith, unfortunately, getting nerfed a little bit. He does have a couple of adjustments here and there, but generally, he's not as strong until that Holy Crystal. More so now compared to last time. I am curious to see Siska's performance because, again, he's got a pretty good matchup into Reza, and now that glue has been changed a little bit with the new spread. Again, if he gets on those backlines, and depending on what his build is, he can basically just kill somebody single-handedly.
The new glue is pretty terrifying, but so is the situation that the EXO find themselves in. They want a win, they want to find those points, but AERO Esports threatens a clean sweep. They have 4 of the same heroes from game number 1, and an even stronger engage in Kalea now. Let's see if things go according to how history has written.
Hey, if it works, don't need to fix it. It looks like they're gonna go with a fast buff Claire. Zequeef was leashing the initial orange while Rindo was taking his purple, transverses over, and had a fast level 3 before the Little Wanderer even spawns. Looking at the emblems, pull yourself together, coming in from Kalea, not bad. It means that Zequeef wants to find these big engages similar to the Guinevere last game.
And compared to last game, there's no obvious Guinevere target that can dash away from the Kalea as well. So AERO Esports should be able to get even easier catches on something like the Gatot Kacha. So far, they are making sure that their early game is covered so they do not give up priority.
Yeah, Siska making sure that he has the Wilderness Blessing, able to rotate a little bit faster, not to mention a little bit extra MR and as well as armor. Storm taking quite a bit of damage here. I think he...
Rasi eating a lot of damage for Revitalize, popping him up so much, and here comes the Hayabusa. Redry, I think it hit a minion, but first blood is picked up by Rindo, and Rasi goes down. AERO Esports continuing the pressure, forcing a flicker out from Siska.
Good engagement so far, but it's not over just yet. Kim needs to clear up this wave, and now we need to see the level 4 start going through, because that initial kill coming in from Rindo is going to put him in a very comfortable spot. Keeman, on the other hand, was not able to get any of the neutral camps by the river. No Gold Crab, no EXP Crab, no Little Wanderer as well. So he's going to be behind ever so slightly.
He also uses Oki's Shadow Kill, so he's not going to have that available for this turtle take. DXO will ideally want to slow it down to make sure that it is off cooldown at least, and they are doing so right now.
Kim is already level 4. Same goes for Storm.
Oh, Tidal Strike. Not level 4 yet on Zkim, so no threat of the Tsunami Slam as DXO continues pulling more members over to keep control over the turtle. Rindo is here already though, came in a little bit slow to the party, but neither side intending to start just yet. Red comes in, they're gonna jump on top of the high-lows. Reza in trouble, Glorious Pathway comes out, but not in time as he gets picked off.
Yeah, and it looks like AERO have to just give away this very first turtle of the game. Interesting decisions being made. I think that AERO probably could have given them very first position and then looked for the engagement afterwards, which probably would have worked in Rindo's favor. But now, here we go. Ooh, Zkim decides not to do it. Thank God. Good communication.
Yeah, there would be no follow-up there. Novaria is already trying to leave, and even if not, she would not do enough damage to pick off Valentina. So AERO Esports playing it safe, playing it steady.
So far, AERO Esports just trying to scale up as fast as possible, right? Making sure that Rindo, yes, he's ahead, but we don't want to be giving too many resources over to DXO to ruin the gold lead. So far, it's only 270, now going over to the 400s to 500s, but I think that DXO, it's not enough of a gold lead to guarantee a win in these fights just yet.
Yeah, definitely not. They're gonna need at least like a 2k gold advantage at this stage to really guarantee straight up teamfight wins. Because AERO Esports does still have things to work around. Since they're fielding mostly the same comp as before, they're... Oh, hold on, Tsunami Slam pulls back Rasi right into 4 members. AOG defensively forced out as another Tsunami Slam stolen. Pulls Rindo back instead, but not really the right plan as AERO Esports just runs them down and picks them up one by one. It's 3-0 in favor of AERO.
Really nicely played by Rindo here. They were going to look for one more on Siska.
Siska trying to run to the tower for safety, but Kosei is right there waiting for the snipe. Red comes out. He's actually healing a lot here. A lot of stuns coming out.
Pull
and
back.
a grab on Kosei. He does... Where is the pull? I'm getting a bit confused there, but looks like Kosei will survive.
Interesting direction. He could have waited. Even if it was on cooldown, he could have waited, but you get a reset as soon as you go into that grab form. So, all right, that's totally fine. As long as AERO Esports maintains this lead, they'll be a very happy boy. In the meantime, though, I think that with Siska able to find one back here, he will eventually be a problem. We got to keep an eye on what items he's going to build. I'm not entirely sure what's the most meta way to play the Dew Glue, especially now that he does like a little more damage. Oh, hold on.
Astral Echo comes out, Tsunami Slam pulls the glue black. Glorious Pathway stolen by Storm. The setup for team as Revitalize comes out on Rasi. A lot of damage being eaten by AERO Esports. AOG knocks up 2, and the grab pulls Rindo in from the back. Right now he's very low, and Storm dashes forward to finish him off. Teemin secures the turtle, and AERO Esports forced to retreat.
No, that was not the right target. Even again, Glue gets his all back up pretty quick. I'm not gonna lie, and he's not easy to take down, especially since we don't have Trinity builds. Nobody's building DHS either. This guy said does not have his items just yet. Again, we cannot just keep blindly attaching ourselves to front liners.
Yeah, like it makes sense if you have a hero like Kalea or Cho to just grab the first person you see, because even eliminating a frontliner will immediately give you advantage in the team fight. But you gotta make sure you actually have enough damage to finish them off. And right now, AERO Esports does not have that.
Yeah, I get it if they're like 50% of their HP. That's when it's like, oh, that's a good time, right? You don't need as many people to apply the damage to ensure actually securing the kill. But this time around, it is only going to be a Type 1 issue. It looks like Stoa made the call. Something's going on his side, but it's a small enough issue that we can settle it within the minute.
Once again, thank you very much to our marshals for making sure that everything is in order and being in position to resolve any issues that might crop up. But yeah, I think AERO Esports needs to vary up their gameplay approach here. All things considered, if they're really going to try and grab someone from the front line, it should actually be the Gatot, not the Glue, because Glue actually still takes a little moment to actually pop the grab, and after that, he doesn't actually threaten too big on DPS. If you can force the AOG out from Gatot instead, that would be more value for you rather than trying to get rid of the jelly guy.
Yeah, the jelly guy is a little annoying, I'm not gonna lie. Little annoying. And not to mention that he actually gets his stacks relatively quick with the revamp in his spread, which I'm not gonna lie, kind of annoying. Kind of annoying for backliners.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty nice update though. Really plays into that Glue aesthetic of splitting up into tiny goos. So
Tiny goos?
they are actually called goos, I think.
Really?
Yeah, if I remember correctly in the description, the tiny ones are called goos.
Oh man, that's the worst. That's the worst. God. I wish the lightning.
You know what? I'm gonna make sure.
I
Just so I'm not spreading false information.
Don't worry, we'll get some confirmation, but I swear to God, I wish that lightning trencher would just infinitely proc this little goose.
Actually, doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't infinitely proc against each other.
It doesn't? I thought it did.
Infinitely? No. Like
Did
one
they-
time, yes.
did-
Infinitely, no.
Oh, okay, yes. But like, okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about now. But it's still like a lot.
It hurts. It definitely hurts the little goose in this
Yes.
case.
They are called goos.
God, I hate it. I hate this hero. I hate everything
Spread
about him.
starts with glue splits into goos.
Oh, nasty. All right, let's get back into this game. As Skyzen is able to secure a T1 down bot side. That's 2 turrets to nothing against AERO Esports as they wrestle for control over the goal lead.
Even with this back and forth though, DX Soul doesn't have that much of a gold advantage yet. Not even at that 2K that I was talking about previously. Only hovering around the 1K mark here. If they're able to continue building this up, then it'll be very good for them though, as AERO Esports does still need to play for that late game like game 1.
Oh, okay.
I don't think he kills.
No, he doesn't kill, but it's actually a very good estimate of how much damage he actually deals to Rindo. So that he's going to keep that in mind. He deals at least 70% of damage. That is the threshold. Anything below 70%, there's a good chance he actually kills if he finds him isolated. In the meantime, though, AERO Esports now recognizing the threshold has been, well, up to 70%. Everybody else who's especially squishier, Kusei for an example, even Zquiff, who doesn't have the items just yet, have to be a little careful.
Yeah, ideally if they can catch Keeman, it would be massive for AERO Esports, as he is basically the only early game damage threat that they have to worry about at this stage of the game. But ZK being able to find Keeman is going to be a very tall order, especially if they keep up the same gameplay style of just jumping the front.
Yeah, we'll see whether or not AERO Esports is going to change things up, because Reza now opening up the mid-river bush is going to help out. Ooh, wow, okay, that's a bit of damage here onto Reza. Something to keep in mind as the fleeting time is now complete. AERO Esports now, they have to ensure each one of these kills. If Zquiff finds a catch, they have to get it so they ensure value from this fleeting time.
That is the first item fleeting time though. ZK going for catch as much as
Worth it.
possible. Gonna knock up Rasi, force out the revitalize. Okay, not full committing yet. Baiting resources instead. Astral Echo comes out. Scout providing information. They will eventually find him. I don't think they're killing Glue anytime soon though. He's gonna push Reza forward. Force out the revitalize from Hylos as well. And DX Soul very cleanly secure the turtle.
AERO just wants the scale. And here comes the conceal play with the glorious pathway coming in from Soul to try and catch Kusei off.
Oh, the jump in, and Kim immediately executes the Granger and Kim as well. Double kill for Kakashi. And SkyZ picks up Reza as well.
That's what we want to see. Clean by DX. Oh.
Rindo electrifying beat.
Huh?
He wants the 1v1 Kim but Rasi is here, so it's a bit too dangerous. He'll decide against it.
Oh, man. He definitely had an opportunity there. Came in, I think he was like, what, 3 to 4 seconds off actually getting his quad shadows back, but because he gets zoned out like this T1 actually collapses, and this works out so well. There is an initial setup. They see the opportunity. They capitalize on that opportunity, and they get a huge convergence. All 4 factors leading to a 4K lead for DX Soul. That's what we want to see coming in from these teams.
That is firmly above the threshold that DX Soul needed to have solid mid-game advantage against AERO Esports. Now, if they're able to continue pushing this advantage, they can end the game before Kim and Kosei become the same issue they had in game number 1.
Yeah, but however, it's all about those opportunities, right? And that's what DX Seoul have been trying to do. They don't exactly have a Tsunami Slam to work with, and Siska now becoming a legitimate threat, especially to the front lines.
ZK not gonna go for the Tsunami Slam on the SkyZ. He is aware that he still has Purify, but I feel like he could have still tried at least to bait it out.
I don't know, it's a little tough to say. I think he is going to have to wait. Probably level
Shadow kill. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Nearly kills Kim, even after sharing with Reza. Glorious Power comes out, but Siska literally just stands in between them. Tsunami Slam on the glue, but he's still alive. AOG! Two-man knockout, instant killing spree from Keeman. Rindo trying to finish off the glue, but he flickers away, and even Keeman able to jump away from the electrifying beats as DX Seoul finds 2 for nothing.
Siska still alive throughout that fight. God, I hate that grab. It is the absolute worst to deal with. You think he's trying to run away. You think that this should be a pretty easy kill. Pops his ult, gets a little bit of life back, and you're like, whoa, yo, why does he have a reset on his abilities? Why is he like so unkillable?
And now he's on top of one of your friends as well. It's just not a good time all around. As Siska doing a great job of just being a wall that AERO Esports cannot get through. And that is so much space. Keeman now 3-0-3 on the Hayabusa.
Yeah, it's just the worst to play against. It's just the worst. Such an annoying play style. At least it does take a lot more skill than something along the lines of Uranus. Thank God he's not in meta. In the meantime, with the lead that we see from DX Seoul, they've again, 2 big engagements from them have won them a lot of these fights, as well as turned these really huge conversions on neutral objectives, and more importantly, structural damage, permanent structural damage against AERO.
Now they are down to only 1 external tower, and the Lord is still pushing down bot lane. It's an 8k goal lead for DX Seoul. That is a huge wall for AERO to go overcome.
Yeah, Kosei has to take the safe build. He can't be greedy with it. Needs to get an early Malefic Roar to try and cut through the armor built by both Arashi and as well as Siska. With this Lord about to crack open, maybe another inhibitor here. We'll see.
Early defense will do a lot of damage to the Lord. Lord does some damage in return, but it will go down. It's only the first Lord of the game, so it won't do all that much. But the Glorious Pathway comes out once again. AOG going to miss. Rasi trying to zone out. Does survive with the Revitalize for a little while. Eventually picked off though, as Zaman Force is being disrupted. Rindo on top of SkyZ with electrifying beats, and now Siska is abandoned. Oh, it's such a mess here from the EXO.
Why didn't he just wait for the wave to get a little closer and his teammates to show first before going for the AOG? What was the plan there? What was happening? Why did he do it so early on, blindly, when the tower wasn't even hitting the minions in the first place?
Yeah, that was literally jumping the gun from Rasi, like a little bit too aggro with that. And because of the mess up in timing, AERO Esports got a counterattack that they really should not have had.
I mean, they still got the inhibitor regardless, right? From a 7k gold lead now to a 5k gold lead. It's very minuscule in the eyes of DX Seoul. But we'll see how they're going to play this next lore take, right? Because again, AERO are now clumping up very, very close together. They don't want to start splitting apart. They're very nervous that Cayman might find an isolated kill, because again, he would probably be the strongest amongst the lobby. I know that Rindo, yeah, now with that endless battle, he will be the strongest, because I know Rindo was stuck on 2 items for the longest time. He should have already obtained his 3rd, but Cayman, he is a legitimate threat.
Kimin will still be the main issue for AERO Esports to worry about, but if they're able to dispatch the rest of DX Seoul in advance, then it gives them a lot more space to play with. The fact that Rasi was taken out before the fight even started previously allowed them to push forward.
See how it's gonna pan out, right? Because again, very deep play.
Roland Glorious Pathway, a taunt onto Reza as the title strike comes out. Not gonna commit to it as this guy is buying space, but he is starting to eat quite a lot of damage here. Their immortality finally purchased on the glue, and Conceal counter attack from
God.
AERO. Glorious Pathway comes out from Reza this time. Revitalize comes out as well. Siska gonna be eating damage from Kosei. ZK not gonna commit the dive as the Ogi Shadow Kill jumps in on Kim. Ooh, Skyzed trying to go for the finisher, but they're not able to get it. Kosei and Kim so low. Kim is not able to re-engage. Reza though, gonna be left alone in the front and eventually taken out. They'll also scout out Rindo, forcing him away from the Lord Pit.
What is the call here from DX Seoul? I mean, they knew Kim In was really deep in enemy territory anyways, but why is Siska looking to try and bait them in a little deeper, to try and actually go for these big? Because again, it's a very important choke point that they could have held against AERO Esports. They almost guaranteed the flicker coming out from Kim back into his team as well, and not to mention that even Rasi with the AOG, a little late overall. DX Seoul, they need to take advantage of these angles that Keeman is finding by himself.
Yeah, the synergy of abilities is not very well timed from DX Seoul. I'm getting the feeling that is an issue they will need to work on moving forward, because better connected abilities would have guaranteed 1 or 2 more kills there on AERO Esports. But they do still hold the lead for now, so DX Seoul can try to push in with this Lord.
I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to set up for SkyZ. Because again, he is almost max build at this point, right? He already completed his 3 items, and now, even earlier, I saw him actually get the concentrated energy. At this point, he's just waiting for situational items, right? He wants to get into this fight.
And he's gonna slowly try and make space for it. The waves were not the most synced, unfortunately. AERO Esports were able to clear them up before DX Seoul could really do anything with them. The Lord is almost taken out as well. Astral Echo will slow down and basically zone out DX Seoul. Even the Glorious Pathway to make sure the minions can come on in. Countered with their own Glorious Pathway, stolen by Stome. But Revitalize allows Reza to just stand there and eat all the damage the tower would have taken. And AERO Esports keeps all their structures alive.
Okay, I think that would have been a pretty good time for an AOG to come out from Rossi to try and zone away, or at the very least try and secure something here. At least a mid-inhibitor turret, that would have been nice. As the conceal comes on out, came in. Don't do it.
Kevin.
Don't do it. He sees Z-Creep and he's like, all right, I learned what happened the last time. My team is not in position as well. Not like we were all going to come in at the same time anyways, but no guaranteed kills. No isolation fights.
He doesn't want to do more push-ups.
Yeah. He's like, my back, coach, please.
My arms, they're already jelly and not even glue.
Coach Bob, please don't make me do more. Anything with that. Oh, it's going to connect. Wishing Lantern already completed by Kim. That's going to make sure that Siska respects the space. Ow.
Ouch. SkyZ gonna eat that right to the face. Still not doing as much damage as I imagine Kim would want yet, but it is slowly building up. And Kosei still has only died once as well on this Granger.
Well, like a glowing wand, it's a slow burn, right? They're just taking their time here. They can keep on poking them out. Siska able to get a little bit of health back off of the waves every single time. He walks over to that slam. It picks up his little glue. In the meantime, though, it looks like both DX Seoul as well as AERO Esports want to make sure that the execution is clean. In terms of fighting for the space, honestly, not much to fight in terms of the map size until that Lord spawns, and even for neutral camps on both sides. Green camps, again, not going to be too much value to AERO Esports now that they've already got the completed core items.
They will find Siska hiding in the mid bush. That should give DX Seoul some information that AERO Esports wants to go for this Lord. Siska's gonna scouting out. Keemin is in the backline. AOG forces flicker out from Kim. Reza now gonna be left alone as Keemin looking for the back once again. Ogi shadow kill. Mega kill for Keemin. Picks up 1, almost picks up 2. Never mind, he does pick up 2. Double kill for the Hayabusa. Reza chased down as well. Grab on top of Kosei. Z-Kim is gone. It's a shutdown from Kosei, but it is not enough because he gets shut down in return. Triple kill for SkyZ as DX Seoul take game number 2. And we're getting a full series, ladies and gentlemen.
No sweeps. DX Seoul able to steal away games just as expected. Huge plays coming in on this Hayabusa, and Siska getting right on top of Kuse on that spread, on that grab with the spread. Oh my goodness. This is why glue is so valuable.
And this is exactly what we needed to see from DX Seoul in game number 1. Push the aggression. Punish AERO for playing a safe late game scaling composition. The choice of bringing in Glue here was a big one, as it just created so much space for them to play around.
Yeah, which makes the question, was it necessary to ban out the Farmist? They could have just held it up. They could have just held it up. And not to mention that they have first pick on red side on the second phase.
There is a lot to point out. Even though we are getting a full series, this was still not a clean game by any means from both teams. There were still mistakes that could be fixed. There were still calls that could have been made that could have ended it sooner.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, a lot of things could have been made a little bit sooner, but I definitely think that I would imagine that at some point they gotta lean into things that they're comfortable with, and that's what we saw from DXSoul, and that is why we saw initially AERO betting out things like Hayabusa that early on blue side in game number 1 itself. Came in, it's clear that he's way more comfortable on this Hayabusa than some of the other junglers, and the angles that he is fighting are really good.
I mean, I think it's a lot easier to play Hayabusa into a front-to-back comp than Suyo against 4 magic damage dealers, right? That's why Kimin is gonna get the MVP for game number 2. Like you pointed out, Gideon, positioning was much cleaner, he felt more confident, and his KDA reflects that.
Yep, his KDA does reflect that. A 5-1 and 5, just a slow, it was a bit of a slow snowball, but once he got those first 3 items, he really started to take the lead in terms of finding these isolated engagements, finding these off angles to sneak in, and that's the beauty of the quad shadows. Not to mention his 5-1 and 5 KDA and 77% kill participation. I think that at this point, DXSoul, when it comes down to playing in their comfort picks and the calls that they are making, are a lot more adaptable when they feel comfortable on the hero.
I went into the series expecting DXSoul to be more the aggressor and more the adapter, because it does feel like AERO Esports like sticking to a single style that they prefer playing, and that's why they ended up staying with the majority of the same draft they had in game number 1, but you don't see teams doing this for a reason. It does end up being kind of predictable with how you're going to approach the game.
Yeah, extremely predictable in a matter of fact. I still don't understand why AERO decided to get rid of Farmist when honestly there was no reason to. You have that initial first pick. You already showed what your flex was going to be. You could have just straight away held off on it. I think regardless, maybe it's because they were a little uncomfortable on that red side. It looks like both teams are a lot more comfortable playing from blue.
The thing is, I feel like AERO Esports had a perfectly fine red side draft. They literally opened with Kalea Joy.
I mean, yes, they did open up with the Kalea Joy. They had one of the better starters overall. I think the mistake came into the second phase, right? Again, they should have known that Glue is an available option. And if Siska can already play a majority of tank, I wouldn't be too surprised, especially a Hilda as well. Glue is not too far off. It's not
even
like
more so. They banned the Faramis themselves.
Exactly, right? So there is that disparity of like, excuse me, heck, why? What are we trying to achieve here, right? So it could just be a situation where Reza is like, I'm a little uncomfortable playing Glue, or I'm more comfortable. Honestly, there's not much of a justification for this. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah, like really looking back at it properly, why did they do that in the second phase? Like, why ban Faramis?
Reza as the EXP laner. I don't want to play EXP Farmist, sir. But I was like, we told you to practice.
Like,
no, please.
This is the pocket pick. This is the new this is the new strat.
This is the new strat. No, coach, please.
Okay, if you're not gonna play it, we have to ban it so they can't do it.
I'll do the push-ups, sir. I'll do the push-ups.
So many push-ups. And it's not even the right team.
It's not even the right team. God, that's so funny. Overall, I think that this has been a pretty straightforward game. I mean, it's still a 17-minute 55. I think that DXSoul is very slow on that scale. And really, the thing that kind of irks me is the fact that SkyZ was really strong for a significant amount of time. He got 3 items pretty early on into the game, even having like a concentrated energy by like the 14th, 15th minute. At that point, I think that DXSoul should just look for these fights. They should be looking for these fights where they're playing towards SkyZ. If Cayman can find an angle, that's when they should actually step on the gas.
The thing is, right, I agree with you. DXO could have actually played even more aggressively, but it's actually a bit hard to do that against AERO Esports in particular because they play so slow and safe, right? They're almost always together. Their positioning is never really overextended, and because of that, you end up with like particularly long games.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough, right? I think they have to kind of see the gaps as a team if you see a majority of AERO Esports are noticing them starting to gather together, especially if you are seeing Kusei trying to get into that carry formation. Yes, he's able to poke you out, but you've got good tools. You've got Rich Guy over here, came in farming hard. He can find the angles. You have Siska as the ultimate sandbag. Nobody's threatening this Goo, let's be perfectly honest. And not to mention, Stoem. He's a guaranteer. If they try to engage, at least with the Valentina, you're kind of able to terrify them and slowly peel back.
Yeah, he had so many good ultimates to steal from. I think he majorly used the
Glorious
Pathway, right? And that was a very good way for them to actually dive into AERO, considering how safe they position a lot of the time. But we also did see him steal the Tsunami Slam here and there to be able to catch out people. So DXO had tools to play around with, and when they were able to do so, you can see their damage is just overwhelming, especially with Kimin just instantly jumping the backline and forcing Kosei and Kim away.
Yeah, I mean, especially the earlier stages of the game. But then afterwards, right, it felt like DXL was waiting for AERO Esports to make the mistake rather than being proactive on the map itself. A lot of these AOGs were used in that sense of, hey, again, oh, dude, Rasi, choke point.
Wrong choke point. It really does hurt to see this again, because if he had gone in the other direction, that would have been so beautiful.
It would have been huge.
Maybe a bit too beautiful.
Maybe, but unfortunate for Kusei getting hooked on to the grab. This is why Glue is such a pain in the butt. He just threatens all backliners, just in general.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, like that's what the hero is meant to do. In the past, when we saw old Glue, right? He was more of a frontline threatener. You just get that split in, you pull the tank away from the rest of the team. But now that you have such easy access to your Goo form with the spread, you can just spam it on basically anyone.
Yeah, not to mention that you can kind of just like throw it at people without having the Glue to pull yourself towards it. Just get those stacks in the first place. As long as you have the stacks, it's pretty good in general. Oh boy. This coming into Game 3, I mean, I'm not even 100% sure what they could do to try to adapt to these scenarios. It's definitely a blunder in the second phase of the draft. Coming into back to blue side, I would assume, for Coach Bomb. The only thing is just understanding power spikes.
I think the thing is they do know power spikes. It's clear that AERO is trying to play for that late game in the first place.
Yeah, but it's only around a singular win con of like, Kusei gets strong, we win game, you know? It's like, we're not taking into account if the EXP actually develops a lead for themselves, if the mid lane is able to develop a lead for themselves. I think Stoem at the very least from the side of DXS is very aware when he wants to do it. Kim, on the other hand, is a lot more utilitarian about it.
Which is kind of strange, because I remember Kim to be the aggressive mid laner. And I kind of missed that style.
Maybe it's like the amount of scrims and even professional play last season of just like ube the whole way.
I guess so.
It's just if you have a lead, you gotta make sure.
But then you don't even have that ube core anymore. You don't have those players anymore. Oh
boy, it's really tough to say overall what some of these adjustments, especially with the amount of mistakes that are being made. But with that being said, it seems like Rose is doing a little bit of a giveaway happening up on the stage. Rose, what are you up to?
And terima kasih kepada caster kita. Hai semua, Rose here. Dan sekarang, Rose bersama dengan dua penonton kita. Now, it's because Rose nak buat challenge yang baru. So, semalam dengan Jumaat, kita buat macam Naruto challenge kan? Untuk Naruto MLBB Spin Challenge kali ini, Rose akan bagi korang masa 30 saat. Siapa tangan paling wangi, bolehlah dapat hadiah. Okay, so challenge ni macam ni. Rose ada 30 saat kan? Dua-dua phone ni adalah diamond. Banyak. Korang kena spin je. Spin sampai dapat. Kalau lah let's say 30 saat tu korang tak cepat sangat tak dapat skin, siapa punya token paling tinggi yang boleh exchange, itulah dapat hadiah. Ready?
Okay, ready.
Ready?
Ready.
Nervous?
Boleh lah.
Boleh lah. Abang?
Tak juga.
Bila korang spin dekat ML ni, tangan korang biasanya wangi ke tak wangi sangat?
Wangi juga.
Oh, wow. Abang?
Good luck ah.
Good luck. Hari ni rasa laki tak?
Laki.
Akak?
100%.
100%. Okay, so ready ah? In 3, 2, 1, go! Paling banyak spin ya? Wish. Siapa cepat? 1v1, 1v1. Wish, abang ni cepat, fast hand betul. Mesti main Fanny tak?
Main Link.
Link. Ada nervous dah. Akak? Angela, okay. Ini adalah 1v1 30 saat. Siapa cepat dia yang dapat hadiah daripada kita orang dekat MPL. Uish. Oi. Oh, time's up. Okay. Tengok token. Okay, token akak 3,638. Okay, kita boleh nampak token akak 3-6 straight habis. Okay, ready. Dia gelak, I tak tahu kalau dia lebih ke dia lagi rendah. Okay, nak tengok. Kita sama-samalah. Tengok. 3, 4. Oish. Abang, memang tak wangi
Tak tahu. Nervous kot.
Nervous. I ingat main link cepat tau.
Ni apa? Buff habis.
Buff habis, kalah dengan Angela. Alright, terima kasih abang. Tapi jangan risau, kami mesti ada hadiah untuk abang juga. Untuk akak. Akak, pilihlah skin mana yang you nak. Okay, boleh exchange. Okay, tunjuk dekat kamera. Nak yang mana?
Nak yang ni.
Kalea. Nak send kat siapa tu akak? Tak ada skin?
Tak ada. Oh lah pula.
Tak ada skin? Yang lain. Ada apa? Atas. Semua dah ada? Aduh, I rasa tadi akak terdapat lah. Okay, memang tangan akak memang wangi. Kita suka. Dan sebab tu, akak akan menerima 5,000 diamond untuk spin Naruto skin dekat akaun akak.
Thank you so much.
Nak cakap apa-apa tak?
Wangi tangan.
Wangi tangan. Mungkin win streak malam ni ya kak?
Mungkin.
Alright, terima kasih akak. And with that, mari let's go back to the game. Kita nak tahu siapa akan menang perlawanan ini. And with that, casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. Let's have a look at the players and how they're preparing for this upcoming battle, because it really just comes down to who makes the better decisions in draft and in game.
I'm gonna be honest, Gideon, I'm already kind of tired watching this first match of the day and just seeing what's happening, because there's just so many misplays, so many mistakes. Like DX is more adaptable. They feel more tenacious, they feel more driven. But AERO Esports feels a little bit more consistent with how they approach MLBB, and I don't know, I think we do need to see a different draft from AERO for sure.
Oh, we're not. we're
not? You think so?
Yeah, they're going to go back to first pick selection. I think they want to re-simulate. I think Coach Bam, based on what we've seen in the past couple of seasons, at the very least, if it works, don't necessarily need to fix it
I
as
get
hard.
you. That's what they did in Game 2, but it didn't work in Game 2.
Yeah, that's because they banned out Faramis Phase 2. They knew Glue was going to show up.
So that's the only thing they're going to change?
I think that's probably it. They're
Really?
probably going to be like, okay, if you're not going to ban out Claire, we're going to ban out Jushin. I think they're also going to make sure that they're going to secure Joy once more. I don't think that's going to change. Other than that, maybe the mid laner option on Novaria probably is still going to be the same. If it does eventually get swapped out, or let's say Storm picks it up very, very early, all right, he switches to Farsa. You know, I don't think... For that part, I think it's pretty straightforward, because AERO doesn't necessarily show two different, completely separate comps. They usually stick to one thing, especially for a series in a game.
Yeah, I think it's a very signature style, and it makes a lot of sense with how they play as well, but I feel like we need to see more uniqueness. I don't feel like AERO is really putting everything out there, and you're kind of putting yourself at a disadvantage if you keep playing the same style, the same draft over and over again. I think that's what some of the lower teams are dealing with as well.
Yes, but I think this all depends on whether or not it's worth it. And I think that considering the difference between K-Mins like Hayabusa to Suyo, like, I mean, there was a world of difference in terms of the angles that he had access to compared to his Suyo.
They will probably ban Hayabusa at the very least. Maybe we'll see a glue ban in the second phase depending on how the draft goes, but I can see where you're coming from. It feels like AERO Esports are probably going to largely play the same style, but cross our fingers, that's something a little more interesting pops out for the draft in game number 3.
Oh wow, it's not. It definitely isn't. Ooh-wee, who could have saw this one coming, sir?
Oh, Joy did, yep.
Wow, who would have seen this one, Coach, please.
Are we watching a replay?
The euphony of suffering.
Okay, that's different. They steal the Granger with the Kalea.
All right, I'm all for it. I want to see how this is going to play out now, because again, I think that generally based on what we saw in the previous matchup, I think that Rossi is a little bit more consistent with the way that he plays Kalea compared to Zqueep. But Zqueep's engages have been very, very nice. The Badang, I think, is a very good flex pick at this point in time, but they also get a very early Selena, which kind of tells me that AERO is kind of leaning into a more aggressive position, a more skirmishy style of comp. Whenever Rindo wants to fight, they can do it on a dime.
Yeah, I think that's pretty solid. This is already looking different from before, both teams making some variations, so we can breathe a sigh of relief at least that it's not going to be like the same comp as game 2 where one hero changed again. With Selena, AERO Esports can actually still play a similarly slow style as well, but operate off of Abyssal arrows connecting on the opposite side.
Yeah, although this does mean that AERO needs to be a little careful with their choice of roamers. Fulvius was let through this time round, and it's very early on. I think that Coach Theo is going to ban out some of the bad matchups against it. And he's definitely going to be looking to ban out things like maybe even Glue. Maybe on top of that, also getting rid of the CC. Because again, if Fulvius is able to kind of do what he wants, again, plenty, 3 already with dashing triggers from the side of AERO. That's a lot of ways for him to get resets.
If you compare this up with another form of solid CC like the Cho, for example, then it's going to be very difficult for Rindo to actually go anywhere on the map. So I'm expecting that to be a highlight pick for the Exol going into the second phase. AERO do interestingly get rid of the Suyo. They don't have quite as much magic presence compared to before, so they're not taking that risk.
Yep, getting rid of the high loss is a very good idea. Instead of looking to find that natural pair, since the Kalea is open, since the Kalea has already been locked in on top of the Fulvius, they have to play it very honest. Edrin, very smart of AERO to get rid of.
All of the common jungle pickups, and especially the ones that have some way of dealing with a Joy, have just been taken off the table. So now Kimin gonna need to dig a little bit deeper in those pockets to figure out what jungler he's gonna bring to the fray.
Yep, and now Coach Theo is probably looking at him as like, man, I wish I could lock you in, Fanny, but even if I did, there's still a couple of bad utility on the opposite side of AERO that could really ruin their day. Especially with the Badang already available, especially with the vision that can be applied with the Abyssal Traps coming in from Selena. And not to mention, there's still 2 more picks to complete their comp. Now, they're going to be locking in the Vexana early on to
keeping it open, so they're saving something for the jungle.
Why lock in Vexana here? Why do you want the added extra CC or the extra body for Joy to jump through?
Well, the Vexana Terrify, I'll tell you, is something that I find very, very annoying, actually. Comes out very fast, can hit you in melee range. If timed correctly, is actually not a bad hero at all for just zoning the Joy or the Selena out if you're able to hit it.
I guess, but I think they kind of want Storm to be independent. I think they want Rossi to kind of run around the map a little bit more. I don't think they have many jungle options left, to be fair. And I think the AERO is trying to lock them out. Irithyll gonna get locked in on top of getting the Edith as well. Edith, not a bad matchup into the Phoveus at the very least. It provides a lot more utility in the middle of those fights.
Wow.
There we go. Ling gets locked in.
Okay, well, it makes sense why the XS were saving their jungle for the final pick here. You want this sort of hero to come out without any potential counter. And while AERO does have some catch, there's not quite enough super hard lockdown to really keep a Ling in place, especially if the rest of DXS are able to bait skills out.
Yeah, nothing that is homing, nothing that requires easy execution. They have to be really, really precise to catch the Ling. But it's high risk, high reward, right? Ling takes a while to farm up to get into a very dangerous position. Not to mention, if we're talking about like the lane-to-lane matchups, all of which aren't too great for the side of DXS. Granger does not win out his lane as hard as he wants to unless we see a mistake from Kusei, which is unlikely. Storm as well can only get priority but must dodge every single arrow. Even the EXP side of things is a bit of a sandbag.
Yeah, there's a lot of hoops that DxO are gonna need to jump through here to deal with the composition coming out of AERO Esports. But they're gonna need to do it in order to secure a victory and stop the winning streak that AERO has been on for the last couple of matches. Buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. We're jumping into Game 3.
All right, let's see how Game 3 is going to play out, because there's a lot of ways that this comp can break down so very, very fast. And I mean, the Kalia is going to have a large role in this game.
Definitely. I think Kalea Vexana does give DX a pretty solid mid duo to play around, so they can maybe use that to get space on the map, because Storm will clear faster than Kim, and Rasi definitely has prio over a Badang roam, but not if they get hit by Abyssal Arrow. Rasi nearly dead, flickers out, a flicker forward by Kim! He gets caught though! That is a mistake right there! Feeds first blood to Kimin.
That's what we want to see from the side of AERO Esports. Get aggressive here. There's not a lot that DxO can do back at them.
But they do give up that first blood as a result of it, so AERO Esports gonna need to be a little bit more careful. Underestimated the amount of healing that Rasi could potentially generate for himself there. Rindo now gonna be caught out by Siska, the knockup from Rasi, but not enough yet as the Kalea is only level 2.
I mean, at the same time, DxO, if they are trying to make this comp work and just start this initial snowball, it really boils down to, can we hit and then disengage almost immediately after, right? We saw the emblems. Even Storm is taking Pull Yourself Together, expecting to get jumped on, expecting to have to flicker forward if necessary to capitalize on these tsunami slams coming out from Rasi's side. And not to mention that even for Cayman, right? Even without items, he does a bit of damage thanks to the war cry, but as soon as that time's out, he's got to bail.
I think that's perfectly fine though. DxO wants to go in for more of these hit and run situations, since the only hero that can really stay anyway is going to be Siska on that Phoveus. Stope though, already going to be zoned out quite early on before the turtle fight. The Earth Shatter Flicker combo right into the Abyssal Arrow. And Rasi is melted away. Siska now 1v4. The rest of DxO cannot back him up. I don't know why he decided to go for that, as AERO Esports takes 2 kills and the turtle.
Once again, they have to predetermine how they want to play these turtle scenarios. Are you looking to get your support level 4? Are you looking to play just for position? You still have your flickers available. Why aren't you using them in these cases?
A lot of questionable decisions here, already giving AERO a 1k lead early on, which is not what DxO would want. But they do have Granger and Ling to play around, so their late game scaling is pretty good, as long as they don't fall too far behind.
Well, speaking about falling behind, right? It is a slight lead for AERO Esports at this point. Oh,
initiating on Reza here, but the onwards pulls Siska back in. Eternal Guard gonna do a 2-man knockup, as now Tempest Ablaze comes out, doing a lot of damage over the AERO. Reza gonna be the first one picked up, and now Rindo being chased down by Kimin with the down, but he gets cancelled. Fist crack. Rindo is eventually picked up though, thanks to Rasi's intervention. Double kill for the Kalea. A little bit too late for Kosei to join the party as well.
Pretty good overall. I mean, I don't know what AERO Esports was expecting here. I think they were trying to just outplay the scenario. Ziqu got very, very close, right? Let's look at this instant replay one more time, because Rasi, he finds a 2-man knockup almost straight away. And I think that with Siska, getting these resets are extremely important, considering that Kimin has, again, they could see, AERO Esports could see him sitting on top of that wall to make the decision for himself. But keep in mind that as long as Kim misses a single arrow, that gives him the green light to go further and further and further.
That's always the risk with a hero like Selena. You are particularly vulnerable to dive compositions because you need to be the one initiating. And if Kim doesn't initiate, the Exol is gonna do it for him. And they've got a lot more to work with right now.
For now, the lead, goal lead, evens back up 200 up, 300 up, and now about to be 400 for the side of DX Seoul. Next turtle is also going to be coming through, right? In these fights, again, Reza, he can't just walk in and keep trading against the Phoveus time and time again. There's no need for him to do that unless there is guaranteed follow-up. If not, their eyes are looking at a different target. Again, Kim has the right idea, right? You're looking for people like Storm. You're looking for people like Lassie, for example.
He's able to dash away from Rasi as well. He doesn't want to get picked off the same way as before. Consistently providing vision here. Keeman also going to be scouted out by Rindo. Takes a little bit of poke damage, but the electrifying beats committed to run away from Rasi. That means DX can just go all out for this turtle. Tsunami Slam pulls Reza back. And he's gonna pop the Primal Wrath, flickers away. Siska buying a lot of time. It's 1v3 in the front line, and now DX will pick off Reza. Killing spree for Rasi. Siska will eventually be traded, but his job is done. Still 50-50 on the turtle, though, as the rest of AERO is coming in. Rindo jumping on Stone, gets picked up with the tidal strike. The cancel on the electrifying beats. Keeman waiting for an opportunity. Turtle gets slightly reset. We're looking at a pretty long objective dance here, folks. As now Rasi gonna be caught out. Abyssal Arrow connects with Keeman. A retreat. He still secures the turtle somehow.
This is starting to get a little rough. But at the end of the day, it's still a recoverable position. It's not impossible to come back from it because in the meantime, at least Kusei was able to get double waves. And I think at this point, again, both sides have a very similar strategy with how exactly they want to scale up into this game, very much around their gold laners. But at the same time, once the EXP lanes have started to walk away and play this, well, more centric, more secondary roam sort of style, that's when it gets a little uncomfortable, right? I'm hoping that Siska comes into a position where he eventually is able to kind of hold that front line.
Rasi able to jump away from the attempted catch by ZK. If that's actually the fist crack committed, I don't think the rest of AERO was close enough to follow up on that.
For now, again, I think these EXP laners need to be very proactive. They need to minimize the amount of goal loss they actually have. I think their roles are going to be by far the most important, other than Kim landing these abyssal arrows and Storm with his stun of his own.
EXO gonna slow it down a little bit now. Gonna aim to get a little bit more of a position. They should be quite close to the next item spike from Keeman. So I think they're probably waiting for that to re-engage again.
It's gonna be tough, right? I don't know. Both sides seem to be playing the map pretty well. Keeman trying to get these splits. And I think that as long... He does have a bit of a level lead as well. He's gonna try and go for this steal. Oh, this looks punishable.
ZK is gonna be able to find him. Doesn't quite have the crack yet. Will get the stun in, but the Tempest Blaze comes out in time, and the Tsunami Slam pulls ZK back. Keeman comes out of it with a killing spree.
Why didn't Rindo rotate sooner? I mean, they saw all of this happening, and Rindo was adamant on clearing up that wave.
They're gonna try and clear it up mid-wave. Electrifying beats on top of Siska. Reza gonna catch Rasi, but the flicker out from the Kalea and a counter attack picks off him. DX Soul biting back even harder than AERO Esports.
This is starting to get a little rough here. Again, I told you these EXP laners are going to make quite the difference overall, but man, it was a little too close for comfort coming in for Kim. Because again, they got Kim very, very low. They just could not finish him off with enough burst because the Abyssal Traps take some time to trigger.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that AERO Esports now has to be concerned about, as DX Soul is really starting to build up on that goal lead. Malefic Roar now completed on SkyZ as well. The Granger has been undisrupted the entire time, and Keeman hasn't even been punished with 0 deaths on the link.
It's starting to look a little grim here, I'm not gonna lie. DX Soul has been managing to get away with a lot more than I would have expected. But now, we need to see these turrets actually collapse. The first turret actually collapsed got towards the top side of the maps. So, AERO, finally getting something back with a bit of a rotate of their own.
4-man conceal in the mid lane. They'll find one. Tsunami slam. Reza gonna be jumped on straight away. And now Siska going in. The 3-man fist crack though gets cancelled. And the Tempest Blaze comes out. But Rindo is melting the backline. Not quite enough damage built up yet though, as all of DxOL is still alive and healthy. Rindo able to dash out. Reza the only casualty.
Oh boy, AERO has been taking so much damage. They have not been able to win a majority of these situations. And the worst part is they're not even getting these trades back. Regardless, DxOL is now in a phenomenal position as Rossi can confidently actually go for these engages without much punishment.
DxOL can just run at AERO Esports. They know that AERO doesn't have enough damage yet, doesn't have enough threat. And if they start the fight before the Abyssal Arrows can do any real damage, then it's huge. But the Fistcrack finds Keeman. Can they get the punish? Tempest Blaze comes out. He's surrounded 1v5 and he dashes away.
Why did Reza hesitate? Just pop the ult, secure the kill, pop the ult. Yes, you can wait it out, but you can also delay these lords. It's not that big of a deal. That should have been so free for AERO. They had a good pitch as well.
And this is what we talked about, right? AERO Esports doesn't have enough reliable CC to lock this Ling down. They have to commit so much DPS just to get rid of him before he's able to jump, and that's not quite working. Tsunami Slam catches Reza once again right into the Eternal Guard. SkyZ executes the Edith, and AERO Esports are in damage control mode. Even Keeman coming in. Kosei is doing some damage, but it's not quite enough.
I actually disagree in terms of reliable CC. I think it's difficult to execute and difficult to land, but as soon as the first one lands, they are guaranteed to chain it one after the other. Now, another tech pause is going to be called. We're not sure who called it, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be a Type 1 issue. I really hope it's not anything more than that, because we need to see the end of this within the next minute or so.
Yep. This has been an interesting series to kick off the day so far. DX does look to be locking in a little bit more. I think the draft has set them up in a much more comfortable position. We can see that they're moving around the map quite confidently, and Heemin is able to escape from a lot of situations that he should not be allowed to. AERO Esports, in fact, are the ones that need to really lock in. They are not making the right calls.
More so, they're misexecuting. They are finding this Ling. That is 2 times that they've seen this Ling and not committed all of their resources to securing that kill, especially when they are behind. They don't want this Ling to be able to scale this fast. They don't want this Ling to be able to steal away these buffs pretty much for free, right? And not to mention, they are landing the hard CC that requires the precision in the first place. I get it if, hey, we go for the CC, he goes into his ult, gets out of there. At least that's a resource guaranteed. Not much committal after that. But that Edith, but now Zequeef has caught him 2 times. Both times weren't able to be capitalized upon. Just press your ult. Just press your ult. Just press the buttons. Commit to it. You can chain CC. It is long enough.
I think the slowness of AERO Esports' gameplay is really biting them here, because this is a team that wants to try and maximize resources every chance they get. So if they can get a kill without using a cooldown, they'll try to do so, and usually the game moves slow enough that they're able to experiment with that, but that's not the case anymore.
No, it's not the case. I think that being able to kill the enemy jungler compared to securing a lord at this point might just be more valuable, because their composition actually requires a significant amount of gold before you get to that point where everybody's kind of unkillable, kind of if you catch one person, you almost guaranteed to win the fight, that sort of scenario, right? Because they are playing in Irithyll, and Irithyll needs a front line that is able to kind of displace, and more importantly so, kind of separate, create that clean battle line so that when she goes in for the engage, that's when she can make things happen.
Absolutely, and it's going to be up to AERO Esports to set up these conditions for Kosei. He does actually do a good amount of damage. A single heavy crossbow shot actually took out 30% of Keeman's HP previously. He just needs the space.
Space here. Again, not exactly a priority target, so no commitment. That one is totally understandable, but the longer they try and hover around this lore, the more space, especially more priority, is being developed by Keeman on the opposite side.
They do see Keeman top. They're gonna start on the lord, but he'll come over. Shatter Flicker catches one into the combo, and the Fistcrack get cancelled with the Tidal Strike, and the Tempest Blaze comes out, but Rindo is executing the backline. It's a shutdown on top of Rafti as well, but they've lost Kosei, and the meltdown from Keeman and SkyZ is too much. It's a double kill for both. Esports.
I don't understand. Why did they continue to do the lore? Why didn't they look for the big reset afterwards? If you are engaging on a frontliner, you are not looking to contest lore. You are looking to win that fight and win that fight hard. Now DX Soul looking to find a major punishment here, right? Holy Shielding going to be cracking on all ends to the exposed inhibitors of the game, and SkyZ in perfect position to be able to take advantage of the squishier targets of AERO Esports.
It was a good attempt, a good initiation by Reza, but the combo actually got disrupted by Rasi. Again, the timing was not clean enough to make sure he couldn't press a button before he got picked off. And even though Rindo went into the backline, he only got one. And now the Tsunami Slam pulls Reza forward again. No ultimate from Edith because he just dies. Mega kill. This guy said, and Rindo is too deep, sir. Tempest Blaze comes out, came in, diving the back, doing so much damage, taking a lot in return. But the Crystal is exposed. The Lord is on top of it. Unstoppable for SkyZ as DX Soul reverse sweeps AERO Esports.
There we go. Rossi back at it again. He's like, you guys didn't expect that. You wanted to engage on me. We take full advantage of that. DX Soul finding a series win against AERO, stopping their 2-win momentum already.
Oh, this team has a lot of potential, but they definitely have some work to do still. This game 3, looking the cleanest overall, having a draft and lineup that suits their overall playstyle of going for aggression and punishing with counter engages. AERO Esports, though, it's gonna be back to the drawing board for them.
Yeah, I think that AERO Esports, man, I don't know. Lost a lot of confidence there. Lost a lot of confidence. You can see the DXS fans happy that they were able to find a series win.
I think AERO Esports does depend a bit too heavily on having just solid frontliners to slow the game down for them, and DX just didn't give that to them. But now let's have them give us an interview up on stage.
Dua pembalas satu untuk pasukan DX Soul, and dengan Rose sekarang ni kita ada Storm. So Storm, first of all, I just want to ask, what happened in game 1? Yeah, you guys were leading, tiba-tiba kena comeback.
I think
Miscommunication,
Yeah,
overconfidence.
yeah, miscommunication, and I think our execution, I think our communication overall, because not everyone able to follow up Rasi, and and we were able to fix that in the next game.
Siska, pendapat awak apa yang jadi dalam game pertama tadi? Kenapa tiba-tiba kena comeback macam tu je?
Sebab terus ada miscom lah. Mungkin tak apa, first game baru nak warm up.
Belum panas lagi.
Belum panas jadi, betul.
Belum panas lagi, lepas tu dah tengah lead kan? Terlalu overconfident pula.
Betul.
Okay lah. Okay, now, Storm. Previously, I actually interviewed Coach Bam. And Coach Bam said that, you know what? The upcoming game, I think they will be doing fairly well because you used to be his player. He knows how you think. He knows how you rotate. And it's also not his first time drafting up against Coach Theo. And now that you won against Coach Bam, what do you have to say?
I'm not the same player as I was before, and I really learned a lot when I was roamer in RSG. So I think they underestimated us on that part, and that's why we win against them.
I see. So, you know, I'm pretty sure Coach thought that this is still the same Storm that I used to coach and I used to go up against back then. Not the same anymore, huh? No. Coach is there, oh. Okay, now kita nampak perlawanan yang menarik. So, mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Kevin. Mana MVP kita? Jom. Come. Join us on stage. Join kita on stage. Woi, siap ada banner. Siap ada banner. Memang superstar betul lah. How are you feeling? Oh, tengok siap ada banner. Player lain pun tak ada. Oh, pegang banner tu siapa, family ke?
Family.
Allah, comelnya.
My sister and my mom.
Tadi bila menang kan, I nampak your sister datang ke depan, siap tunjuk banner, comel. Okay, now MVP. And ramai orang kata actually DX Soul ni adalah satu pasukan yang sebenarnya kita kena nantikan lah, because korang boleh bagi saingan kepada tim-tim yang dah lama dalam MPL. In your opinion, is this true? Orang selalu sepatutnya support korang ke tak?
Support kita? Sebab bagi saya
Ada ke yang benda menarik yang akan keluar sekejap lagi? Mungkin?
Mungkin akan ada surprise yang best.
Macam tak yakin je.
Sebab saya tengah
Nervous.
sebab tak biasa kan. First time naik atas stage.
Alah. Okay, anything yang you nak cakap kepada your family yang sangat-sangat supportive dekat sini?
Nak cakap terima kasih dekat ibu, dekat Kak Along Pidah, my budak taman juga, and my girlfriend tu. Dan terima kasih kepada fans AERO juga yang datang. Terima kasih semua.
Alah, comelnya. Okay, now stop. One last question. Mungkin Siska pun boleh jawab lah. Kita dengar cerita that actually Coach Tio penalize korang. Like, will give you guys penalty if you guys are not doing too well. Now that you guys won, is Coach Tio gonna give you guys a reward? Takut coach kena nanti ni.
He's been saying that since day one, but so far he's never punished us. I think we really good players and he loves us.
Oh, you ke? You ke? Coach,
Yeah.
do you love your players, Coach?
Yeah.
Okay, Coach Tio said yes. I think diorang pun takut nak jawab sangat kan? Nanti kena backstage. Is there anything you guys want to say to the fans who have supported you guys? Apa nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir ke venue?
First kali saya nak cakap terima kasih kepada semua orang yang datang, especially family saya dan fan-fan DX. Dan terima kasih juga fans AERO Esport kerana memberiakan. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih and congratulations. You know what? This interview makes me so happy sebab ramai yang hadir ke venue untuk support mereka and bagi support that they actually really need. And with that, congratulations once again to DXO. Tanpa membuang masa, mari let's join back to the casters to analyze what happened in this full best of 3 series. Casters, back to you guys.
Thanks, Rose. An MVP performance coming in from K-Min. Put him on an assassin that he's comfortable with, and he can pop off, taking advantage of all the mistakes that we saw from AERO. But at the same time, it's pretty huge to see DXO fans first interview up on stage, and not to mention having a bunch of fans screaming and having banners showing up to the arena.
It really is heartwarming to see the support that these players have up on that stage because they are still new to the MPL stage. Orasi, Storm, Zed, they've been here before, but for Keeman and Siska, this is their official debut to the MPL, and making an impact like this is certainly going to be a memorable experience for him and his family as a whole. Only one death throughout Game 2 and Game 3, and a 922 GPM on that link.
Oh yeah, he was getting away with absolutely everything. Stealing away buffs as well. How many buffs he stole? I'm not entirely sure. We'll see in the post-game stats, but he's been having 2 back-to-back pretty good performance games overall as a jungler for the X-Soul. However, this does reflect the big mistakes coming in from AERO's side. Just not enough follow-up, not enough calls. More importantly so, the missed mechanics, especially here in game number 3, became very apparent.
Yeah, I think the shot calling, while it is there, the ability to follow up on it is something that AERO Esports really heavily needs to work on, because so many opportunities where they could have caught an important member, get a shutdown on Keeman, and they just didn't chain correctly. They just didn't throw their resources at them. There is this sense of, like, AERO Esports has an idea of how the game is supposed to go, and they're trying to stick to it all the time. The lack of flexibility is really hurting them.
Yeah, they're a little too stiff. They're just a little too stiff. I do feel bad for Zcreep because I think he is one of the better engagers amongst the roamers we've seen so far in MPL. And yes, he is a rookie, but he's been finding some like pretty crazy angles, and not to mention great disruptions in the middle of these fights. I just think that the shot calls that he has been given isn't exactly the best. Coming down to like neutral fights, who are we targeting? Are we looking for the enemy jungler? Are we looking to fight? If you are doing one or the other, make sure you reset the Lord if you are looking for those fights, and not try to hold it hostage at 50%. If not, anything less than that is rather dangerous.
Yeah, the Lord fights from AERO Esports were really not clean throughout the entire series, if you ask me. Even in Game 1 when they were winning, it was off of the fact they just had an easier comp to execute once it got to the later game stages.
Yeah.
Like, even when they have advantages, they gave up so much space around the Lord. When the fight starts, it gets so messy. I'm looking at the caster group chat. LaFell is very disappointed at Kosei because there was one fight where he was in the Lord Pit for some reason.
Yes, he should not have been there. He should not have been there. He was looking for a safe angle, ends up getting, you know, splash damage by the dashes, the Divine Swords coming in from Keeman. It's again, it's a matter of positioning. It's a matter of desperation at the same time, but you can definitely see the breakdown in communication of AERO when things start to get desperate. Not to mention that our MVP was able to actually secure 3 more purple buffs than his opponent and 1 more orange buff against Rindo. And I think that definitely slowed him down, which is why we see the level 14 to level 15 disparity overall. But DX Soul, once the ball gets rolling, and especially when you have Rasi on this Kalia with a fleeting time, once they are given the green light to pick up whoever you want will kill them, that's when the game gets really hard to play.
They were generally in a much more comfortable position in terms of the heroes they were allowed to play, the overall team composition, and then their dynamic compared to AERO Esports gives the EXO the ability to play exactly the way they want to, right? They want to be the aggressors. They're able to get things started. Having a mid-roam duo with higher priority allows them to instantly dive AERO Esports without worrying too much about Kim whittling them down over time. Ziska able to constantly get lane priority as well, forcing Reza to have to rotate to match and miss out on EXP in comparison. Just sets things up so well for SkyZ and Kimin.
Yeah, I definitely think that if AERO Esports were looking for like these big punishes on the DX Soul side, I don't think it's wrong to engage on Rasi, but I think there are a lot of free kills on the map. Take Storm for an example, right? You can almost guarantee his flicker for flicker trade. If Reza's in position to go for an Earth Smash flicker, again, Storm he doesn't have any mobility at all. He has to flicker backwards, and that could have been a consistent trade overall. Not to mention that even Kim landed a couple of good arrows to force Storm to flicker early on into the match.
But the combo is rough for AERO, because if ZKIF initiates on something, he needs Reza to also follow up on it, and then the backline's just exposed. Kimi just jumps back there, does whatever he wants.
I mean, that's why they had the initial Purify, right? Sorry, not Purify. The initial sprint onto Kusei. He can run away from it, and not to mention that you need at least 3 items before Ling is in a position to actually like hard chunk you out, unless there is other forms of damage. In those cases, you shouldn't be walking up and eating those Death Sonatas in the first place. Again, a lot of things can be, you know, can be avoided. But it's really tough to say that AERO played well overall, because you can see even in the key players here that, again, Rich Guy, the carry, Sandbag, and Best Wingman all dominated by DX Soul members.
And these numbers are pretty big as well, considering this was only a 12-minute game. You can see just how one-sided it was from the beginning, especially kicking off like this, giving first blood to Kevin, and then actually allowing the Ling to keep racking up kills accelerates his farm so much.
It really, really does. Oh, man, there's so many moments where it's like you think they're going to be able to finish them off and they don't find it, and then the missed arrow on top of it, a slight bit of HP. Oh, if those trades worked out for AERO, they wouldn't have been losing as hard, because Kusei was almost at the point where he could just look to one-shot the backline.
Definitely, and things like this that still make me question the option of going for an early pick Badang in the draft. It kind of locks you into a hero that doesn't have the most priority in EXP or a Roam paired together with a Selena, and it's already obvious to DX Soul the kind of win conditions you need to go for, and they can just adjust the rest of their draft based on it.
Yeah, it is a little obvious, but I don't think ZQueef played it bad, right? He's finding good disruptions. He's finding good engages onto DX Soul. It's just the lack of resources, and more importantly, just the fact that the AERO Esports weren't truly capitalizing on the picks initially found.
Yeah, unfortunately not, and that is going to be a lesson that hits pretty hard for AERO Esports. Hopefully it gives them the impetus they need to start switching things up with their training and their future matches here. But DX Soul, with a nice victory there, gonna be able to give them some points to move up in the standings.
Yeah, and again, these are very important points. Yes, it is not a complete 2-0 sweep, but a win is still a win in these types of series, and there's still plenty of games to play, as there's still 3 weeks left within the League of MPL MY to try and catch back up and put yourself in a position where you can make it for the playoffs and not get relegated.
It really is something, though, to think about how the regular season is about halfway done. It feels like it just started not that long ago, And now the teams are really needing to lock in to make sure that they can qualify for that top 6. Because remember, we are vying for those 2 spots to EWC.
Yeah, and again, those top spots are looking really, really spicy. I'm not gonna lie, SRG OG Esports looks pretty good in general, but the question is who is going to look for that second spot? And we've got a lot of contenders so far.
I'm still really excited to see when SRG places Homeboys, but that will come a lot later down the line. Before that happens, our next match between 2 teams that are trying to avoid relegation.
Yep. Again, it's going to be another spicy one afterwards. Man, I don't know. It's going to be tough. It's the way that I look at it, considering how these games are going and some of the names that we are seeing, it's going to be interesting. We'll introduce it later, but we've got a mic check for you guys as we're going to go on a short break. And when we come back, another best of 3 here at the MPL MY Season 15. We'll catch you back then.
Boleh start. Moscow flow. Tufa. Okay. Dalard. It's okay, can stay. I'm going. No, that's good. Cannot. 11 to you. Come. Legit. Just go, guys. Ready. Sini Moscow, Brinto. Para sa pa. Okay. No worry. Look. Fight, keep. Nice one. No minute. Chill. Bila saldi. Season. Aman.
Flicker go in.
Nice try.
Try.
Aku siap.
Guys, aku belum.
Are they bursting Lord? Oh, yeah, they're bursting Lord.
Jujur, aku dah.
Okay. No snipe. Nova no snipe.
Granger.
Granger.
Aku
Granger no flicker. -1 already.
Si Kimen. Nice guys.
Pukul lagi guys.
Fokus lagi ya.
Ya, pukul.
Nice one, man.
Itu dia men, buktikan haya lu.
Daya. Oh iya.
Coming higher. Push kau dapat higher tu tidak berdiri.
Tuh. Orang ke depan pula.
Yo guys, dia.
I saw daya, Cok.
Okay.
Okay, nice try.
Bursting Lord again.
Aku datang.
How many sounds? You have ulti already, Ras?
Ada.
Can set up. Aku kiri tel.
Tuh, kami itu.
I'm dead.
Aman, min.
Nice. Let's go man, let's go.
Hello.
Oh, okay, one.
Nice try.
Reset.
Can defend. Chill.
No, I'm pretty sure. Edit top flicker, sure.
Try je.
Just edit.
Edit.
Oke, dale.
Aman. Tor.
Ya, itu.
Ay, knock up Joy!
Buat apa sial? Enable guys.
Nice one.
Enable guys and.
No. Alhamdulillah ya Allah. Alhamdulillah.
モバイルレジェンド M6 スイスウォッチ。
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。Kerap menggaruk kulit kepala disebabkan kelumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために、私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Triple, try, chase, 100+0, hey! Rasa, padu, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Kau hebatkan harimu dengan 100+0. Triple, try, chase, 100+0, hey!
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama.
smash. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata smash. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Now swim my click, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Cari air.
Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Cari air.
Aku hembus kata azimat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Langkahlah sama-sama langkah, bergema di kiri dan kanan, tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Cari air.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Tak rasa api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too. Api tak kunjung padam. Marah ke hadapan kita, sehaluan jangan simpan-simpan. Kita anak Malaysia.
Kami tak senang mengalah. Kami luar biasa. Semangat membara. Harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Oh, yeah. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan. Bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan. Tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga.
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5 GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5,200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners. 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rapanuda, MESF, PSM.
MPL Malaysia is a constant battle to reach for the top. But now we bear witness to teams who are in a battle to avoid the bottom. You're watching once again MPL Malaysia Season 15 English broadcast for Week 3, Day 3, alongside me, Staffa, and Gideon.
Good to have you guys back for our second best of 3 of today. It's going to be Ocean Black's time to try and grab those points, but they're not the only team that have been struggling in the league. The JP Niners have had one of the most, well, let's say underperforming teams despite the roster looking pretty decent on paper.
Oh, it's so weird to look at it, because this is a team that so many people expected to do well and even thought might have hidden potential before the season started based on the fact they have so many veterans, so many ex-champion players, and yet they have floundered to levels we could have never seen.
Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on with the team, unfortunately. I think, you know, they've been struggling a lot these past 3 weeks. Same goes for Ocean Black, but for completely different reasons, and honestly, a lot more justifiable because of their lack of experience. Regardless, this best of 3 is so important for either one. If they're able to get a 2-0, they might have an opportunity to still make it to the playoffs. However, regardless of who loses, somebody needs to get those points. They're all trying to avoid relegation. They're all trying to qualify, but if they can't do it here, I think it's going to say, again, a very big message if JP Niners in particular drop the ball.
It's so... I never want to be in this position where the two teams are just doing so badly, but unfortunately, that is the reality of the situation. These are the only two teams who have thus far not won a single match throughout Season 15, which means that at least one of them is going to break that streak now.
Yep.
But it's not much of an achievement, unfortunately.
I mean, nobody wants to be in this type of position, but regardless, changes needed to be made. And I think that for a lot of people, most people are looking at the savior of JP Niners. He's done it 2 seasons in a row. Max returns to the MPL MY stage to hopefully pull JP Niners out of this rut.
The man who has been pulled in multiple seasons as a savior to JP Niners, turning around their entire fates from situations where it seemed like they would be doomed for relegation. The whole reason this lineup is still here is largely thanks to this man, and he returns once again. Will he be able to do it yet again?
I mean, this is week 3 already. We're halfway through the league, and every one of these points counts. Getting a win in this is only the first step of many to pull themselves from the bottom of the standings, and I hope Max is ready for it, because I feel like in the current metagame, all right, sure, he can play a mean Hayabusa, but previously he was playing the Rogers. He was playing the marksman-style junglers, which, again, I mean, Granger, technically, kinda...
Time for Yisun Shin.
I'm hoping for the
Yisun Shin gameplay. We have to remember as well, Max was the most improved player. He got the award in Season 14. So it really is a question to me, why didn't he start the season with the team? Why does Max always have to be pulled in halfway?
Hey, they're the secret weapon, right? He is the nuclear launch codes when almost ensured mutual destruction is imminent.
Is he on cooldown?
He might just be on cooldown,
Max is on cooldown for half the season?
He just like, guys, I need to grow out my nails. Once I grow out my nails, I'll be back into fighting form, you know? And once I'm back into that fighting form, I become unstoppable. I think the current meta game really suits him. If he gets that snowball, he knows how to make that snowball league really work for him just in general. And I think as of right now, OB is one of the few teams that you can really take advantage of if you have the mechanical skill.
I agree. I think this is a very good meta for Max, actually. A lot of flexibility in the jungle position where you can really show your skills, and I'm excited to see him back. You know, he's always been solid. He always knows what needs to be done, and I think it is a breath of fresh air that the JP Niners desperately need, because they've not been doing too good.
They have not been doing too good. And I mean, after the last loss that they had, Zidane took it really, really hard. You can see here that we had some backstage footage of it. Even Max comforting this young jungler coming in from the JP Niners after their previous loss. And I mean, it's a heartbreaking loss, don't get me wrong, but these are growing pains that are necessary to make this happen. Now, we've got Max in the JP Niners jersey, ready to go, ready to show the world, hey, I'm back here one more time. I can make this happen.
He's here to get revenge for his protege, you know, to get a little bit of that payback for Zidane. Even if it's not against the same team, getting started back on that path, you know, it's nice to see the synergy, you know, the fact that he's already being able to like mesh with the players once again like he never left. I'm really excited to see what this will do for JP. They definitely have the skills, they have the potential, they just need a little missing ingredient.
I'm hoping that Max is able to keep that strong mental game for the team, because again, you can see the moment where JP Niners tilt and things just go south very, very quickly. A lot of their players, based on the lineup that we've seen for sure, is a little more on the emotional side. Sapat, even Mal as well. Warlord, I think, is the more level-headed one, but he needs a team that can stay at that same level consistently. So I think that Max kind of helps suit that bill. But they're not the only things that have been brought onto the table. Even OB has shuffled up their lineup, and they're bringing out the full MAL squad, a team that naturally has that chemistry. We'll see whether it actually applies to the macro aspect too.
OB has been having a really, really rough time. And we have to remember, right, that OB was the winner of MAL back when they were Miracle Gaming. When you compare the performance between OB and DXS, who was the runner-up, DXS is looking a lot better, right? They're looking more confident, more comfortable. Their performance is pretty good, all things considered, for their first season. So maybe bringing back the original synergy might work for Ocean Black, but MAL lineups have not had previous success in MPL Malaysia. So let's see if Jan's, Super Susu, Diff, Jun, and Hashi can change that.
Look, the chemistry between these guys needs to be impeccable, but somebody needs to lead the charge, right? Previously, they had Ripple playing in that EXP lane. Now Hashi is going to come back over to try and keep that team in a line, in check. And with that natural synergy that they have, I want to see what the calls and more so the playstyle is going to change for Ocean Black, because previously they lost pretty much every scenario that they've been put themselves in. They found a couple of punishes, but no real conversions. Now with the synergy aligned, does that mean they can start playing for Jans? Can they start making sure that Jun is a level ahead of their opponent?
I do feel like synergy was a big issue for Ocean Block. There were definitely times when some of the players just did not align properly. We saw a lot of Super Susu jumping forward, Rippo being left behind, Masako not being able to follow up. Now they're a bit more used to playing together, but they're up against a veteran lineup. We got Lolil with Hazelnut, Warlord, Max the Savior, and Sapat.
Yep, this lineup, again, all recognizable names. Even Hazelnut making that transfer over from Todak now loaned over to the JP Niners to try and shake things up. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he has experience playing with more veteran players, and considering that, you know, even Todak had their own imports, it wouldn't be too hard to jive against Indonesians, as the language is very, very similar to Bahasa Melayu.
Definitely. I think that's why we've seen a lot of ID imports just mesh well with our local teams. We've already seen Homeboys doing very well in that aspect as well. So JP Niners and Ocean Black both eager to prove themselves, and now walking up on stage. Marching in today with a mission that could shift their season's tide, deploying their full original roster from MAL in pursuit of their first victory. Give it up for Ocean Black!
Still reeling from the sting of defeat against Monster Vicious. Today, they unleash Max. The spark they hope will ignite their first triumph. The Warriors of Negri Sembilan make way for the JP Niners!
Make way for the coaches and analysts of both teams along our head of League Ops Franklin that'll ensure fair play and professional integrity in the match.
Let's keep it going with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism and the last contact they make before heading into the land of dawn. Handshakes given because they know that only one of these teams will break their losing streak and achieve points within the league here on week 3, day 3. Good luck to both of our teams as they man up on the battle stations.
Two teams currently filling up the bottom 2 slots of the MPL Malaysia Season 15 rankings. And by the end of this match, we'll leave the other in the dust, officially cementing them as the worst performing halfway through the season. A status that neither side wants to claim.
No, I mean, it doesn't matter if it is a 2-1 or a 2-0. A win will still be a win, and whatever points they get is going to keep them closer away, at least move them away from relegation, and maybe even closer to actually achieving a playoff spot. Regardless, maintaining their spot within the MPL is going to be the first problem. We've got a minute left, and both Ocean Black and as well as the JP Niners, especially the JP Niners, are looking very happy to be up on that stage. A lot of smiles, more than I was expecting.
Yeah, surprisingly chilled from the side of the JP Niners. Maybe having Max around is more of a confidence boost than we could have imagined, but I think OP are also looking fairly fresh. They're making sure that they're serious eyes on the prize here with the goal of taking a win. This is their best and final real chance to get points on the board, as they've already lost previously to AERO Esports. Let's see if they'll be able to do so.
I want to see whether Ocean Black, if they're able to start threatening the JP Niners in the draft itself. They've got, I mean, you can see Jax, he's got that paper ready to go, right? He's got an idea of what he wants already. I'm curious to see which team is going to be on blue side, because technically both have a 0% win rate on first pick.
Whoa, really?
Yep. For JP, 0% first pick. 4 out of the 4 games, 0 wins. Unfortunately, on blue side, OB, 3 games on first pick, 0%.
Wow, you are actually correct. It's not so surprising when you think about the fact they haven't won games yet, but really hearing it like that is surprising. Let's go ahead and jump into the draft here. OB on blue side, JP on red. And it's not just the players that OB have switched out. We also have Coach Zhang's coming in to replace Lionheart.
Yeah. We'll see how this is going to play out for OB. JP is a completely separate question, because I think, you know, netizens and even the management have been hypercritical on both Pops and as well as antagonists when it comes down to the draft. We've seen some really weird picks. I mean, some of them, week 1, I get it. You know, you're experimenting. You have a couple of interesting ways of playing the game. You want to abuse certain mechanics. There is logic behind the madness. Coming into week 2, started to not make sense. Earlier within the week 3, I'm just like, what is going on?
Yeah, like I've always been a fan of when coaches and teams are willing to try non-meta heroes, because it adds a bit of spice, adds uniqueness, and even a bit of unpredictability. But the teams have not been able to make them work. Every time we've seen a new hero debut in maybe an unorthodox position, it has proven to us time and time again why it is not played in the first place. And I don't like that.
Yeah, I think that as well. The execution from the JP Niners has also been put to the test time and time again. And it's clear they need more straightforward styles of compositions, right? Speaking of which, Jags have already gotten rid of the Lucas as well as the Matilda. A follow-up from Pops getting rid of the Fanny on top of the Kalia. All right, good to see. Both sides really respecting a lot of the meta picks coming into the meta so far.
It is interesting to see this direction that Pops is going in, though. Leaving Kalea and Fanny both open is actually an opportunity for a Fanny bait that we've seen other coaches do, though I guess it's usually more comfortable to do so in the blue side, which is why getting rid of it feels better now. So it does mean that a lot of power picks are still being let through. The Zusin, the Hari, the Suyo, the Joy, all going to be options for teams to think about.
Yeah, no, plenty of options. Something has to give on over, but it looks like Joy is going to be first, which means Suyo's power has just increased. Pops could look to respond here They could be getting rid of the Loyi. There's also the chip, something to worry about, that global presence, especially with the way you can affect the early laning stage at level 1. As soon as he shows up, you can almost guarantee a regenerate has to be popped by the end of the engagement.
Indeed. Now, one final ban on the side of JP Niners, and there is a lot to worry about. Zusin would be the most obvious one. Harif is also pretty scary. You can still counter it with the Phobius on the second pick, but then, well, even with the nerf, Harif is still so scary.
Yeah, I think Chip is a good ban here coming in from Pobs. Chip has been terrorizing lobbies all across MPL. It's either a must pick or must ban at this stage of the game because he provides so much. Oh, I'm losing an objective on one side. Don't worry, let's bring the whole team to go for a suicide dive on the bottom side of the map. Again, global presence is a powerful tool. Zushin gets locked in for the side of Ocean Black. A good power pick here. I'm curious to see whether Warlord is more than happy to take the Loyi, but they don't have to pick it now.
Yeah, it's definitely not necessary. Now that Zusin has already been revealed, JP Niners can make good use of the information of what the opposing mid lane is going to be. There is the option to go Harif Phobius, a pretty common opening for the red side, just to pick up a strong pick and its direct counter straight away.
Well, they could go... They could look to set up the Suyo by locking in the Jawhead, like Jawhead Harith. That's also a pretty decent opener. They can go just straight up just Suyo Jawhead, just to keep it very honest. But no, instead, they go for Granger alongside the Fredrin here. Not a bad combination, but generally tanks don't do too well against the Zushin. And not to mention that there is no secure mid-trio to guarantee priority, but since it's Zushin, it's not that hard to force priority.
It's a risky pick to go into the Zusin with a Fredrin here and revealing it quite early. We've already seen teams actually use this to their advantage, with the Fredrin being flexed into the EXP lane for a later jungle pickup. So this is still a question mark on whether this is Max's re-debut into the MPL. Paired with the Granger is not bad since you offer a lot of front line to play around with, but that means that Harif can go over to the OP side and they'll pair it with Badang.
Yeah, Badang's pretty good into these types of matchups, especially against the Fredrin, right? You get that energy eruption, and then Badang gets, you know, oh no, I'm taunted, but I still have my passive that can basically punch you out of certain animations while I am taunted. Very small interaction, but generally minuscule at the end of the day. Let's see whether or not they want to mirror their picks here. They've already locked in gold lane for gold lane, a potential flex for flex for two very different roles, but still correlated by the EXP. I want to see whether the Loyi gets locked in, because if Loyi gets locked in for the side of JP, then the mid trio becomes that much more important, because Zushin can basically just walk up to Loyi and harass her level 1 all the way up to level 4.
The Loyi does pair pretty well with the Fredrin of just having a solid front line to play behind. Looks like JP Niners keeps it open with the Hylos, which is surprising to me because I don't feel like it needs to be prioed this early on, especially when there is still picks like Phobius in the pool.
I agree, but think about it this way, right? If you pick the Phobius, now you can start, then you know that they're going to be playing through their side lanes. Taking away the Hylos is a bigger denial for OB, especially for someone like Zushin. Hylos is, at the end of the day, Hylos's glorious pathway really affects the Granger. The dash, just as fast, but moving away from it, still very slow. Fredrin can't peel for himself. Yes, he's a good frontliner, but against the Zushin and you can't run away, almost guarantees that he must stay in place and hunker down.
That is true, so it is a good pair up and instantly makes JP Niners incredibly bulky. If Hylos baits the Lantern player as well, then Fredrin is able to play a little bit more safely around the front line. So that could be a potential combo. You can see them start banning junglers now. Getting rid of the Hayabusa first and the Zask ban. What? Ling ban.
Get rid of the Hayabusa, they get rid of the Ling. I guess they want to force... Do they want to force out a Suyo maybe for the side of OB? They want to kind of limit the mobility, but it's not like they're limiting it by that much. Suyo pretty mobile with the Queller on top of like Blade Surge as well, both of which get him a lot of distance.
The thing is, if JP is still flexing this, they can first pick Suyo on the second phase.
You're right.
And that denies a lot of assassins from Jun.
Not to mention that they've already, from the side of Obi, they get rid of the Phoveus. I'm surprised that Zosk was a higher priority than Lo Yi, but I understand, right? At least Jushin has a better matchup against the Lo Yi. And we see the CC get instantly locked in, and that reveals all 3 positions straight away.
So it is not a flex. Max is going to be playing this Fredrin for his first game in MPL in a while. And now the ball is in OB's park. They're still going to be looking for that jungler, and then depending on where Badang is going, a roam or EXP pick.
Just take the Suyo. Suyo for sure. Are there any natural combinations? I mean, Badang can look for the initial engage. They could switch things up with the Hilda into the CC, but even that doesn't feel that great considering that it's tank-on-tank action.
You can still actually go Jawhead. Jawhead or Cho, Zeus in.
Jawhead shows Zushin, but Jawhead's very punishable. He goes in with the unstoppable force, he's kind of stuck no matter what, right? But I guess just to speed up the Suyo, it's a little risky here, I'm not gonna lie. I think I might have preferred the Gatot in these types of scenarios to kind of guarantee a disengage and then throw Badang into the EXP.
I can see where you're coming from, but Jawhead Zusin is already a proven combination and gives you a lot of like early prio in the mid lane. So if you're worried about not having enough CC to separate Fredrin and Hylos, now you have another form of engage, but it is also true that if Jawhead gets stuck in there, he's not coming out.
No. And we're gonna go with Kimmy this time. A lot of raw peel for the side of JP. If things go bad, you have 2 tanks to peel for you, on top of a Kimmy to be your natural setter. She's got a lot of CC inbuilt, on top of the Fredrin, on top of the Hylo. So again, a very spearhead trident style of play coming in from JP in comparison to OB, who has to slowly peel back, who has to find these angles to cut battle lines and set the line in the sand.
I do like it. It's a nice creative way of approaching the draft, and by putting Fredrin as a tank jungler, you are able to offset some of squishiness and damage into your mid and EXP lane, thereby giving them a lot of late game scaling.
Not to mention that the matchup, Kimmy into this Jushin, yes, you do get kind of outranged to a certain degree, but with a little bit of help from Hazelnut, they will force priority pretty fast in Warlord. If you, again, a single stun onto Div, he could chunk him out super fast in the early game.
Chunking out in the early game will give either of these teams a big advantage, in fact, because they are both snowball-based lineups, but only one will reign supreme. As we jump into the land of Dawn, the battle between the bottom teams will commence.
Yeah. Now, I want to see how they want to play this out, because again, these tank-style junglers are very, very dangerous. But once they start getting the ball rolling, they start basically setting up their tent in your own jungle, and there's not a lot you can do about it.
We look at Super Susu already setting up that second buff, allowing Jun to hit level 3 a lot sooner than Max. The very common strategy when you see a Jawhead roam.
Yeah. It does mean that they, again, didn't give much of a leash to Max. They kind of let him solo the buffs by himself, which is kind of strange because, again, Fredrin doesn't exactly have the best clear in the earlier stages. Needs a little bit of support to do so. Regardless, it's all about that mid-duo so far between Hazelnut as well as Warlord. Get priority and then move fast.
And they're moving up to the top lane alongside Max to get this camp. They can potentially use it to gank Hashi as well, but looks like they'll play it safe for now.
Interesting. It looks like Max has decided to go for the Concussive Blast to help out with his clear every once in a while. And even losing the Little Wanderer, not a big deal for the JP Niners, right? It's all about taking their time. They need time to scale for both Kimmy alongside with the Granger. As long as they don't lose out in big team fights and maintain the goal lead to roughly like 1 to 2K behind Ocean Black, that's still a savable scenario.
It should feel quite comfortable, but the ejection onto Max throws him into the team. Not quite ready though, and now Super Susu is trapped. Like we mentioned, he has to flicker away. Revitalize also comes out. Good Lantern flares. Diff gonna be stopping JP Niners from continuing the chase.
Weller doesn't land, but it doesn't matter because now with the position, and especially since Max is able to stick around a lot longer in comparison to the rest of his team, all the damage applied instantly gotten back.
And good zoning from Hazelnut. Max basically gets the turtle for free, and they'll just disengage.
Yep, that's what you want to see from JP9ers, right? They don't want to initiate too hard. They want to be able to kind of keep up the pace with Ocean Black, and these neutral objectives is exactly how JP9ers want to play. As long as they have Hazelnut to help Warlord clear out this mid lane, and as long as we see Super Susu not do anything about it, but instead try and speed up Jun, all non-interactions is a winning interaction for JP9ers.
This is always the risk of trying to go for a speed farming strat with the Jawhead. It does mean you don't have much of a roam presence in the first couple of minutes here, and the longer he does it, the longer JP9ers can just walk around the map. And the more farm Warlord gets, the more dangerous he'll be.
So far, it looks like Suppat is doing a very good job against Hashi. He's winning out the lane. He's frozen it like right in front of his turret, which is perfect, which means that Hashi has to walk up and has to take damage every single time he applies damage. But it looks like JP9ers has communicated that the only camps available is on the top side of the map, so you can give up the freeze and now maybe an engagement, but no full commitment.
Faction Pulse doesn't quite get the pull in, but JP9ers are responding well. They're able to keep track of where Ocean Black are on the map, so no sneaky ambushes to affect the side lanes are happening.
Yep, it's the man-to-man defense, exactly how JP9ers want to play it, right? They're playing a game of Pong right now, and Ocean Black, unfortunately, going to be the little marble bouncing around and try to break the blocks against JP. Now, Max, he is falling a little bit behind when it comes down to the raw EXP, but it can be made up with the neutral objectives he's claiming. Things like the Wanderer, things like the Gold or EXP Crab can keep him up to pace despite Jun stealing 1 or 2 green camps.
And even if Max is slightly behind of Jun, the only thing he needs to stay relevant is just to be a big body in the front line. Nowadays, when teams pick up the Fredrin, he's not really meant to be a direct jungle core. He's there to help your team secure things and just create space for your late game scaling.
That's big utility, right? Oh, Div gonna get hit by the traction beam, but again, no real follow-up afterwards. Doesn't really chunk him out that much as Super Susu now trying to pull the attention of this turtle to slow things down.
Even the EXP laner is gonna be called over. Hashi doesn't quite connect the fist break. Will scout out Hazelnut in the brush though. Max still keeping control over the turtle, and now Hashi taking a lot of poke damage from Warlord on this Kimmy. Turtle dropping very low. Glorious Pathway comes out. Max secures the turtle, and now we see the Ensemble Force go forward. Zaman Force as well. Gonna be dropped down. Lolil secures first blood. As your praises, Raph rushes Super Susu. Even a Lantern not gonna do much as JP9ers takes the win.
The defensive side of JP9ers comes out. No more aggression here. It's all about making sure that OB don't get to play the game. They're slowly choking them out here. They've already got their elbow by their chins, not underneath their necks just yet, but with that first buff steal, Max now predetermines what this game is going to look like.
This is now already a sticky spot for OB. When you play Jawhead Zeus in, you really need to have a bit more impact in the early stages and get disengaged down here as well. Hazelnut scouting out Super Susu.
I think right now, Ocean Black, one of the few means of punishment. Oh, Jun. Oh, Jun! Should not be taking that much damage, but Suppat creating a very significant lead for himself against Hashi. I'm pretty sure he's already done with his War Axe 5 minutes into the game. If not, how is he dealing that much damage? Secondly, Lolios did not take Purify. Still, he's playing on the line.
I mean, if you have a Fredrin and Hylos taking the front and your opponent doesn't really have backline dive, I think it's perfectly fine to go for this, especially on a Granger too.
Oh man, I don't know. Super Susu, all it takes is one flicker, one unstoppable force to ruin Lolios' day.
That is true, but you'd basically be putting yourself in between things. Traction Pulse catches Johns right into the Starlium Beam. Not quite able to finish off Max with the dash forward. A nice dash as well from Jans. He's able to survive the gank.
Good recovery from Jans. Very, very good recovery. Dying there would have been pretty significant, but right now you can see how JP9ers want to play. Suppat, just hold out. You don't need, as long as you don't die, we get a pressure across the map because OB has overcommitted to this top side and 2 T1s collapse under the JP9ers pressure.
Suppat's getting jumped on and he's still alive with the Benson, but will eventually be melted down. It's still a little bit too much. He'll trade the top tier 1 for the turtle though.
Yeah, but it makes no difference, right? Despite having 3 members attack Suppat, they committed the Unstoppable Force. They also committed the Badang ult. They also, guess what? Suppat's still 2 levels above Hashi.
Wow, looking at it, I realize you are correct. 2 levels above Hashi because OB has to keep calling the Badang over to assist in team fights, and they're not really getting much in return for it.
It's a net negative. Sabat is going to get his abilities his battle spell a lot faster compared to Ocean Black. Luckily, they didn't have to commit any flickers, just a couple of ults. But regardless, JP9ers don't want to be the aggressors. They don't have to be. It's all about pressure. It's all about priority. It's literally just aura farming. Stand in front of them and taunt them. Hey, who wants to come at me first?
Yeah, double tank strat means that you can either go for full dive or you can go for counter engage. And it looks like JP9ers is playing the latter here. Since they know OB will be forced to make things happen, having a Jawhead roam on their side.
Yeah, it's about small increments, right? 3.6k so far. Basically only 3 kills across the entirety of this game so far as well. Feather of Heaven already complete for Jens, as well as Warlord. Right on time. Ooh!
Div gets pulled in with Traction Pulse. Has to commit ultimate to get away.
And now we're seeing the small leads coming all across the board. EXP lead coming in from Lolios. I'm assuming gold lead as well. Same goes for Warlord in comparison to Div. Sabat having the biggest one between him and Hashi. But even Jun is starting to feel it as Max has consistently stolen his buffs.
As the Max's presence can really be felt on the map right now. Just having him stand in front is giving JP9ers a pillar to play around, and it's allowing their macro to look cleaner than before. They're rotating well.
Oh yeah. Again, it's very hard to mess up this style of composition, right? Unless your side laners really make significant mistakes. It's all about pressure. It's all about the mid lane. I definitely think that Ocean Black should have adapted a little quicker, but it's okay. T2's now collapse under the pressure of the JP9ers with a 4.4k. This is going to be a very slow chokehold.
A slow and painful one if Ocean Black isn't able to find something in return. We can already see the 4k gold lead building up for JP. And a lot of that is in Lolil himself. Already completed 3 items, including a Sea Halberd. That's the breakthrough OB even faster.
Man, a little sad that he had to kind of shift his build to get the Sea Halberd. Because technically Hazelnut should have purchased some anti-heal, but the fact is, they've got the Glowing Wand on Warlord's side, and Hazel is like, I'm not going to have a lot of gold. I need to get that Radiant Armor because the biggest problem is going to be diff. So Lolios, all right, I don't mind spending a little bit of extra gold. You've helped me out with my lane. You've helped me out with T1 as well as T2. So this is a very small sacrifice.
Yeah, it's easy for Lolil to apply its effect as well. You just shoot a Death Sonata all the way from afar, and you already are handled. Now, JP9 is going to break the bottom holy defense already. Right before the 10-minute mark, they're knocking on the door.
Yep, 5.5k lead, 10 minutes. About to be 10 minutes into this game, and Ocean Black have failed to find an angle onto the JP9ers as they continue to position their shields in front of their faces, slowly angling them out of their own jungle, giving them less and less play area.
Mid-tier 2 gonna be the next target for the Niners as Lord is still pushing down bot side. Hazelnut is standing in front, making sure no shenanigans can occur to the rest of his team. Lord will eventually crash, start to do some damage to the bottom inhibitor, and OB just cannot defend it. They have their resources spread thin, defending every tower. Super Suzu forced the flicker, doesn't even try to throw Max, even though he jumped into him. And JP9ers are getting away with Daylight Robbery.
And they get away with Daylight Robbery. Lolios probably could have killed him there. But now they're going for a second.
Max jumps in once again on Div. Hazelnut with the glorious pathway, offering him an easy way out. The top inhibitor is gone. Hazelnut gets picked up. A nice flicker catch, but Lolil just jumps away, dashes out the back door. Hashi picked off by Warlord, and now Sabat in the backline. Super Suzu is gone. Zamanfor is doing good damage. Hazelnut will eventually be picked off. Only the second kill for OV the entire game. But in exchange, JP9ers get every single inhibitor tower.
This is perfect coming here for the JP9ers. You sacrifice, they get a 2-for-1, they get all inhibitors, and now they're already at the base here. OB are starting to get a little desperate as Jans. He wants to fight, but just doesn't have enough yet.
Jans has not been given a lot of opportunity to get free farm, as JP9ers has just been controlling the entire map. And they'll probably respect Ocean Black as well, not forcing the issue. They'll back off and fight another time. They already have such a huge lead.
way too big of a lead to actually deal with. As much as Jun wants to jump into these fights, I think a lot of the moments that he could have gone was denied because he started off on the same side of the map as Max. And I think that's the big issue here, right? He hasn't been able to readjust that jungle pathing to end up on the opposite side to create opportunities and stay away. And even doubling down on trying to kill Supot wasted more than enough time for the JP Niners to accumulate this 9.1k lead.
At this point, Supot is basically as tanky as Hazelnut himself. He is so far ahead and is genuinely a threat in his damage output too. He has almost double the farm of Hashi, thanks to the way Niners have been rotating around the map as a 4-and-1 comp. And Obi just cannot even come close to this Lord.
All right, now Jans has the Holy Crystal. A lot of Radiant Armors have been purchased with the side of JP Niners, but even Warlord himself will have a Holy Crystal purchase. Now, the only way JP Niners lose this is if they make a significant mistake and allowing Jans to get free hits upon free hits. So Max, as well as Hazelnut, including Warlord to a certain degree, must be able to kind of switch up how many shots Jan is able to get off of the Empowered Auto Attack from the Chrono Dash.
The chances seem pretty low, but Ocean Black will try. Div already at half HP just from Pogus. Oh, the flicker going to be stunned. Hashi disrupted from his initiation, and Niners will now just run over Ocean Black. 2 members down. Lord on the Crystal. They don't even have to hit it. Game 1 taken in a clean and steady fashion by the JP Niners.
Focus on their fundamentals of the game. Play a tank jungler to make sure that execution is going to be a lot easier. JP Niners take one of the cleanest games we've seen this entire season.
That is what we have been waiting for. Max really rallying the squad around him and balancing out so that they're able to play more aggressive heroes on the side lanes to suit their comfort play style. Goes to show why we call him the savior.
Yep. Again, he's keeping the mood up for the team, but I think that Ocean Black, their biggest problem is that the lack of experience. They had to go with 2 full rotations of jungle clears alongside of their support. We needed to see Jawhead split off and help the mid lane.
OB definitely were playing very wary this game, not taking advantage of this Jawhead Zeus in early game to try and create pressure. Instead, attempting to accelerate their jungler as much as possible, which didn't really end up contributing to anything as Niners were slowly extending the lead throughout the entire map.
Exactly, and that's why it is... Once we saw the second full clear rotation inclusive of the Jawhead, Diff needs to make a call. I am losing pressure against this Kimmy. There's nothing I can do about this, especially with Hylos in my face. If we have the Jawhead to break battle spells from that mid lane, we're going to have so much more control. And then we can start rotating to the opposite side of the map along with my Suyo, who can find the first initiation rather than our Jawhead.
Yeah, the lack of experience meant that OB just didn't know how to identify the precise timing to take advantage of an accelerated Suyo's farm speed, and because of that, they allowed it to pass by. When you pair that with them having less mid priority and less EXP priority, it makes it very difficult for them to actually make anything happen.
More so, it's super obvious to know which side of the map you're going to end up on, right? Full clear bot side, start moving towards as a trio towards the top side. You can see Supot. He's got a beautiful freeze. Gives it up, right? He doesn't need to put himself in those types of positions. So great communication, strong fundamentals, MVP going over to Max without a doubt. He made this slow choke look so elegant.
So elegant as he takes a sip of his 100+ as well. He knows what he has done. He knows the impact he has created here. That Fredrin pickup, man, has not played in MPL for a little while, but it has not dulled his senses. And it's not too difficult for him as well. Just stand in front, get a catch here or there when you feel like you can, and let the team handle the rest.
Yep. My only nitpick was on the bottom side after they broke the inhibitor. Yes, we saw Max find the initiation and also a really good catch onto the Jawhead. Loliels, dude, half of those... half of his shots weren't even connecting on the Jawhead. And he has Sky Piercer, so he could have very well found the execution early on.
He definitely could have, but I get the feeling Lolil is trying to take a step back, right? Because he's always been characterized as that aggressive gold laner, the guy who throws his body to get kills. And I'm seeing a different side of him this season, a lot more disciplined, a lot more like wary. But it does end up with him feeling like he's not aggressive enough.
I mean, I think that he's just as aggressive as you need him to be because, again, look at the difference in farm. 2,000 ahead of Jan. Jan's like, I finally completed 3 items. I'm happy. Loliel's is like, hey, I'm 4th item complete. What are you going to do about it? You build any armor, doesn't even matter. Doesn't need the Blade of Despair. Understands that the rest of his team is going to do the majority of the heavy lifting. He just needs to make sure that Ocean Black are going to be free food and he's on cleanup duty.
This is actually interesting because I recall from the item builds we saw during the game that after Sea Halberd, he had already completed that Legion Sword. I thought he was going for a Blade of Despair, but instead he pivoted to a Hunter Strike. I wonder if it's just because he realized, okay, this game is going to end before the BOD comes out. Let me just get some damage.
I just need it now, right?
Yeah.
Just pick it up now while I still can. Pretty rough game coming in from Ocean Black. 13 minutes, but one of the cleaner signs from JP Niners looking that they want that clean sweep more than anything else.
I think they are in perfect position to claim it as long as they don't do anything too weird with the draft in game number 2 the same way they have up until now. It should be a pretty cut and dry victory. As for Ocean Black, there is so much more work that needs to be done. There is a confidence issue, there's an experience issue. They're not making as many mistakes now that they have their full MAL synergy, but it doesn't really feel like they're doing anything at all.
Hey, you can't make mistakes if you don't try, right?
Yeah, true.
That's the big problem that we're seeing from Ocean Black. It feels like all the scenarios are losing scenarios, and that's the feeling you get when you deal with a tank jungler who's constantly in your face. Oh, we're going to engage on that top side. We're going to get somebody and get a kill. And down by max, 3 people on bottom lane trying to hold Jan's hostage. Ends up losing his T1 anyways, and also his battle spell. And they get a T1 off mid, which is the most important structure.
JP Niners were just systematically removing map control from Ocean Black. And Ocean Black just never seemed like they could do anything to counteract it. We just look at the damage numbers, the comparison between them, and it's kind of unfortunate. Just Lolil himself doing nearly the damage of Diff and Jun put together. Super Susu, despite playing Jawhead, had barely any damage.
Yep. My personal recommendation is to find the adjustments when you realize that, hey, you've already full clear with the help of that Jawhead on that Suyo. You only do it once. The second time, you need to make sure that you fight for that mid control, right? You want to make sure that Warlord doesn't get to move around for free. Yes, Hazelknight is going to get in the way, sure, but that's why you have the Jawhead in the first place, right? You need to start getting those battle spells out. You need to find these bigger punishments so that Diff is able to start hurting the tanks on time.
It just seemed like Ocean Black were playing kind of afraid throughout the entire game, waiting for some kind of opportunity to present itself, which never happened. You gotta be able to take initiative to force things out. And I get the feeling the past couple of weeks they've played here in MPL has just made them a little bit too hypersensitive.
I don't think it's hypersensitive. I think the big issue is passive pathing. Passive pathing in the sense of, hey, if I want to make this rotation happen, I have to follow the protocol. For jungles, I need to make sure I clear this camp, this camp, this camp in this sequence and not change it. We need to see proactive thought of, hey, I need to change up the jungle path so I can end up here at a different time.
Dude, only 2 faces taking all the notable stats for this game, with Lolil as the rich guy and the carry, and Hazelnut being the sandbag and best wingman. It just goes to show how much of a dominant hold JP Niners had over game 1.
Yep, very, very dominant. One of the lowest kill count games that we've had seen all season 2 to 6, right? 13 minutes is what's still pretty fast, all right? Again, JP Niners, they found the chokehold, they found the perfect timing, they've got the checkmate angle, and they got right under the neck as soon as they could.
And made sure not to overextend themselves as well, trying to force push the base open when they had it. They probably could have.
I mean, the closest they got to was by the crystal. Once you see Sopa kind of like jump in onto Diff with the curtain call as well and stop the initial flicker. Other than that, I think that's as far as we got.
Yeah, I think they could have actually just ended the game there. But hey, you know, play it safe. JP Niners knows they need the win. They're already in such a strong position that they don't have to force things. And I do respect that decision. Looking at the highlights, it's just going to be a JP Niners show all the way from the start to the finish, really.
Yeah, it was going to be a JP Niners show. You know what? I just thought of something else they could have done. They could have like forced priority from Jan's side and gone for double waves. Super Susu sticks with Jans, goes to the bottom side, helps him clear, rotate over to the mid lane while Diff tries to hold that wave, double wave him to get his items quicker so that JP Niners is a little bit more hesitant to move to his side of the map.
Like, these are all things that more experienced teams, more experienced players might be able to think of, but Ocean Black just seems to be suffering from the biggest case of culture shock we have ever seen. Just straight up.
I've never seen a team play so passive before. What am I supposed to do? Juna's like, I've lost like 4 of my buff in the past 5 minutes, guys, please.
It is literally a deer in the headlight situation, right? Ocean Black has realized that there is a much bigger ocean out there, and they're just not prepared for MPL.
What is this blue water? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. The only ocean we know is black.
Yeah, that's as much of our gaming spaces that we need. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much to say afterwards. I hope that they do. Now, again, if they do want to try and change up the draft, maybe getting rid of the Frederick might just be a good idea in that second phase, hopefully. Or if not, like we saw it happen in that very first phase, there's a lot of priority picks, but at least there is a bit of a gamba in play.
Maybe, but there's still so many other picks that you might have to worry about. Yes, Fredrin is basically the most viable tank jungler that we have available. So I actually wouldn't mind seeing Max play something else just to see if, you know, man still got it, if the Niners are able to adjust themselves to a different playstyle. But will Ovi do that? You know, that's the question.
I want to see him play Roger again.
Honestly, I kind of do.
Do it, Max. This is a great. Actually, this is a pretty good time to do it. Sapa can play tank style EXP laners. We can path pretty nicely. I mean, Hazel is very comfortable with these styles anyway because he comes from Todak and Todak Legion. He's played with you guys for a good amount of time. I mean, he's also played with junglers who have had the access to marksman style junglers. Gary, for an example, already is decently well versed on it, and he played it in the past couple of seasons as well. So you know, it kind of fits the build.
If we get to see Max playing a Roger or like a Yisun Shin even,
oh, give me the YSS,
I think
baby.
we would be very happy. It's the best chance to do it. I think it's clear at this point that even though JP Niners have not been doing too well this season, they still outclass OB. That's just that big of a skill difference here.
Well, I mean, well, macro-wise, yes. In terms of mechanics, we haven't really seen anything too fancy, right? I would like to see Super Susu make attempts with like a flicker engage of some sort, right?
Again, he did though. And then he got insta-stunned.
He did get insta-stunned. I will give Hazel that he did shut that down. But again, the target priority, right? Knowing that high loss is there, probably should go for the unstoppable force first, and then maybe look to, hey, I'm gonna go for an engage on the other target with quick flicker. Those are the types of mechanics that will catch people off guard.
I guess that's true. It's tricky though. Like when you lack experience like this, and at this point, I imagine that OB have taken a pretty big hit to their overall confidence as well. It really limits your potential.
Well, it depends on how. It's the mentality, right? It's the mentality of how do you look at the game. If you are in the jungler's position, yeah, this feels pretty unplayable. It's like, what am I supposed to do? Jump into the back line? Like, what are you? What? There's no angles. There's no angles. I've been blocked out of every single exit. I think it really just needed to pull up somewhere else. But with that being said, we're going to be throwing it over to Rose in just a little bit. What is going? Oh, hell, we need one person. Stop. You want to go? You want to go?
Yeah,
Rose,
sure,
please,
sure.
one person.
All right.
Go on over. Go on over.
Why not?
Okay, so kita sekarang ada wakil daripada casters ya. Kita ada Syamilo dan juga Stafa. Okay, do you guys even know what we're doing? Tahu tak kita nak buat apa?
Tak tahu.
Do you know what we're doing?
I assume something to do with.
Kita bagi skin kat fan ni?
Tak. Okay, so I cakap dengan Munta, I cakap, alah, kita selalu buat Naruto Spin Challenge dengan audience, dengan player, tapi caster tak dapat lagi. Kita nak bagi sayang sikit dekat caster. You rasa siapa punya tangan paling wangi?
Versus Dafa tu?
I don't think so.
Okay, so this is the challenge, okay? Kalau korang tadi tak dengar apa yang kita buat. Okay, Rose ada timer 30 saat. Okay, phone masing-masing ada diamond yang lebih cukup lah orang kata. In 30 seconds, siapa yang paling cepat dapat skin Naruto akan dapat hadiah. So, are you guys ready?
No.
Oh, no. Well, you unfortunately have no choice, Dafa. Ready, Milo?
Okay, ready.
Okay, so in 3, 2, 1, go! Tunjuklah kamera. Tunjuk kamera. Okay, shout bila dapat skin Naruto. Dah dapat something. Wait, stop. Into 9 seconds, Shamilo dapat. Fabian, is that you?
Yeah, Fabian di MPL Malaysia, guys.
Dapat skin tadi, Sasuke kan? Wow! 9 saat guys, 9 seconds only. Kita ada 21 saat lagi. So that means Shamilo akan menerima 5,000 diamond.
Boleh PM lah siapa nak. Oi, abang kira main.
Okay, ada kata-kata ke nak cakap?
PM Caster is the best. English tak best.
Yeah! Take that L!
Oh, take that L, Gideon. No? I think representative yang you pilih tak W lah, kurang W. Stafa, how do you feel about this?
This is pretty normal for me.
Always losing?
Not rolling what I want.
Not rolling what you want. Okay, good game, guys, good game. Get your roll for him later, okay? So thank you very much to Milo and Stafa. You guys may now take your seat, okay? Oh, wait. Peace bomb. Okay, you guys may now take your seats, and with that, mari kita masuk game kedua dalam best of 3 ini. Adakah JP Niners akan dapat kemenangan pertama mereka? With that, back to the casters.
Thanks, Rose. Dang, we got rolled. How did he get it? He got it in like 8 seconds. What was that? That was such BS.
I feel like I just had a taste of what OB is feeling.
Oh, dude. Just hard How did he get so lucky? How did he get so lucky? I get that earlier, before the show even started, that Karakuri was getting very lucky on his rolls. Milo, not so much. So that's why he came into it pretty inconfident.
Yeah, you know what? This is fine because he rolled the Naruto skin on like the event phone. That means he's not gonna roll it on his phone.
We're getting BM'd on the other side. They're showing us we're taking L's left, right, and center. These suckers. We'll get them next time. We'll get them next time though.
Okay, we can gift ourselves skins from their phones. They better watch out.
They better watch out. But based on the MPL insiders, we had a chat with Antagonist, and we asked them, a lot of people have questions about the draft yesterday. Antagonist is like, for me, game 2 was already okay, just that some players didn't follow the game plan we discussed, so that made the draft feel a bit off. Now we've entered a critical moment. Netizens, management, and everyone's thinking the same thing. I don't know why the emoji came up afterwards, but we're all thinking about the same thing.
Okay. I don't know how to feel when I hear Antagonist saying like, oh, game 2 was okay. Some players just didn't follow the game plan, because is that really it? Is that really the only issue?
Well, here's the thing. I hate to admit it, but I think that Antagonist is actually correct. There is logic behind the madness, I'm not going to lie. The game plan needs to be, again, they're trying these weird drafts, but the execution level needs to be at a certain height. It needs to be extremely precise, because as soon as you miss those big timings, you're basically done for the next 3 to 4 minutes. So now that we're coming into the next drafting phase, and you're right, Antagonist as well as Papa mentioned it, hey, it's a critical moment. So therefore, let's go back to the fundamentals, let's get these free points, let's get these 3 points, and then we might go back to our old ways.
I guess, but I don't know, it just creates the question for me, like, even if the players weren't able to execute correctly on the draft, like, shouldn't the coach bear some responsibility for not assigning the correct lineup to the players? You know, like, even the best draft in the world will not work if your players can't execute it.
Yeah, so is that the coach's fault?
I don't know, actually.
I think it's
maybe a little of both. Like, should the coach give a draft that the players are able to execute well?
What do you think they're doing in scrims all day?
I guess. I mean, it's not like we know what's really happening.
I mean, that's also true. I think that if it is a scenario whereby, oh, our player doesn't, we haven't practiced this, or if it's a situation whereby the player is like, trust me, coach, then I think there is a more direct correlation to who is at fault. As a whole, usually it is the team who is, again, put at fault in these types of scenarios, because the team also has to agree with the coach. At the end of the day, the coach gives that final call on what the draft is supposed to be. If the players are doing it, then whoever bears the responsibility is definitely in question.
Fair enough. Well, let's see what kind of hero pickups we're going to see for game number 2. Will JP9ers decide, hey, it's time we can play something a little bit more interesting, or will they stick to basics and make sure they get that clean sweep? They banned the Lucas and the Badang, and then OB banned Chip and Joy.
Yeah, you can see the antagonist. Again, building strong relationships here with the rest of his team. Hazelnut now looking at the next picks and even Warlord's getting in on it, while the coaches and the man who's getting the BM is taking the L's. Now, we'll keep it a secret for you, Warlord, but Fanny going to be the next ban from the side of Pubs. Interesting to see. They're not willing to go for the Fanny Gamba, even if Max is coming back to the lineup.
Well, Max hasn't actually played all that much Fanny, even in the past games where you recall, so considering it's been a while since he's played MPL, may be a little bit too much to ask for on his first game back, but who knows? Could be a mind trick for the future as well.
It could be. It could be. Let's see what OB is going to do in response, because they get rid of the Fredrin, and that's a very, very big Gamba. Again, getting rid of the Fredrin with so many power picks available, I wouldn't put it past Max to say like, hey, you can play Suyo. He's like, yeah, I press buttons, I win game, right? And you just have to give him the thumbs up.
In the same way, Hayabusa is also out there, so plenty of choices. I think Kalea would be the safe opening, and they will go ahead and take it.
Which means that Diff is most likely going to get the Zushin again. What they're going to pair it up with is going to be a completely different question. Maybe the Harith once more. They could get like an early Gatot as a flex if they want to as well, just in case. We've seen in week 2 and as well as early stages of week 3 that Gatot is a great way to kind of disengage when things get a little too hectic and somebody gets pulled out of position.
Definitely. In the same way we said for game 1, the Hariphobius also could be a potential opening here. So OB will have a big decision to make of how they want to kick off this draft. This is probably their final chance to maybe match up and get a game under their belts. They go for full power picks. Harith Zusin. Yeah,
our Zusin, very, very safe. I think that's totally fine with me. I think right now the real question is whether or not how exactly are they going to deal with maybe a potential CC coming in from Subbot, right? Like, Fulvius is great, don't get me wrong, but especially when you're up against Subbot who can play that CC well, that counter matchup is a little too brutal.
Yeah, it's really, really rough. We've already seen it in the past as well, so gotta keep an eye out. JP gonna lock in their next picks. Hayabusa Granger. Wow, okay.
Yep, again, one of Max's favorite heroes to play.
Without conscience.
And now we might just see it, and we're gonna get to see Kakashi come to play as well. OB, what can they do against this? They can go for, now that they don't have access to Badan, they can go for the Cho, possibly for Super Susu. We've seen him play it in week number 1. He does find kicks. It's not like he's too bad on it. Chip's already gone. Are there any other flex picks? I guess they could flex pick Gatot in the meantime while they decide, or at the very least, look for these bans towards phase 2.
Yeah, all possibilities. If they don't want to deal with banning them out, getting Phobius or Gatot here would keep it safe for the Harith, but they go for the Cho instead. Super Susu's micro on Cho is actually pretty solid, but oftentimes he gets a little bit too ahead of himself.
He does, I'm not gonna lie, but now with the team as their main MAL lineup previously, they've got the synergy, and I think they should be able to put him on a leash whenever necessary, right? Coming into the second phase, the fact that Jags has, again, I would only assume that they want to ban out the Phobius. They do have that first pick. If they get rid of Phobius on top of CC, this opens up a lot of potential for maybe even setting up a glue later down the line. That being said, since Zushin is open, they might just ban out the glue.
They do ban the Phobius, so they're getting rid of things that could pose a problem to the Harith later on, which is fine. what OP needs to keep an eye on for me is just having enough burst, right? Because you have Cho and Zusin, really good displacement options, but neither has a lot of damage threat. So you're gonna need like a solid jungler that can follow up on it.
Yep. In that case, that should technically be Suyo, right? But we'll see whether Pops is going to focus down on that jungle side of things or whether or not they're more concerned about getting rid of the counter engage away from Obi. They see the Cho. It's most likely going to be in the roaming position. The EXP is going to be a big question. Yep, there we go. That's the God Thought gone. One counter engage gone. If they're still worried about it, they can also get rid of the Tigreal.
Yeah, haven't seen the Tigreal come out from OB yet, but it is definitely something you might want to worry about, especially since there is already a lot of CC on the board here. Let's see what OB will decide to get rid of.
I think if they want to keep it safe, get rid of CC, lock in high loss.
Get rid of CC lock. It's not bad. Plays fairly safe, but I'm worried about the damage here. Because if you commit to the high-lows now as well, then you're front-loading a lot of the DPS pressure onto your Harif and then your jungler later on, right? And that has been kind of mixed results in the past.
I mean, technically, in terms of global standard, that's the way to kind of go about it. Here at MY, I agree with you that it has been a little volatile. You know, the currency of Suyo Harith has not been doing too hot.
Unfortunately not. The Kimmy got banned instead, so Warlord definitely made an impression. And he was able to roam around well with the rest of his team. Now when paired up with a Kalea as well, it's going to be even more difficult to escape from that if JP Niners decides to go in that direction. So I feel like JP will probably eye something like a Barca a bit more. They do ban out the high-lows as well too, so even the suggestion you gave OB is no longer on the table.
Yep, I think they have to wait for Pops to reveal everything first. Actually, is there any other tank EXP layer? I guess technically Hilda in this case would work. If they want to play it safe, it's Hilda. If not, they reveal Suyo, and then afterwards they go for maybe a Glue, maybe a Hilda at the very end.
A Glue or Hilda if they're still going into the tank EXP direction. They could even steal like CC if they wanted to confirm EXP lane priority, but it would reduce your overall burst, so they'll go for the Hilda instead.
All right. Hilda shows up. I don't think that Sapad is inclined to play the CC now. I think that Glue is probably their best bet at this point. Glue with Flicker in this case and not with Sprint. They already technically have Kalea. Are there any other roamers, potential roamers that could be devastating to OB? I don't think so at this point now that Cho is gone, which means that...
Matilda?
Oh, you're right. Matilda hasn't been touched at all. Glue gets locked in, and it looks like they're going to go with a Farsa instead. Just keep it traditional, keep it clean.
Yep. So they're not gonna be flexing the Kalea here. They'll go for the standard, the Glue in the EXP lane to counteract and keep Hilda locked to lane as long as possible. And then the classic Farsa combo with a Cat Roamer is gonna instantly give JP a very balanced draft that scales well.
Yep, they can go for the Suyo. I mean, if Jun's really feeling it, technically they can go for Ling as well, but I don't think it's gonna be very easy. I would much rather the Suyo for the utility and the potential guaranteed ganks mid-rotations or catching JP Niners off in the middle of the river.
Yeah, I agree. You should probably consider Suyo here. I can make maybe an argument for Alpha, but Suyo still makes more sense over Roger. Not from Max, but from Jun instead.
Dude, why? All right, if you are going to be playing Roger in this case, yes, I agree you technically have iframes. Yes, you can technically jump into that back line, but it does mean that passive play is actually more rewarding for OB at this point. It does take a while for Jun to actually scale up to a point where you can't actually handle him overall, but it just means that the EXP matchup now is significantly more important than it was before, because that Glue is quite a problem.
And the glue is a problem. The entirety of the Niners draft is a problem. They have good catch, they have good burst, they have scaling, they have snowball potential, they have ways to cut the fight in half. OB, yes, their composition can work, but it's going to take a little bit more effort to get things done. They have to unlock Hilda. They need Roger to be like an active part of the battles from the beginning, and you're literally picking Max's signature pick against him in the game you need to win to maybe keep yourself in MPL.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess, you know, for Jun, in Jun's perspective, having the Suyo, it's a lot harder to play the game in comparison to the Rogers, especially with Blue at play. And it looks like he wants to end up towards the gold side of the map anyways. But the early engagement from Super Susu ends up, well, kind of leashing Max to a certain degree. Doesn't really matter because Jun has a very nice kill. Oh, wow. He's not even going for War Cry. He really just goes straight into kill spree. He wants to chain it together.
He's trying to be the main core for Ocean Black. Gotta give him props for that, but that means more active play. Little gonna be contested. Looks like Max still on point with those retries.
Dude, Jun, you can't be missing those skill shots, bro. You can't be missing those skill shots. That could have been a free Lethal Wanderer for you to get that lead straight away. But all right, now we head towards the bottom side, right? I'm guessing they're giving over the gold crab to Jun's side before he heads back in to his jungle.
Still safe play for Ocean Black for now. I really want to see them shift there. They're laning a little bit, you know, because it's obvious they're not going to really be able to match the Niners just straight up, like head-to-head. Trying to play around their rotation timings is probably their best bet.
Yeah. For now, Super Susu, he opens up the map and Hazelnut tries to just punish his life total every single time.
Oh, here comes the Haya. Max not going to come in. Oh, just going for the steal. Gonna save that Ogi Shadow kill for the turtle.
Yeah, turtle's gonna be coming up in just a little bit though. However, not much of a interaction so far. I don't think this is gonna be too great for Jun. All he wants are these neutral objectives, and Max, he's aware of it, right? Every single one of these neutral creeps that we see, whether it be Lethal Wanderer, whether it be River Crabs, whether it be turtles, actually matter at this point, considering that Ocean Black are playing a pretty tight formation.
Super Susu gonna be able to scout out the rotation here. As Jun gets started on the turtle, he's actually not gonna try and get level 5 off of his buff, which means that Max will out-level him and have a stronger retry. Saban is now in the back line. Hashi trying to do the same thing, but Farsa just flies away with the Purify. Now the Lantern gonna get the pickups. Tiding Strike going to be catching one. Hashi a bit too deep though. He has to flicker away. Feather Strike also used two-man stun from Saban to grab on top of Jun. Pulls him back in. The flicker forward from Hazelnut. The follow-up as Roger trying to do some damage, but he ends up being first blood. Ogi Shadow kill, doing some good poke damage. Max securing the double kill as Div jumps forward with the ult to get the pickup. He's 1v4, but he does actually get the kill on Max. And now Super Susu trying to set up for him to get out, but he's not going to be able to. The fight has lasted so long that Jan is able to come into the mid lane and pop the Zaman Force, but he cannot get any kills with it.
Yep, a bit of mistake coming in from Diff, unfortunately. Again, purifying a little too soon. Still gets caught regardless. Oh, don't get stolen. Okay, he got his purple buff. At the end of the day, not the worst for Ocean Black. They were able to find one back onto Max afterwards, so they don't lose in terms of just like raw pressure. Although Max, at the end of the day, didn't. Again, nobody really got the turtle. It's a win for the JP Niners side, but not enough to completely put Ocean Black out of their misery.
Yeah, definitely not. 1k, not too bad at this point, but still not ideal considering OB is playing Chozus in Hilda and should give them some prio on paper, but JP Niners not really giving it to them. And Max already with 2 kills. Hazelnut gonna find Dave. Tsunami Slam pulls him back into Feathered Airstrike. Bit of a mistake there as the kick comes out from Super Susu, but Jun is being spaced away by Saban, and now Super Susu has to flicker away as Lalil comes on in, blasts him to death.
What was that? He put his teeth on the curb and he stared Hazelnut in the face. He's like, I dare you to curb stomp me, bro. What was that?
I mean, at that point in this position, you're just not really getting out. I assume he didn't have his ult available.
More so, you already have Cho hiding in Pixel Brush. Just move away. Just walk away from it. It's not like you didn't have vision over Hazelnut. It was crazy.
Well, who knows? We've already seen OB making many questionable decisions throughout their time here in MPL MY, and this just is another one to add to the chopping block. But JP Niners is able to get a much larger lead after that one. Now 5 kills to 1 with a 3K gold lead.
Yep, and Max, again, this is where it gets really, really tough because he's already got a 2-level lead onto Jun at this point. 1-level lead now, but even so, the EXP differential is not making this easy. Finally, they are starting to implement a double wave setup to make sure that Jans actually is strong enough for the upcoming fights, but here comes the conceal.
Super Susu reveals himself kind of early though, gets on Tsunami Slam, purified by Div. Feathered Airstrike pokes him out pretty hard, but OB will defend their tower.
Nicely done, nicely done. That's what we want to see from Div. He's got to live up to the namesake. Super Susu.
He's looking for it. He gets the kick on Max. Ocean Black following up on him, but Max pops indeed. Ogi Shadow kills. JP Niners forming the backup. Zaman Force comes out. JP actually taking a lot of damage as Max does back in, gets caught with the grab. Jans going to pick him off, but the junglers actually end up getting traded. Hashi's still in the front line. Hazelnut just barely alive, jumps back in, gets the healing for his team. As now JP Niners counterattack. They flip the script. They're chasing down Ocean Black. Hashi gonna be the next target as Lolil forming the front line somehow for his team. Super Susu trying to go back in for some reason as JP Niners comes out on top.
Oh man, Ocean Black should have made the call once they picked off Max. That's where you walk away, right? Because again, you know that, again, Lolios isn't just gonna sit in the bottom lane with no wave. They got really heated in that fight, and honestly, they made that fight look very, very winnable as JP Niners had already committed the majority of their ults to try and punish Diff in the first place.
Yeah, honestly, the kick from Super Sisu on Max was pretty good, and Ocean Black this time wasn't actually too far away, but still not quite close enough for the full burst. They still caught him, but the trade was not ideal.
Not ideal, but at the end of the day, JP Niners still maintain their 4K lead.
Oh, the flicker! The Tsunami pulls Div in! He knows he doesn't have Purify anymore.
Oh, that was great timing from Hazelnut. Really, really great really great timing. Understood, it's not about the engagement. I need to pick him off before he gets that Purify back off. And the JP Niners continue to just play this pick-off comp really nicely.
Very, very good. Very snappy decisions. That's what we want to see. Ocean Black pulling 4 players to defend the mid-tier 1, giving up the top tier 1 in exchange.
Yep, they're not splitting out their resources because they're very nervous about being isolated in a fight against JP Niners when Max is already 2 levels up on Jun.
Things are looking scary now. The lead is still building. Super Susu will scout out Sabat, but sees the rest of the Niners, knows that he has to play this very cautiously. Feathered Airstrike comes out to zone them from tier 1. Super Susu tries to Shunpo the Tsunami Slam. Hazelnut doesn't even use it. And they get the tower.
Very, very disrespectful, but that's totally fine. Despite everything that's happened, I'm surprised that Hashi struggles to get out of the lane against Sabat, right? He had the initial movement at the very beginning of the game, but since those scenarios have not gone in his favor, Sabat, the fact that he's got 2 kills as well as 5 assists, now it's kind of really difficult for Hashi to commit any harder than he can to clearing up a wave against him.
Yeah, the window for Hashi to play on this Hilda has closed very quickly. And JP Niners are continuing to take advantage of the fact that their cores have just not had enough time to actually farm. They're now stealing buffs away from Jun and just making their presence known on the opposite side. Max literally jumps back in to retreat away.
Gotta put that ego out there, right? Gotta put the ego out there. Lightning Trunks purchased by Warlord, that's a huge buy. Anybody being caught by the Tsunami Slam will blow up if Warlord pops that Feathered Airstrike. Regardless, Ocean Black trying to find any gaps in the defense of the JP Niners, knowing that they're going to be on this turtle for now. Bot T1, the entire bot side jungle needs to be taken away now before anything else.
Let's look at the way OB is positioned. All 4 members scouting the rotation from the river to the bot side just so Jans can get a tower.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed. Why does Hashi have Flicker?
To get to the back line quicker.
Don't worry, guys. I'll flicker into the back so that Max can't just TP away, guys. I got him.
They can't. If I use sprint, they'll see me coming, guys.
They'll see me coming. I don't want to get hit by it, sir. All right, let's look at the items so far. So greedy. Oh my God, Div. Yeah, let's see how well you're going to be working with that Sky Piercer this time around.
Yeah, it's very unlikely that's gonna have much of an impact. And you just see the amount of gold difference between Diff and Warlord, who already has 2 items, both of which are gonna do a lot more for Niners.
Yeah, not to mention even Hashi has decided to go for like a semi-tank. I mean, the fact that he's looking for a Hephaestus afterwards is kind of interesting. But I think that going full tank probably should have been the play. Regardless, as they start to rotate through, let's see whether or not the inhibitor breaks, because Holy Shielding is gone.
Lord will crash in, Feather there strikes the zone, Diff half HP from 1 hit. Tower will go down, AP Niners will reposition to take the mid inhibitor, while Lolil is just poking by himself in the base. Hashi trying to defend, not really succeeding, he'll go down. The rest of Ocean Black will just barely hold on thanks to the minion wave dying.
We need to see a super play from Super Susu, man. He needs to catch Warlord. He needs to catch maybe Hazelnut. I don't know. It's kind of tough. Both of them having Purifies. Loliel's at least has a Purify this time, showing some respect to some regard.
At this point, the only thing Super Susu is going to be catching is a cold shoulder from the JP Niners, because they're just not giving any openings. And Ocean Black is continuing to play the same way we saw in Game 1, bit too wary, bit too afraid, overcommitting resources just to get the smallest of objectives. And that is just snowballing out of control for Niners.
All right, let's see what type of issue is it. It's a type 1 issue, so we will be able to get back into the game in just a short minute here. In the meantime, looks like it's going to be the JP Niners making the call about what exactly is going on. Hopefully we can get it fixed up fast.
I'm trying to think of what OV can even do at this point, but even if we have an idea, I don't think he's going to be able to execute on it.
Well, we'll see. That was Rizel in the crowd checking out how things have been going on here in MPL MY. For the time being, though. Oh, this was actually a longer troubleshoot. I thought it would just be like a minute.
Interesting. Well, we gotta make the match last longer somehow, right?
Gotta make the match longer somehow.
Hey, wait a minute. Who's that in the audience?
Oh, it's somebody that the entire chat has been waiting for to see. 39,
is that
more
the
like
secret
30.
weapon of Ocean Black?
Could be. He's got the number 39 on his back. Sounds like 39 days of not playing just yet.
I think it's been for a lot of the people in chat, it's been a lot longer than that. Time moves slowly when DJY isn't playing.
That's facts. That is facts. Damn, pretty significant issue here. I wonder if Lolios accidentally spilled like his 100+ on Infinix phone. Oh, no. Looks like we're not going to take the full 2 minutes here. We're going to be heading back into the game. Thank you to our marshals as we go back to the slaughter.
It's a slaughter, all right. The second inhibitor will fall. Ocean Black literally have to position as far away as possible, and they still lose half their HP to the Warlord alone. Top inhibitor goes down, Max just jumps in, okay, Shadow Kill picks off Diff. When the damage is being shared by 3 people, by the way, the Flicker in with the knockup, pulls Jun back. Hashi, though, actually buying a lot of space. Hazelnut gonna be picked off instead.
It's big damage coming in from Jans, right? Jans, he's been trying to farm up all game. And at least now he's got enough to take out Hazelnut at the very least. But in terms of raw damage, Loliels and Warlord have been doing the works.
Look at that damage dealt by Warlord and Loliel compared to the next highest, which is surprisingly Hashi. Didn't think that would be the case, but the sheer amount of long-range pressure that the Niners are applying right now, and Ocean Black just don't have really good ways of jumping the backline. If Hashi does it, he just gets blown up. Super Susu needs to take the front, so it's kind of a lose-lose.
Kind of a lose-lose. You can see even from the audience cameraman making sure it's just like, should play Fanny, right? Should play Fanny this entire time. That could have been your solution, but it got banned out very early on. Regardless, AP just taking their time with this, right? 11 minutes into the game, they basically almost achieved checkmate angle. Jans is about to die even.
Nearly dying just from clearing the minion wave because these random bullets are coming out of nowhere. Loliel just being a pain in the butt. If you thought Warlord was bad, Loliel is getting worse.
Yeah, the laning phase has not been great for Ocean Black, let me tell you that. Laning phase has been pretty rough, and it's not like Jan died like multiple times. He only died once this game, and even after that, recovered very well.
If you don't try, you don't die.
Yeah, that's also true. Let's look at the items. Yep, 3 items complete. for Jen, but 4 items already secured for Loliel's side. Same can be said about Max, and that's why he is chunking, absolutely chunking the backline of Ocean Black.
Looks like Loliel went the same build as before as well. 4 item Hunter Strike. He is alone in the base of OB and walking up to their faces, and they just cannot punish. Hazelnut is right behind him, granted, yes, but that's just how big of a deficit they're at.
Yeah. No plays being made by Ocean Black here. No ways to punish.
This could be the end here. Lord is crashing in. Conceal comes out. Hashi trying to dump it back. That's actually a 5-man knockout from Super Susu. They pick up Loliel, and Warlord is chased down by Jazz, but the Lord is dealing damage to the Crystal, and now JP9ers will just walk in. Despite the efforts of OB, despite finally getting some kind of punish, the Lord says no. I'm a fan of the JP9ers.
Yeah, you can see the looks of both Warlord and as well as Loliel's face. They're like, it's over? Oh, I guess it's over. That's a 2-0 here for the JP9ers. 3 crucial points for them to actually climb up in the standings and breaking their lose streak finally.
Hopefully the start of a rise in the JP9ers, as Max has certainly reinvigorated these players, but that will all be tested when they face off against stronger lineups. As for the opposite side, I think while it might be a bit early to say, it's pretty clear that Ocean Black's time in MPL Malaysia will be limited. They simply don't seem to match the class of gameplay we expect here.
Yeah, I think that Ocean Black still has a lot to learn here, how to force out objectives, how to play around these timers. Because unfortunately, even when we look at the emblems, right, not a lot of pull yourself togethers. And I think that in general, when you are utilizing pull yourself togethers, you have to be able to take those windows.
You definitely have to be. Well, let's just move on over to our post-match interview. Rose, take it away.
Kemenangan pertama untuk pasukan JP9ers, 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh, dan sebelah Rose kita ada King Max and of course Loliel. Hi guys.
Halo.
Max, welcome back.
Ya, thank you.
Lama tak jumpa ya?
Lumayan.
Lama. Okay, Max dulu lah kan. Max, so kita tahu Max baru je kembali ke MPL MY. Apa yang jadi, macam mana, JP9ers kontak suruh datang balik?
Gak tahu, Bang Anca
Anca.
suruh balik ya.
Anca suruh balik dan Max? Okey aja.
Ya.
Balik aja.
Balik aja.
Suka Malaysia tak?
Suka.
Suka. Apa yang you suka pasal Malaysia?
Nasi lemak.
Okay, nasi lemak. I agree. Fair thing. Okay, now Loliel. Congratulations on your first win.
Thank you,
Lama tak jumpa Loliel atas pentas. How are you feeling?
Feeling good dan puas hati lah sebab menang minggu ni. Walaupun menang satu game, jadi kami akan buat yang terbaik lagi.
Okay, maybe kita boleh tanya pendapat Loliel lah kan. Now, kita tahu beberapa minggu lepas ni, it's agak shaky untuk JP9ers. And apa yang tengah jadi inside actually? Is it miscommunication, chemistry tak dapat lagi? Mungkin you boleh ceritakan kepada audience.
Apa yang kurang dekat tim kami mungkin experience lah. Sebab ada beberapa player yang baru sahaja main. Jadi dia perluan experience untuk shining lebih better lah di masa depan.
Siapa yang jadi shot caller beberapa match sebelum ni?
Mostly Warlord. Warlord dengan saya lah.
I see. Dan sekarang bila King Max kembali, dia shot caller ke?
Bagi idea sikit-sikit.
Bagi idea sikit-sikit.
Mostly Max yang akan cakap.
Weh, sikit-sikit pun boleh menang
Boleh. Max.
Aura. Okay, now kita dah nampak perlawanan yang very dominating from the side of JP9ers. So ini adalah masa untuk mendapat tahu MVP perlawanan ini. So let's see the MVP in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada the one and only King Max. Wish. Dengar cerita Max 3 bulan lebih tak main ML, betul ke?
2 bulan.
2 bulan. Apa yang Max tengah buat 2 bulan tu?
Menikmati hidup.
Okay, sekarang dapat main ML balik, lepas tu menang. Macam mana perasaan dia? Rasa easy ke? Enggak. Rasa apa?
Senang aja, lumayan senang.
Sudah ready untuk save JP9ers?
Semoga lah bisa lolos playoff seminimal-minimalnya.
Okay, now this is a good thing, Loliel. mungkin kita boleh tanya Loliel. A lot of people are asking currently, what is JP Niners punya main goal? Sebab dah dapat agak a bit of losses and now masih lagi ada harapan untuk playoff. So is playoffs the main goal or secure slot pun untuk season depan dah okay?
Kami akan cuba yang terbaik lah untuk secure playoff. Sebab itu main objektif kita orang lah.
Okay, is the team ready kalau JP Niners with this lineup layak ke playoff?
I am confident.
You're confident sebab King Max dah balik?
Yeah.
Okay, is there any... Dia tak percaya. Dia tak percaya. Okay, is there anything Loliel nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir beberapa match dan hari ini untuk sokong korang?
Kepada fans online ataupun offline, terima kasih kerana teruskan support JP Niners. Walaupun performance kami tengah down minggu-minggu sebelum ni, kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk bangkit lagi dan menangan game seterusnya.
Alright, thank you very much to Max and Loliel. Sekali lagi, congratulations atas kemenangan pertama mereka. And with that, marilah show it back to the casters for them to analyze apa yang jadi dalam clean sweep game ini up against OB. With that, casters, back to you guys.
Welcome once again, our MVP King Max, doing it and saving lives, taking names and making the games as clean as possible.
Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the interesting jungle picks that we hoped to see, but seeing Max on Hayabusa again is always a treat. And it's good to see that some things don't change, right? It's like riding a bike. Those skills never really leave you for real, and Max still looks pretty solid, looks pretty clean, looks comfortable up on that stage as well. Very eager to see how he will continue pushing forward to maybe save the JP Niners.
No surprises with his builds as well, going for the standard on every single one of them. And more importantly, so the fact that he is showing off that Fredrin and showing how it should be played these days, especially for some of the other teams out there to keep in mind that, again, these tank junglers are very oppressive, but in a very different play style. It's not about getting kills, it's about slowly starving out your opponents, kicking them in the stomach.
Of the tank utility jungle, a playstyle that dominated MLBB for multiple years back then before it finally phased out. And still very effective when you do it correctly with the right composition. JP Niners have truly rallied around Max. The players look better, look cleaner, but it remains to be seen how well this will remain consistent against stronger lineups.
Well, I mean, they've needed this win, and if they weren't going to do it against Ocean Black, then I think they would be in very deep waters if Max wasn't able to pull through for the team. Overall, at least with Hazelnut as well as Max in this lineup, it seems that JP Niners can play a strong fundamental game, and I think that's important because from this point onwards, if they can keep up the momentum, get a couple more wins, then they can start working on adding a little bit of polish, focusing on not only their fundamentals, but learning to bend the rules a little bit depending on scenarios.
It's a little bit weird to look at the players we have in JP Niners and think like, oh, it's good that they have the fundamentals considering their experience, but sometimes you do have to rebuild from the beginning. The Niners will finally break their loss streak. They take a clean series here, which will definitely help points-wise in rising through the rankings. And as for Ocean Black, they will remain without a win to their name.
Yeah, unfortunate for Ocean Black, but you can see that the inexperience is costing them a lot. Not as much punishments as we probably should have seen in this game. Not a lot of pressure being earned, even if Hashi had his windows in the earlier stages. Again, just no way to really capitalize on it. Overall, Ocean Black has a lot to do when it comes down to the drawing board, but they need to be somewhat proactive. They're very scared to make mistakes, especially after the way the game 1 played, but I think that's a very unique scenario when you're up against a tank jungle.
I think rather than just the series itself, Ocean Black just doesn't want to make the wrong moves based on how they've been losing every series this season. I think they've just had this thought ingrained in them of how every move needs to be deliberate, it needs to be safe, it needs to be smart. But the more you have to consider when you try to make something happen, the longer it takes. And all of those times will be taken advantage of.
Yeah, all of that time taken advantage of very early on. And I think that in terms of the raw laning phase, Jans isn't doing too bad against Loliels, all things considered. It really starts to snowball out of control once these key fights start to happen, and that's when he starts to lose space, and that's when we see that lead that Loliels eventually develops. Once he gets like a, 500, 600 goal lead on top of Jan, he finds these big punishments in the lane itself. Something which Ocean Black need to be taken into consideration because all across the board, the laning phases just wasn't great.
It was not great indeed. I see a little bit of how AERO Esports approaches the game and the way Ocean Black plays it, in that it's very direct, very standard, by the book, a little bit too safe, a little bit slow, but AERO Esports has their fundamentals in place at the very least. Ocean Black, you can tell that they have the potential, it's just something is holding them back.
Well, I think two things. One, the inexperience of how to play from behind, and also how to utilize your resources to eventually double up later down the future. Because if Ocean Black just traded 1-for-1, it is still in favor of Ocean Black because JP Niners are ahead. And it's so much more worth it, especially if you're looking for these bigger shutdowns. But just, again, not enough fights to actually happen to find that equalizer. Regardless, Rich Guy and Carry going over the Loliel. Sandbag this time going to be Hashi, and Hazelnut as the best wingman.
I think this is one of the better performances we've seen from Hazelnut, actually. He was very confident, very aggressive, knew the timings of battle spells to decide who he could grab and who he could maximize from the side of the JP Niners, since whenever they were engaging on one person, Hazelnut would be free to go into the backline and find another catch to accelerate the kills even more.
Yeah, and those accelerations, again, just made it really, really difficult to find those big reset kills for Jun. I mean, he got close to a couple of them, but just not enough. Once you're on that Kalia, that snowball gets really difficult to handle, especially since this early game fight didn't go in Ocean Black's favor. Really just boiled down to, oh, do we have level 4? Who's about to get it? Or do we also have to worry about the early game damage? Yes, you do, especially when you're up against something like a Kalia.
Yeah, Ocean Black definitely stayed too long in this first fight. You're against a Kalia. Hazelnut's going to provide so much healing over time for the rest of the JP Niners. And you can see that after that, the follow-ups were a little bit too slow. Here, Super Susu got the kick in way after the kill had already happened, and then the rest of the team was hesitant. And the more that happened, the more hesitant OB became to actually commit to team fights.
Yeah. Here's one of the better scenarios for Ocean Black. After that initial kill, they probably should have moved backwards, but they wanted to kill Hazelnut so badly, which rebaited them into a fight that they could not win because Loliels was going to not only even up the score, but clean up that fight.
This was the only fight where OB actually had a pretty decent performance, picking off 2 cores and catching JP Niners off guard. But by then, the lore is already in the base. It's on the crystal. The game is over. And with that, the tournament is already looking to be kind of over for Ocean Black too.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot to learn. I think their quality of scrims, unfortunately, isn't up to snuff just yet. It's really tough, right? Breaking into the Tier 1, you want to be able to get quality scrims with high-level teams, but even some of these high-level teams don't want to scrim with you because you are fresh, you are new, you're not going to learn too much. And then sometimes they don't even get back to you after the first round of scrims. So again, it's really, really tough to start breaking into this T1 scene unless you make a very good impression within the first 2 weeks.
And unfortunately, that has not really happened. So I wish the best of luck to Ocean Black. It's not over yet. They still have more games to play, but they're going to be even more difficult going forward. And as for JP, they finally break the ice, right? Max has made maximum impact with his debut back into MPL Malaysia. And I'm sure we're all very excited to see how far he will go.
I'm excited to see how much he's going to continue to grow. You heard it in the interview. He hasn't played for like a couple of weeks, man. A couple of
months, actually.
2. Initially, we thought it was 3, but it was actually 2. Regardless, there's so much more I would like to see from him. Can he play the Suyos? Can he play the Joys? All the standard meta junglers that we're hoping to see him potentially flourish on. Lucas, especially.
It would be really rewriting history again if Max comes in and saves JP Niners, pulls them back into the playoffs, right? Who knows?
Well, with that being said, we're going to be wrapping it up here for our second best of 3. Our final game, the highlight match, going to be happening after this at MPL MY Season 15.
Depan lagi. Boleh. Depan.
Okey, bawa kita minyak.
Boleh, baik. Dia kolam mau.
Apa ada wave dulu tu?
Aku baling ya. Boleh. Minion now. Fokus minion.
Defend.
Ulti kau berapa, Jan?
10.
Alright. Ni kita bisa coba mid ya, guys.
Ya, gua dari kiri.
Balik, guys.
Ni barang.
Offside, guys. Boleh, guys.
Jago.
Lagi. Aku pegang. Aman, guys.
Nice one. I think.
Sabar. Aku mati.
Remit, fight.
Wait. Hari ulti, guys. Bisa try fight sih, guys. Hari ulti. Betul. Depan-depannya, guys. Bisa, Max?
Bisa.
Boleh, Max. Lagi. Orang dulu. Farm kill.
Orang.
Nice one.
Ipan takut kalah di end, dok.
Pantai harit, Jing.
Oh, ente cok. Apa nice try.
Aman.
Ada. 650 Jusin. Cek, guys, dapat. 10. Nice, guys.
Coba kontil. Ya, aku
atas.
Sudah tarik sekali tu, guys. Bagi vision untuk mix tu bawah.
Boleh.
Aman sih. Boleh.
Apaan kalian? Kunci.
Okey. Aman, ada puri.
Allah. Tahu. Info puri ada tu? Tak tahu.
Jangan ke bawah. Kau ambil itu atas.
Ya.
Kunci.
Aku pergi air.
Lo.
Keringat mati.
Defend.
Hati.
Oh, ente.
Sudah.
Dari tadi kalau kita cuba diorang
Torment dulu. Di sini ada ya. Lo harit. Dia konsil. Aman, guys.
Aku mati, guys.
Wih, sarang kocok kali.
Udah tendang.
Bob, tiga lebih.
Minin masuk tuh, guys.
Kau endo minion. Belum. Akuin.
Nen.
starts now.
Mobile Legend M6 スイスウォッチ
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。 ったわよ。
Kerap menggaru kulit kepala disebabkan kelumumur, masalahnya lebih mendalam. Gunalah Head and Shoulders menembusi 5 lapisan untuk membasmi kelumumur dan kegatalan. Bebas kelumumur sehingga 100%. Head and Shoulders diuji secara dermatologi.
見せてやるよ。シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
You keep scratching the surface for dandruff? But the problem lies deeper. Use Head and Shoulders. It goes 5 layers deep to defeat dandruff and itch. Be up to 100% dandruff-free. Head and Shoulders. Dermatologically tested.
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。さよなら。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Triple, try, chase, 100+0, hey! Rasa, pagi, tanpa kalori, yo, tanpa kalori. Yo, hebatkan harimu dengan 100+0. Triple, try, chase, 100+0, hey!
ここは俺に任せてもらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Jiwa perwira, setinggi semangat gagah sang harimau. Medan bertarung walau di mana, kita berdiri sama perkasa. Biar lawangan kita bergema satu dunia. Perwira dan pertiwi, bangkitlah dan terus berjuang. Marilah kita bersorak, harapan pasti ada. Ayo Tim Mas, kita mara bersama. Kita semua Tim Mas.
Ini 5 sebab kenapa korang kena datang tengok MPL MY di Stadium Juara. Pertama, korang dapat tengok kita orang main dan tim MPL lain main secara langsung. Kedua, boleh jumpa player depan-depan.
Bruh.
Ketiga, sebab ada Both Vamos. Keempat, tiket murah, RM10 je. Last sekali, yang penting sebab ada saya lah. Jom datang Stadium Juara setiap minggu untuk tonton semua tim MPL MY bertanding. And paling penting, jangan lupa beli tiket guys kat Ticket to You atau tekan link di bio. Jangan lupa follow MPL MY.
Misete yaru yo. Sharingan no hontou no chikara o na. 湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
とかは俺に任せてもらった。四代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing. Perspectives are clashing. Oh, oh, oh. We're taking on the fight. Justice is found. Transform into battle now. Judgment's gavel coming down. Fighting for the righteous justice. Fighting for the priceless truth. Blurring all the lines between the bad and the good. Yeah. Fighting for the justice no matter what we do. Three perspectives sharing one objective, yeah.
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Dragon in agile fashion, we jump into action, dashing, perspectives are clashing. Oh, 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 we're taking on the fight. Jump into
terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
See me, watch me, hype me, gotta give it all. Don't matter how many times I fall, gotta get back up, yeah, yeah, gotta go. I can hear them calling, now I gotta serve. Mess with my clique, now you get what you deserve. We keep it tight, we keep it cool, they got me and I got them too.
Rasa api tak kunjung padam.
Marah
Ke hadapan kita sehaluan, jangan simpan-simpan, kita anak Malaysia. Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat membara, harungi bersama. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Yeah. Are you ready? Can you feel me now? Yeah, 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 yeah. Let me hear you say.
Lakukanlah sama-sama lakukan, bergema di kiri dan kanan. Tak berhenti marah ke hadapan, tak mengalah berdepan cabaran. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jaga, jaga, kita jaga. Jadi ayo.
Aku hembus kata simat. Bila terjatuh, aku beringat. Jalan dah jauh, cari titik bermula. Krak, 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 krak. Jangan patah semangat. Semarak api bukan calon cadangan. Biar apa menghalang, aku sambut datang. 1000 daya, 1000 alasan. Harungi semua sampai di akhir garisan. Eo, eo.
Kami tak senang mengalah, kami luar biasa. Semangat
MPL Malaysia Season 15 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming smartphone, Infinix Note 50 Pro Plus 5G. Powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350 Ultimate 5.5GB processor for smooth performance. Equipped with 144Hz refresh rate for buttery smooth gaming visuals. JBL tuned speakers for solid sound and a more immersive experience. Also equipped with 100-watt fast charge and 5200 mAh battery for less downtime and more playtime. Fairy Watch, the official Mobile Legends esports watch made in Switzerland with genuine dragon leather. Comes in 3 colorways: green, black, and blue. Our esports partners, Head & Shoulders, up to 100% dandruff-free and itch protection. Head & Shoulders is dermatologically tested, penetrates 5 layers deep to eliminate dandruff. Get yours now. And thank you to all our strategic partners: 100 Plus, Playas, Astro Arena, MPL Merchandise, MPL Ticketing, supported by KBS, PSI, Rakanuda, MESF, PSM.
Welcome back, everybody. The MPL Malaysia Season 15 continues here today. This is the final best of 3 to wrap up the entirety of Week 3, day number 3. And it's going to be the highlight game of the season here. 2 top contenders that were looking to go for second place unless they beat SRG OG Esports is up the line. My name is Getting Q. This is going to be Sadafa, making sure that you guys are going to be ever so entertained here in the most entertaining region. But Sadafa, I saw your power rankings the last time in Vamos, and as well as MV. Let's talk about that for a moment here, because again, MV, one of the up and rising stars of last year's last season overall MPL standings, and has left an impression on you.
Yeah, they've left multiple impressions on me. They left a very good impression on me last season, and they've left a okay impression on me this season. That's how I'll describe it, because they were doing pretty good.
Oh yeah,
doing pretty solid towards the opening. I thought like, okay, MV's looking good. You know, maybe we'll get a close match when they're up against SRG OG. And then they got swept, stomped, tossed aside into the gutter, straight up. Like, it was a very disappointing performance. I still think they are a pretty strong team overall. There were just some really weird things happening in that match.
Yeah, I think over-eagerness is part of that scenario, but I think overall they are a much better contender based on what we've been seeing from Vamos' side, right? The recovery period, we've given them time, but Vamos, I don't know what to say about them.
Yeah, started off the season bad, just straight out. Like, not bad objectively, but bad from a Vamos point of view.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. I would say bad objectively, to be fair. Like, it's really blurred.
I don't know, I'm desensitized. You know, we've been through some things today.
Hey, look, we're not the most entertaining region for no reason, okay? Sometimes we produce champions, other times we get grouped very fast.
Other times we produce content.
Oh, we do produce good content here, but our top contender is on the line. Who will it be? Is it going to be Team Vamos, or is it going to be Monster Vicious? With a lot of recovery time for Team Vamos and a very distinct play style, MV has been growing over the past few seasons to get to this point, to get into a top 3 position, and honestly looking to make it into EWC as a second representative.
Many of us were disappointed last season when MV was the first team knocked out of the Season 14 playoffs, because we all thought that this might be the team that could join SRG OG at M6. Team Vamos ended up taking that slot instead, and have always been the closest rivals here in MPL Malaysia to the Red Giants. So now these two will face off with ups and downs throughout Season 15. And now is the time to put your foot down, to prove that you are the better squad.
I mean, overall, based on what we've been seeing, Monster Vicious has some explosively good games in comparison to Team Vamos. I mean, Vamos is on the recovery period. Let's not mistake it for anything else. They definitely are disappointed in themselves, but after their wins, they're slowly building up that confidence, slowly going back to the basics, and once they have got that down, I'm expecting to see Vamos bounce back really hard.
Yeah, their gameplay in their recent game looked a lot better than their gameplay in their first game. I will definitely say that. But is it because Vamos themselves have started to fix what they were doing wrong, or were there other factors at play?
Well, I mean, there's a couple of factors that could have come into play. Definitely miscommunication being on the top of the list and identifying how they wanted to kind of play the early stages. Because again, I think, with the new meta, with everything that has been changing in terms of the drafts, there's a lot of aspects of the game that has been changed since the last time we saw them last season. Regardless, I think that MV, based on the impression that we've received from them, to be fair, both teams have been like hard stomped by SRG OG Esports. Let's not deny anything. They are a cut above. But now, looking for that second place standing, who do you think is going to be coming up on top?
Oh,
it's a big ask. I'm not gonna lie.
It's a tough one, this one.
It's hard. It's hard.
Especially since their performance has been inconsistent.
I
can't even.
Based on paper, I'm going to lean more into MV. And I think, MV, it's going to be the performance of Rough that makes the difference. That's what I personally believe. But then again, Vamos, they still have that X factor and maybe pulling AERO 404 back into the lineup, maybe switching it up in case they drop game 1.
I actually do think that this is a goal lane battle. Right? Like you've already mentioned, Rough plays an important role. I feel like he dropped the ball the hardest when they played against SRG OG. And I've kind of thought that Nets has been a weak link for a while. So
just for a while?
For a while, yeah.
Just for a while, even when they're playing on their Infinix phone. Again, big highlights here after JP9er's recent win just now. If you didn't catch that, you can tune back in just later. Because again, the games haven't started, so you can quickly catch up on how that game actually progressed now that Max is back. But speaking of which, coming back into this, MV, I think that Nova X Kobar looking to be one of the better roamers overall. His Kalia has just been so different compared to everybody else. Nobody even comes remotely close, especially when in comparison to Zorn. Week 1, his Kalia did not look good. Week 2, not much better.
I feel like when the season first started, we did hear somewhere that Zorn was just not comfortable on Kalia. So we kind of saw why. But I think it's kind of important to be able to play this hero considering how often she is being first picked blue side. So let's see if Team Vamos has truly adjusted and grown. Looks like Chibi will be on the starting lineup rather than AERO 404. This time alongside the mainstays of Netspresso, Zorn, Clockhoon, and Smooth.
Yeah, which means that I would hope that Team Vamos is looking to play red side, right? Instead of blue side. We all know that Chibi, not the most comfortable on that Fanny. He's mechanically gifted, don't get me wrong, but Fanny just isn't part of his pool, which honestly is kind of surprising, but Fanny is makes you think about the game a little differently.
It does. It really changes the way you approach the draft as well. Team Vamos has had a little bit of a disadvantage on the blue side when Chibi's playing, precisely because they often ban the Fanny. So let's see if that continues to be an issue, especially up against Monster Vicious, fielding one of the best Fanny players locally, Uni, alongside Ruff, Nova X Kobar, Roundel, and Zeno.
I'm not gonna lie, Uni is a nasty jungler. We're finally getting to see him at his top performance, the peak of his career so far. If he can go far in this league and get a chance to go to EWC to try and show that world, it's definitely gonna leave an impression on him. However, I will have to mention Roundel. Again, 2 Indonesian mid laners. Obviously, they're going to look for those big calls at the end of the day, but I think that Roundel over Clockhoon seems to be a little bit more better when it comes to jiving.
I can see where you're coming from, and honestly, I do agree, but let's bring the teams up on stage. Entering the arena as last season's strongest title contender. Today, they return to fend off challengers to their title. Make some noise for Team Vamos!
showing a level of play that is sharper and more refined since day one. Dubbed the mightiest contenders for this season's throne, let's hear the crowd roar for Monster Vicious!
And of course, we can't forget the brains of the operation, the coaches and analysts of both teams, alongside head of League Ops Franklin, to ensure fair play and professional integrity in the matches.
Let's keep it rolling with the fist bumps between the teams. A true sign of professionalism, because this is how we roll. This is Malaysian sportsmanship.
The armbands will be worn by both team captains, who will always lead the team's movement and strategies in the Land of Dawn.
That being said, good luck to both of our squads as they lean up, arm themselves with the best equipment possible thanks to Infinix, armed at their battle stations. Good luck to both our contenders.
Good luck is going to be needed here. These are two very well-matched competing teams, and probably the closest teams that have ever come to taking the throne away from the Selangor Red Giants OG Esports. And now facing off against each other for the first time in Season 15. They are both coming off of up and down performances, eager to remain more consistent heading into the second half of the season.
Now, before we get into the draft, we were talking about a lot of the players, but we didn't get to talk too much about the coaching staff. Now, Zaya, a veteran when it comes down to the international scene. He has led squads to victory and led them pretty far in their own international runs, whether it be an M Series, whether it would be an EWC lineup. Regardless, on the other hand, two local coaches who have, again, made a lot of T2 teams into Tier 1 teams and coached Tier 1 teams at the same time. Haru has done phenomenal work, but this is the longest he has been with a singular organization.
Yeah, I think the same could be said for Haru and Sora. Both of them commonly jump around, but have decided to stick around with MV for a pretty long time. When we compare the coaches, compare the players, looking at the mid-roam stats comparison between Kalkun and Zorn, as well as Roundel and Nova x Kobar, we are seeing a higher average KDA from the side of MV, a higher kill participation and total assists, though, from Vamos.
I mean, so far, considering how clean the games we see from MV at times, other than SRG OG Esports, it's understandable why their stats look a little deflated in total assists and average kill participation. Because on the other hand, we've seen some of the longest games be produced out of Vamos.
Vamos is an interesting team because they are more skewed into early game aggression. That has always been their typical style, and usually they're able to drag that into late game for straight up dominance. But their late game has not been the most consistent recently. A lot of it comes down to whether or not Nets is able to get comfort picks and whether his positioning and late game team fighting is clean. And because of that, it hasn't been the easiest for Vamos to end the games normally.
Other than MV, again, we put a high focus on Nova x Kobar here. A very similar comparison when you're up against Zorn, a legend and a veteran of the scene itself. I mean, there's some things that don't change with this family man. One, his mechanics are really, really good. Two, for some reason this season, he's always wearing jeans.
That is true, actually. We noticed that before. I should have paid attention. I'm not sure if is he wearing jeans today?
The same one, the same
jeans.
I don't know if they're multiple of the same pair or whether it's just this is the MPL Vamos jeans.
It's like the lucky jeans. It's like it's like cartoon characters when they open their wardrobe. It's all the same.
It's
outfit.
just one outfit.
It's just one outfit like dozens of times.
Basically, we haven't seen Zorn wear anything else. Maybe a KGE jersey every once in a while. Oh,
no,
boy.
that was also a Vamos jersey.
You're right, it was.
You know, we did not edit the logo in.
Yep, it was there, tracking his every movement. Regardless, it is time to get this show on the road. The draft begins between both of our squads looking for the top contention.
Drafting phase officially commences with Vamos on the blue side and Monster Vicious on the red side. A battle of the brains now to see what the best tools they can offer their players are, and looks like Vamos are still going to be sticking with the Fanny ban on the blue side.
But why? Looks like MV. because Jimmy and also probably MV decided, I want second pick. You know, I'm more than happy to take second pick. I know this puts you at a disadvantage, and having a one game up on you gives my squad confidence. Wow.
Wow. Hard uni focus. Even the Lucas could technically be a jungle pick. So this is 3 junglers banned by Vamos.
Yeah, you can see. Honestly, I saw it right at the edge. The cameraman was trying to hide it, but Uni was just losing his mind. He's like, Coach, that's disgusting. Why would they do that on the first phase? Who bans out Hanzo phase 1?
Apparently, Vamos does, Uni, and you're just gonna have to deal with that. They banned the Fredrin. In return, pocket picks being removed from the pool and just keeping it all open. Kalea gonna be the first choice of Vamos, but so many options for MB.
Yep, they can go with the Zhu Xin, they can go with the Lo Yi. Ideally, we've seen many teams actually lean into the Zhu Xin rather than the Gatot as an answer to Kalea. If anything, I think that Haru might just look for like Lo Yi Gatot potentially in this first phase here. If not, looking for a better matchup for Ruff.
There's also the Harif, of course. And I think that is something a lot of teams have been prioritizing when it's open. They will also pair it up with the Gatot. So already taking a note from your book.
I love it. I love it. I love it. This sets up for a potential, a potential Phobius for Haru, depending on what the next 2 showings of Vamos is going to be. They could go with the safe picks, go for that flex initially, and then start pivoting towards the opposite side of the map. Regardless, no junglers have been revealed.
Yeah, surprising, but I think the teams would probably want to lock them in this first phase, because if you let it go to the second phase, even more jungle bans are going to come out, which I honestly wouldn't mind, because I want to see how deep the pockets go. But I imagine Vamos will probably go for something like a Suyo at this stage. The Hayabusa actually is open as well. They go for, yep, Suyo, Zusin.
All for it. I'm all for it. Nova Escobar trying to get into the zone with the hot pack here. Rondell, again, looking unfazed by it all as they lock in Hayabusa as a means to an end to maybe punish this Zhu Xin. It's going to be tough against Kalea, but we'll see how this plays out. Because again, Zorn not exactly the best on it.
Very decisive picks right here. The instant lock-in on the Hayabusa to finish that first phase. Not even bothering to use the time to think a little bit more. Coach Haru already knows exactly what he's targeting. But let's see what he'll decide to ban. Vamos now gonna be looking for EXP and gold lane unless the Kalea is flexed.
Oh, they're gonna start off with the Jawhead. They don't want that super fast jungle clear, something that they won't be able to keep up with, especially since they've already locked in the Gatot. It's a flex, but just in case it does end up being a support, you don't want him to be like, oh, I gotta help you leash out. You're already up against a Zhu Xin. You could technically just help out the mid lane. Let's not put that in question.
And we've already mentioned that Jawhead Zusin is a very potent mid duo for Vamos to play around that early game. And Vamos is definitely the more early game skewed team here. I think MV, while their early game is solid enough, isn't actually particularly active on the map. They usually wait for the mid-game power spikes to really start team fighting together, and that is where they're going to be strongest.
Yeah, but I also think that it really boils down to whether this Gatot is going EXP or whether it's going into that support position. Coach Zaya decides, no Yi for you. We don't want to deal with artillery mages, and more so, we don't want you to poke out our Zhu Xin. If you put us in a box, that might be a bit of an issue, so let's just ban it out outright. Now, MP, do you think that they're going to get rid of High Loss here? I think there is an argument for High Loss to be banned.
I think so, actually, because it's either the Hylos or the Phobius if they're trying to create as much space as possible for the Haru, because these are 2 heroes that deny space away from them. With the Eve already banned out, it's clear that Coach Zaya wants to give his team good team fight control to match up against MB in their most powerful state. But oh,
wow,
completely different.
Okay, do they want to force Nets onto carry?
That's one of his best heroes, though.
It is one of his best heroes. They technically can just play. They technically can just go for a traditional boss scuff, which I think might just be a little bit better. Does okay. It's a skill matchup against Harith. You can knock away Hayabusa if he tries to go for like a shadow kill on you. Definitely a good means of peel. But at the same time, again, natural combos that Haru is trying to execute here.
For honor. Interesting, interesting. The respect over to Nova's Tigreal. But a curious one as well. I feel like there's still options on the table that don't involve Tigreal necessarily, and even then, Tigreal's actually kind of weak to Kalea Zusin.
Yeah. Go Farsa, and maybe get a good matchup for Xeno into Smooth. If not, you go straight into Hilda and start revealing your flex picks.
Yeah, it's basically a question of you go mid lane here to match the Zusin, or you reveal your EXP lane or rope, and then Vamos will have that information. I would prefer the former personally, just so you can like leave the Gatot as a flex pick until the very end. But ooh, they go for Zask.
This is a old matchup here. Again, Zushim, you can try and pick up the turret, but technically Zask does not care. Oh, you're about to pick me up? I'm just gonna go into my turret, I'm gonna pop my ult, and there's nothing much you can do about it because I'll eventually out-damage you with DPS over time. But this also does hide the flex pick on that Gatot, right? Regardless of what Vamos does eventually show, if they show Phoveus, that means they pick CC straight away. And again, there's a lot of arguments that can be made either side. At the end of the day, it's MV's prerogative to decide which matchups are going to be good, and they will hold it against Vamos for as long as possible.
Yeah, I like that they're keeping the EXP roam flex until the very end to make sure that they guarantee lane priority in at least one spot. But the Matilda led through the bans the entire time because MV thought this Kalea would be roam. Already a very powerful combination along with the Zusin in the mid lane, and then this is actually going to be Kimmy Gold.
It's going to be Kimmy Gold. Matilda's going to go into the roam position, and that means it's Kalea EXP. It's free. Take the foe. There is no reason not to. I mean, Kalea already technically has 2 dashes, one with the empowered auto, one of the empowered autos, and naturally when she's jumping to engage. Either way, the Phoveus does pretty well into the Matilda, into the Suyo, not so much into the Zushin, but that's why you have Gatot in the first place.
Yeah, it would be a pretty good shout to go for that, but
what?
For, you know,
Esme?
I thought about this, but I didn't think they would pick it.
But why?
Matilda provides shield that Esme can absorb. It's actually not a bad matchup into the Kalea, since Gatot or Hylos would just kind of like stand there. Phoveus would still have been good, but I think they're just going on comfort.
But the extra disruption in CC against the oh, okay. All right, sure. Play Esme, right? Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to the good old days, right? Let's play Esme Uranus all over again. Yeah, that's where this meta is going.
Well, you're not gonna like it, but I actually like Esme. I don't like Uranus very much, but I actually like Esme.
Dude, I've casted this game for years and played this game for years. That was by far the worst EXP meta of all time. It was so boring, so boring. And this is somewhat of a reflection of it. However, it's not the worst. Let's see how this plays out. At the end of the day, it's about execution on top of the draft.
It's a battle between insurgents aiming for the throne. 2 top teams across MPL MY history now vying for supremacy so that they can claim a spot in the upper rankings of MPL Malaysia Season 15.
Oh, okay. Dropping an early turret for Uni to speed up is clear. He will finish off his buff slightly faster than Chibi, allowing him to end up at level 4, while Nova X Kobar is actually helping him on the hard leash from the opposite side. An interesting take from MV.
Both lanes trying to match in aggression. I think they're aware that early game going to be a very important time for them.
Oh, that's a good rotation. Oh, that's a smart way to think about it. Okay, okay. So they go for the double buff. They give up Litho Wanderer. They want to hit level 4 on the top side of the map and look for an early lead for this Esme.
Okay, I can see how that would certainly work since Xeno is already doing a pretty okay job of holding it against Smooth. If you can unlock the Esme, things will go well. Ralph gonna unfortunately take a bit of a beating here from Netspresko, standing there with his paintball gun.
Yep. Get that top side away. I'm looking at the battle spells. Nothing out of the ordinary for now. In terms, it's going to be Mystic Shot coming in from Roundel. Just thinking whether he wanted the Slayer emblem, but regardless, let's see. This first gank is going to mean everything.
The 3v3 in the mid lane. Chibi gonna be stunned there, take some damage. Both junglers are already at level 4, but not eager to fight just yet, as they know the turtle's gonna be up soon.
Oh, this is such an exciting Exciting EXP lane. Just nothing happening. It is a very early rotation though. I want to see whether or not they're going to, they're going to try and rush level 4 and make sure their supports hit it at the same time. Nova X Kobar will make his way up that top side.
Oh, the gank instantly forces a Purify from Zeno, and a flicker into the Tsunami Slam pulls him back. Team Vamos secure first blood, and Uni not able to get the luck. Smooth will survive. Roundel may not be as lucky, has to use the ult to try and get away.
He missed. That's going to be off tempo for MV. Zeno does not hit level 4 on time. And this engagement is actually genius because as they waited for Zeno to actually get in position and try to take those waves, they instantly attacked him and in the engagement clear off just enough minions with the help of Chibi on this Suyo to hit level 4 on time.
Instant early game aggro for Vamos. And Uni with the turtle steal. Vamos looking for revenge now, but they actually have to get out. They're very deep in. Uni gets picked up with the lantern. AOG gonna zone them out. Monster Vicious with robbery right under Team Vamos.
Uni still has the level lead because of that turtle steal. He does lose his small beetle, but that doesn't really matter. His buffs are still accessible. Really good plays coming out from Monster Vicious as a means to an end to slow down the pace of Team Vamos and to keep this gold lead as even as they could.
An excellent steal right there. Uni still on point with those retry timings. Net Fresco gonna be the first one to complete their first item though in the gold lane. Rough, having a rough time.
Yeah, right now Team Vamos is keeping it very, very tight with some creative early game plays to try and punish some of the movements that we see from Monster Vicious' side. With that being said, now that Zeno does not have the lead, is technically losing in that lane because of Smooth's initial engagement by mid. This means that he gets to lead the lane first.
Nova will see the 4-man rotation to get that gold crab. Ruff not going to be in danger for now. Next turtle in 50 seconds. So this is now space for Monster Vicious to try and make something happen, but Zorn is just always going to be pulling people in and out of danger.
For now, because they're trying to get double waves for Ruff. Again, this is a battle of push and pull because Team Vamos has more control over that top side. Then Zeno's always going to be a little late on that rotate. So Monster Vicious kind of lean their attention down by bot, hard shove it, pick up 2 waves for Ruff. He will miss out a minion on this rotation, but he's still up in terms of gold.
Yeah, and it's very important for Ruff to be up in terms of gold. I think both teams are already prepared for the fact that they'll probably hit a pretty late game stage. So gold laners are crucial. Smooth gonna be scouted out. Taunt comes in. Uni trying to engage. Tidal Strike in return as the rest of Vamos come in from the mid flank. Now Nova X Kobar is too far forward. Revitalize comes out. AOG back into safety. No casualties here.
Great litmus test coming in from Monster Vicious. Now they completely give up this turtle because they don't have their ult. Zeno, you're playing a very dangerous game and it's unnecessary right now.
He'll take a lot of pokes. He should be able to survive just fine, but he's really playing with fire. Jumps back in. Gets picked up again. Sets up around El Uni. Again. Steals the turtle away from Chibi.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. He should, honestly, Chibi should be winning these. He really should be winning these. But the level lead that Uni has developed for himself is now going to be permanent as we do see Smooth as well as Chibi working together on this top side to secure an early turret. You can have the EXP. I will take the gold.
Vamos has been always doing a good job of keeping up macro in the season thus far. Zeno jumps in with Falling Star Moon. Uni as well initiates a Chibi. Ogi Shadow Kill doing a lot of damage, bouncing between both. Tidal Strike in place. Tsunami Slam to drag Uni away.
Oh my
Smooth
God.
sacrifices himself to get Chibi out.
Really smart from Smooth. Triggers his passive and quickly starts beating whoever is nearby to give enough health to Chibi to survive because RNG was not on his side. But at the same time, cross-map plays, MV's Rough, able to take a T1 on that bottom side, which is great. Again, this is working out in favor of Monster Vicious as they steal the gold lead back.
Yep. Things are looking pretty back and forth right now, but Monster Vicious ideally wants to be leading in gold going into the mid lane. Based on past performance, that'll give them the best chance of being able to take this game from Team Vamos.
Let's look at the current gold lead, right? Because in terms of gold difference, it's 500 coming in from Ruff, which probably means that he also took a good number of gold crabs instead of the plating. Because last I checked, plating was pretty much untouched. In terms of the mid lane, only 100 gold. In terms of the jungles, dead even.
Yeah, even Zeno is actually still ahead in gold slightly thanks to the previous pickoff on Smooth. So the initial kill on this Esmeralda not affecting Monster Vicious much anymore. We are almost at the 7-minute mark, and the kill score is still 1-1.
Oh, interesting. They're not sending Ruff to the top side. It's a little too dangerous for now, but he's also going to miss that bottom wave. They're going to give him that mid wave instead. Roundel, not as gold intensive as that Harith, but for now, Xeno, he can take this type of punishment. He's allowed to.
Nova charging up the pawn. Not going to be close enough to actually land on anyone here. Monster Vicious is just zoning Vamos away from the mid lane so that they get Turtle Pit Prio. Move is going to be behind the pit, jumps in on Roundel, but Zamanfor is doing a lot of damage to Clockhood. Meanwhile, Xeno is 1v4 and surviving. Tsunami Slam going to pull Nova back, but Smooth is already gone, and Uni jumps back in with Yogi Shadow Kill on the Circling Eagle. Grounds the Clockhood. Good balancing from Vamos. They only lose Smooth.
That was a great juggle coming in from Team Vamos' side, and honestly a good call, because I was thinking whether Smooth wanted to try and Tsunami Slam Roundel, but he has Purify, which is why he held it for so long. Regardless, a winning scenario from the side of Monster Vicious, and all of these engagements. Is anybody gonna take the buff? Anybody?
Chibi's up here getting ganked by Ruff, actually. Look at the damage from the Hari! 3 hits, Chibi is down.
Out-rotated because Monster Vicious had vision over the orange buff, and they realized, hey, he's not here, he's topside, we can punish this.
And now Monster Vicious with a clear advantage going into the 8-minute mark. 3k gold lead, Ruff with 2 kills on this Harith, and it is starting to become a bit dangerous. Clockhood even has to secure the purple just to make sure MP doesn't get it.
Admittedly, kind of funny, but at least Suyo isn't a purple buff reliant style of jungler. Either way, Monster Vicious, it just feels good that we get to see an actual game of MLBB where information is more powerful than execution.
An actual game of MLBB. Who would have thought?
It took us this long to get to this point. However, I want to see how Xeno is going to perform in the later stages of the game, right? Vamos is now having to try and protect this mid-tier 1, but their mid-trio has been moving as a squadron now to try and get Nespresso in a better position in comparison to Ruff. In terms of raw scaling, Ruff has bigger burst damage. However, Nespresso in these team fights can be pretty deadly if he lands his sets.
But a lot of it also depends on whether Team Vamos can extend the fights long enough for him to be annoying. And they're already starting to lose a lot of durability. Xeno gonna get ganked by Smooth down bottom. Tsunami Slam into the rest of Vamos. Xeno purifies. Can he dash away? Falling Star went over the wall. AOG comes in, goes down Vamos. Xeno is alive and safe. Ogi Shadow Kill does so much damage. Zorn gets eliminated.
Beautiful push and pull. Nova X Kobar out of position now. Can they find the punish back?
They're gonna get the stun on Nova X Kobar to revitalize. He survives for quite a while actually, and the rest of Vamos is in a line. They get burned, melted. Monster Vicious beat them down.
Good play from Monster Vicious. They knew that Ruff still had the Zaman Force, and they were going into a chokehold too close together, and unfortunately for Zorn on this Matilda, can't seem to run away from these continuous dashes.
We are looking at a very good performance right now from Monster Vicious, exactly what we were hoping for. And now a Holy Crystal has been completed on a Ruff. This is where they really start hitting hard.
Oh yeah, Ruff with the big H at the end of his IGN is huge. A full 1,100 gold lead on Nespresso. Now we do have to talk about the build, because again, we've seen many different styles of Kimmy. They always go for that Feather of Heaven first item, but then afterwards it gets a little bit questionable of what you should go for to make her autos hurt, or are you heavily reliant on her spells?
And that is the question here. You still want autos, especially if he is playing as that gold laner. But it means that you need to be able to set up situations for her to be doing those autos. Kimmy's range actually isn't all that long, and Monster Vicious is just outputting too much damage.
So far, the biggest burst comes from Chibi. And even Clockhood really needs to take some time here. The lack of burst is starting to hurt them, right? Because they, again, have been struggling to find picks like Nova X Kobar. They do at least have a Flask of Oasis on Zorn to try and progress this fight. However, we are seeing the purchase of anti-heal from even Xeno himself.
Lord going to crash down bottom here. MV takes it slow. Vamos able to clear it up very quickly, actually, and not really have to worry about the minion waves, but they are empowered. Uni got to jump in, get stunned, get picked up straight away by Smooth. Uni punished with his first death of the game, and now Vamos, it's go time. They're initiating Circling Eagle, gonna put left forward. 3-man knockup, but Zaman Force. Ruff doing so much damage and revitalize, keeping them alive, but Smooth in the back line, jumping him once again. AOG defense defensively. We'll get Novak's Kobar out as Monster Vicious mounts the disengage somehow. Still with all 4 members alive, despite Vamos' best effort.
That's so ridiculous. How does Ruff get to live for free? He held that Purify for so long. Smooth had a really good engagement on top of Cloudcode trying to follow up, but that Purify got twice the value. 1 to making sure denying the Tsunami Slam, 2 to clear off the butterfly effect from Cloudcode.
Monster Vicious making advantage of that lead. If they didn't have such a big gold advantage over Team Vamos, 100%, they would have lost like 1 or 2 more players in that situation, including Ruff, their most important one. But because they had that leeway, the Revitalized helped top them up just enough. So they don't lose too much there, but that was a bit too overextended by the Hayabusa.
It really is. I mean, regardless, it's still a net positive for Monster Vicious. Yes, they do lose the Hayabusa and get a bit of a shutdown, but regardless, they were able to crack open an inhibitor. Not on the long lane, though, which is a little sad, but an inhibitor is still an inhibitor. We have to talk about the value that Roundel is bringing to the table right now because he is stopping the follow-up from Team Vamos' side. That Nightmaric spawn is getting so much value as Team Vamos tries to claim ground, and he's basically like barbed wire in the middle of a field.
Yeah, you don't usually consider that Nightmaric spawn to be too big of a DPS problem, but because Roundel has such a lead, it is really melting Team Vamos, especially with the lasers into funnels as well. Uni jumps in the Clockhood, the bounce, he gets the last hit, and that is no Su-Sin for the Lord.
Okay, GB, he's got to try to go. Oh, Ruff says no.
Ruff wants him. He chases GB away.
He is making sure that this Lord falls into their hands, and Monster Vicious knows even if they do get this Lord, there's no guarantee of winning, so we might as well look for some picks on top of it.
And Team Vamos will just back it off. Monster Vicious set that up so well. Uni eyeing the pickoff on Clockhood immediately and acting on it.
Yeah, this is looking really, really difficult, right? Because Zorn can pull people away, but he's unable to reach further than arm's reach against Monster Vicious. If they want to like progress forward, there's just too many things that they have to worry about, like the AOG for an example, and try to bait that out on top of the Nightmaric spawn, on top of the fact that even Xeno has inbuilt slow. Either way, Monster Vicious is designed to peel you away layer by layer.
Especially with 3 Purifies and a Revitalize as well. Vamos needs so many resources just to force Monster Vicious into an uncomfortable position. And now all the waves are going to be synced up. Monster Vicious is pushing straight in. The turret comes out. Lord is being dealt with Xeno on the side as well. Zaman Force comes in, threatens Vamos. AOG cuts them off completely as the Lord crashes in. Smooth is in backline, gets the Tsunami Slam, but he's picked off mid-air by Ruff with Killing Spree. Ogi Shadow Kill comes out, melts down Team Vamos, forces them back to base. The next minion wave is coming out. Monster Vicious still inside the base, still healthy with all 5 members intact, but no Revitalize left over. Falling Star Mode! Xeno catches 2! And the follow-up is immediate as Monster Vicious run down their opponents and take game 1.
That's the Zask difference right there. Nightmaric spawn, can't forget about it. You hate it, but MV, love it. A great game coming in from MV's side. So clean from both sides. The push and pull until the very end.
Man, that is some clean MLBB right there from Monster Vicious. This is why we considered them a contender. This synergy, this coordination, this eye for opportunity. They are looking good.
God, it feels good to see some real MLBB. Woo! Uni played a strong game. Even baits out the Tsunami Slam to guarantee a kill onto Smooth. But man, a great punish. This Zask pick really stopping them in their tracks.
You, again, wouldn't really think too much of it. Zask is just meant to be zone control. He's not meant to be a direct DPS threat a lot of the time, but Roundel makes it look easy.
He does. And not to mention, the wave clear on the side of Vamos isn't that strong overall. The most they have, the Suyo on top of the Kimi. Those are the main wave clearers. Everybody else doesn't do it as efficiently as those 2 heroes, which is why you are seeing first rotations from that mid lane. Majority of the time is coming because, hey, I have Gatot on my side. I can basically one-tap that wave. You may have Kalia with Concussive Blast, but you won't be honestly, you will never be able to clear the waves faster than a Gatot.
Yeah, I think Monster Vicious just had heroes that were more capable of handling themselves independently, which meant that they're more free to move around the map, they're higher mobility overall, and that is against a Matilda composition. That's actually insane.
Really, really good stuff. I love the way that they played it so far. Good damage distribution, good ways to try and set things up. I like the ideas coming in from Vamos, though. The Kimi plus the Jushin is actually pretty smart because, again, it's a lot of peel. If you're walking in a straight line towards them, hey, if Kimi peels them away, you almost guarantee the butterfly effect to bring them up and knock them back down with the help of the Jushin.
Yeah, but very good on MV to identify the flaws in this plan. They don't have a lot of dive, so you just pick a bunch of purifies and you don't really have to worry about anything. And when you have a jungler on the level of Uni, our MVP of Game 1, stealing objectives over and over, picking people off when they least expect it. Man, this guy is good.
Yep, he's getting even better, and now he is catching up to the likes of Chibi, who we thought was the Retri God, the man who has stolen objectives from the world stage. Beginning at the local arena, Uni now challenges his position.
Oh, this is a storyline, all right. I imagine Chibi is gonna be eager for a little bit of retribution against Uni here. But that'll have to wait for game number 2, as now MV definitely stand atop. Strong momentum.
Really, really strong momentum here. I am just so annoyed that Zeno got away with it. He got away with that Esmeralda. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I said I like Esmeralda. You know? It can be surprisingly good.
Oh my goodness. You could just... Surprisingly good is one thing. Stealing away random disengagements and honestly picking up a couple of kills for himself just because he has that moon shield. Oh, that's so annoying. It survives with 1 HP every time.
Yeah, the fact that like during the draft you questioned it, thought like, hey, it's better to go something like a Phobius or something with some sort of catch. And Zito says, Falling Star Moon is a catch. What are you talking about?
It's the worst that he got away with it. I don't know, that's personal bias, but generally works the same way. You're trying to slow down your opponents, you're trying to peel away. You need something that can stick in a fight for a long time, disengage, and come back into the fight. And that's exactly what Zeno was offering, right? Every time he gets a shield, her passive works in a way where you get a bit of a shield, that's totally fine, but it also regenerates your health. So as long as you have that shield, you're basically getting your HP back.
And of course, Zorn is there on the Matilda, generating so much shield for his entire team, just off the Guiding Winds, off the Flasco of the Oasis as well. So even though in normal circumstances you would be able to juggle your opponents with very low HP thanks to the presence of Matilda, you cannot do that with an Esmeralda around. Not to mention, by prioritizing the more bulky build with the Enchanted Talisman, Dominance, and then the Oracle, Zeno is getting even more healing from Zorn's shield and benefiting from Revitalize from Nova too.
Exactly, which is why you see these small clutch moments. But let's not forget about Roundel. His build at the very end decided to get a Genius Wand, but the main core of it is going to come down to the Glowing Wand, the Wishing Lantern on top of the Divine Glaive. The Wishing Lantern is pretty interesting in these cases, right? Because it's like, yes, you're not doing as much damage, but it combos really, really well with the Glowing Wand, and especially when teams are trying to like pull away, people like Zorn for an example, that Wishing Lantern will start to stack up with the help of the Nightmaric Spawn.
And this Zaz pick wasn't just meant for offense, it was meant for defense. It's to continue playing around the fact that every member of this team can take care of themselves somewhat. They don't have to worry about their mid laner being suddenly ganked by Claw Kun or Smooth because he can just hop into that ultimate.
Exactly, exactly. So again, Monster Vicious is like, we're going to fight you, but only on our terms, right? Great disengages, huge coordination play, and this is why Monster Vicious is an exciting team to watch. However, I think the big outclass really comes down to not only the execution, but even the draft. Team Vamos had some really creative ideas with the help of Kimi as well in combination with the Zushin. And worst comes to worst, we do have the Kalia for sustain. We also have the Matilda for sustain and mobility. However, wave clear, a big issue. No way to guarantee burst on that backline. More importantly so, peeling away can be such a problem against Monster Vicious.
Honestly, DPS itself is kind of a big issue for Team Vamos because you need Nets and Chibi around to really make anything happen. Claw Kun, Smooth, and Zorn are all meant to engage, catch, and disengage. So if Chibi or Nets isn't able to output that damage for whatever reason, like, you know, Zeno or Nova in their face, then it's hard for Vamos to actually fight.
Yep. Rich Guy and the carry going over to Rough and Smooth and Nova Escobar as Sandbag and Best Wingman accordingly. Vamos had a couple of good engages, a couple of good catches, but was not enough to deal with Monster Vicious once that neutral objective was taken. That Lord was just too much to handle.
Constant snowballing from stealing objectives away, from slowly taking little ganks here and there until they could control the river side and basically keep an eye on all of Team Vamos' rotations, cut them off from many of their options. Monster Vicious is aware of the fact that Vamos is a snowball team, and if you don't allow them to get that lead, they really falter.
Yeah, they really do falter here. I think that Vamos might have to reconsider this Zhu Xin. They might even have to reconsider whether or not they need to change their priority back into something like Lo Yi, right? To kind of keep up with the pace that Monster Vicious is playing for. If not, if they're in a losing scenario, they can actually look on the opposite side of the map to make something happen.
Surprisingly enough, I'm starting to wonder if Zhu Xin really is as priority of a pick or ban as we have been seeing so far. The few times that she has been picked up, led through the draft, has not actually gone that well. Yes, she's annoying at opening the map and picking people up, but the damage presence is not really there.
I don't think they were expecting to deal with Zosk, to be honest with you. I think they were more comfortable in dealing with a Farsa, maybe, a couple of other...
You gotta be prepared, right?
You have to be prepared, and honestly, even I wasn't really prepared to see this Zosk come this early on from Monster Vicious into this matchup. It is an old matchup, right? When Zhu Xin first came out, people were discovering that Zosk is a pretty good way because of the Nightmaric spawn. It's difficult for Claw Kun to clear it out by himself. And even Zorn, right? Once you know that they have Matilda, it made so much sense why you want to go for Zosk, because Zorn can't really do anything with the Soul Bloom against the Nightmaric spawn.
Exactly. It's a very smart pick, and that's why we highlighted the coaches of both these teams before the game even started, right? Getting the right draft, giving your team the right tools makes such a big difference when their skill levels are closely matched in this way. And MV definitely came out on top there when paired with excellent execution from the players.
Really great stuff. Very refreshing to see that the MPL MY might still have something to offer you guys at home in terms of entertainment or maybe some cleanliness. The housekeeping is good. Very, very nice. Very, very nice macro overall. And decision makings as well. I think, unfortunately for Vamos, the ways that they lost were very minor, ever so small.
But small differences make all the difference when you are at this level of gameplay. Monster Vicious took advantage of these tiny gaps and made them into massive crevices that Vamos could not climb out of, right? In the end, even though they were trying to make calls, a lot of their actions relied on multiple people being present, which was not a condition MV had to work with.
Yeah, now it begs the question whether or not Moskov was the play here, or maybe even looking for potentially a carry to a certain degree. You can almost like guarantee at least an engagement towards the front line at that point. So again, something to think about here as we go on, because you don't want to miss a single moment of the MPL MY Season 15. Now you can catch all the live action on your TV screens only from Astro Arena. So hello to all of those who are watching from Astro Arena. We see you. We love y'all. From epic clashes to highlight-worthy plays, experience the thrill of esports like never before, right from your living room.
Right from the comfort of your home, you can catch all of the action that is happening at MPL MY Season 15, which means that you can watch it from your phone, from your TV, from your PC, from wherever you want. MPL Malaysia follows you everywhere.
Hey, maybe consider coming over to Stadium Juara to experience the live action yourself. And not to mention that they've got booths outside between the games, or even when you're done watching the games, for the simple price of 10 ringgit, 10 bucks. So cheap to get in. However, we need to get back into business, because now, with everything that has been happening so far, from what we've seen from MV, what is the adjustment here from the side of Vamos?
Well, they tried to do something with the bait and switch in the draft, starting with the Kalea and then eventually revealing the Matilda, since we know Kalea can be flexed. But this creates a two-catch situation. You already need a good amount of damage to follow up with these, but they had the Zhu Xin. So because of that, you are already lacking in some things, and this relied on very high execution and your opponents being caught unaware a lot of the time, which MV were prepared for with 3 Purifies.
Oh yeah.
So
hell yeah, they really narrowed it down. It's like you only got 2 guys that you could potentially catch. One of them is a tank, the other one has an Oki Shadow Kill.
So Isra, Vamos I like the idea of it, but I think a little bit more thought needed to be put into it, because MV has deep pockets. They've got big hero pools. Some of these heroes, like you said, probably weren't expected to come out, but when they did, they just burst the draft right open.
I think the big problem with their draft is that the trigger finger is very dependent on nets. And it's one of those things where you're like, you want your Suyo to come in later, and if Suyo can't go in now, then you have to hope that nets hits the shots. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see the super play from nets this time around. So I think coming back into it, they need nets on a traditional auto attacker to make him not think about having to set for the team and catch this Hayabusa, but rather, I need you to dish damage, I need you to peel, that's it.
This is also a very difficult meta to play solo front line.
Oh yeah.
And Smooth was basically the only one, right? So
like,
every single time the Kalea jumps in, MV takes a step back, deals with Smooth, then they can do whatever.
Or they just leave it to the Nightmare spawn.
Pretty much, yeah.
That Wishing Lantern chunked him out. He was losing like a quarter of his health every 3 seconds, which is pretty ridiculous.
It is absolutely ridiculous. In fact,
hey, it's IHC Esports. Hey, good to have you in MPL MY. If you don't know this team, they're all the way from Mongolia. They have represented of their country for multiple M series.
That's surprising. That's really random, actually. Like, when did they get here?
Hey, they're probably
Why are they here?
Hey, EWC is coming around the corner. They're probably screaming here. It's a good time, and they
training
came for
camp.
a good match.
Okay. Oh, that is. Oh,
hey! Dale is back. Hey, I haven't seen Dale in a hot second.
Oh, I miss Coach Dale. He always had interesting ideas.
He did. He's one of the few coaches that you can have a good chat with.
In fact, Dale has coached some of the boys up on stage right now in the past. So
yeah,
I'm imagining that he's watching and thinking, I taught them that.
I told them.
Or I did not teach them that.
Things have changed here. Regardless, he's going to be with IHC. I mean, Dale and as well as Zaya, we're working together during M4, specifically for Falcons. But quickly, MPL insiders on GB. We asked him, when's the next time we'll see AERO 404 play? And he said, maybe we'll do something like I play one game, then switch to AERO 404. I feel like he could be a rising star. He performed better last week. That's why he played in week 2. He might even replace me because maybe I...
I what, GB?
I might... Hold on, let me do that. Maybe I'm retiring.
Maybe I'm retiring? The same way Zorn said?
yeah, the same way Zorn said it like how many seasons ago? I don't know. Doesn't seem likely, but regardless, I think that AERO 404 definitely a rising star in our eyes. Now let's get into the drafting phase. This game just got a lot more exciting. Let's see whether it's going to go to a clean sweep for MV or an equalization for Vamos.
Well, now they have switched sides, so Team Vamos is on their more comfortable side of the draft. They will still ban Fanny, but it makes more sense on the red side. While Monster Vicious immediately the Chibi targeting by banning Joy and Frederick.
Yep, I like the idea coming out from Haru's side, but the real question, we saw some interesting first phase bans coming in from Zaya. One of them being the Hanzo. I don't know if that's going to be necessary this time around. Oh, never mind. I guess it's necessary. I'm sorry. I take it back.
They're just afraid of Uni on the Hanzo. I think he's one of the only junglers who has played this hero this season, so... I mean, I get banning it, but is it really that big of a threat?
I mean, it's kind of like Hayabusa to a certain degree, where it's like very non-committal. You can kind of just throw your ghost in and be like, I'll do as much damage as I can, and eventually it's gonna stack up to something.
True. That's why we always ban it in pubs as well. So maybe a bit from there. The chip also going to be banned out by MV in phase 1, so they're clearly targeting a different hero first, and there is still a lot open. I am liking the shift we're seeing from teams now, where the first 3 bans are not all the same heroes all the time.
Yeah, but I do think that Frederick is kind of interesting from Coach Haru's perspective. Don't get me wrong, GB can play a mean Frederick, right? He played it for 2 straight years, like a majority of other junglers across the world. But even so, Zaya gets rid of... Oh, the Hayabusa!
Wow. Okay.
The Harito? The Harito first pick?
Harif is good. Kalea's pretty common. But don't know if it's something MV puts a lot of stocks in.
I don't know. Considering that they have the counter matchups, I don't think they care as much. They're like, oh, if you go for the Guju shit, I go for the Zask. If you decide to go for Kalia, I'm going to go for the Gatot anyways.
If they pick Hari first, though, there's the risk of the Phobius coming out from Vamos and just generally a lot of counter picks. It was pretty safe for them on the red side since they could instantly lock it in with something else and get a synergy going. But as a first pick,
let's see. I think as a first pick, I think the power picks are quite worth it. But it looks like blind pick Valentina.
What?
Blind pick Valentina. They're going to go Lucas. They're going to go Lucas immediately after. It's a deterrent. They're like, you can't go Lucas because I got the Valentina now, so that means we get the Lucas, right?
That's true, actually, but giving up, it honestly is very smart because it's exactly what you said. It denies them from picking it and guarantees that you can grab it in the next phase. But you are giving up power picks for it.
Yeah, I think the worst part about this is that it also makes sure that if they end up locking a Phobius to deal with this Harith, at least the response coming in from Vamos is going to be the CC at the bare minimum. Either way, going for the Lucas now is really risky for Vamos' side, but they're going to go for it anyways. It's better than handing it over.
I guess it is, if you're going to have to deal with it one way or another, better to have it on your side, I suppose. It does also deny a lot of assassin gameplay coming in from Uni, whatever he goes for, so I think it's fine. It does make sense for Vamos to try and directly challenge it.
Been itching for a real fight.
Alright, Kalia gets locked in. I'm all for it. It can force Lucas to go into his Sacred Beast form. In this case, the what's it called again? Oh my god, I haven't thought about this in a very long time. I should have prepared for it better for the Naruto.
Wait,
what do they call it again when it's transformation into the Ninetales? There's a term for it.
Transformation into.
It's not coming to me. I'll get back to it. I'll get back to you later.
I just call it like Kurama.
When he turns
That's just his name, you know?
I mean, sure, that's just what you. It's not as cool though. Never mind.
QB form?
QB form. That's it. That's it.
I
Oh
was
my
wondering
goodness.
if that was what you were looking for.
Sorry. That was me trolling there. I should know this off the top of my head. I didn't spend years of my life wasted away in university and dropping 2 degrees without watching Naruto. Now, Suyeon as well as Kalia are going to be the picks for the side of MV. Vamos lock in the Jushin immediately after they get rid of the Esme. I thought it was going to be Zask first, to be honest.
Wow, the Esme ban in respect to Zeno. It always feels good when your signature pick gets banned out. But right now, Vamos does have a very strong opening. They have Hari for late game scaling, Lucas to just straight up deny a lot of things that Uni can do on the Suyo, and the Zusin to combo it together as well. So MV gonna have a little bit more of a difficult time this game.
Show me a CC ban. Show me a CC ban of some sort. I mean, I would really like to see the Phobius get through this time round, but I think it's more likely that Xayah is going to get it rather than MV. Ooh, they pan out the Cho early on. They want to make sure that they have full control and they don't get picked off as easily considering the monstrous amount of damage that Lucas can do.
If they're aiming in that direction, they would probably want to ban Jawhead as well, considering they already did so in the previous game.
Let's think about this for a moment, because Kalia is a flex pick in these types of scenarios, right? It can go EXP if it's a tank matchup that works perfectly well for Kalia. In EXP, if it is anything else, it's not as good. Even into the CC, it's still a little bit better for only the earlier stages of the game. In terms of supports, what do they need to deny Harith the space? They could go for another Gatot. However, Vamos does end up panning out the Kimi. They don't want them to set as much. Huh.
Interesting. Well, we already saw from game 1, Kimi actually has a pretty okay lane into the Harith. Ruff was getting bullied at levels 1 and 2. So that's probably what Vamos is most worried about, Nets being disrupted before he can get his initial farm. But it does mean giving up a lot of team fight control heroes that you could have banned instead.
Yeah, the Matilda is going to be the follow-up ban here, and I think that Vamos, what do they go for? I guess they have to show what Zorn is going to play at this point of time, right? They can't show the EXP just yet because they can still technically pick Glue. They're going to go straight into the Gatot. They're going to go with the flex pick instead. Very, very safe from their side. Let's see how MV responds.
Yeah, it's fairly safe to go for this as well, since most of the time Valentina would ideally be stealing Lucas's ult instead, so they don't have to worry about the Avatar the Guardian being used against Nespresso himself. So I think this is pretty good. MV now not having much of a hero pool to pick off of. They can still go for the Phobius to try and counter Harif, but it may not work as well here.
They're just gonna get counterpick CC in that case. That's why Gato here in this flex position is really good on Red 4. MV on the other hand, I think the risky thing is whether or not they want to implement Loyi into the lineup, because Loyi doesn't do well into the Lucas. You get one shot, but you can actually avoid playing neutral objectives and looking straight into the gold lane if it does come
Sounds like a glue, okay.
Glue Granger, okay.
Interesting.
All right. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. The glue does work. It doesn't matter what Smooth plays at this point. Even if it's the CC, glue can usually hold his own pretty well.
Yeah, he does heal quite a lot, even though CC does still on paper counter him a little bit. And that'll at least make sure MV don't lose out in EXP lane priority too, obviously, because they're not really going to have prio anywhere else.
Yeah. This one's tough. This one's tough.
Let's hear from the crowd.
I think
Make some noise
regardless, it's
for
okay.
yours
And it looks like Smooth gonna go into his lane bully. Now that the potential double flex pick now turned into their own, original lanes. Chibi on this Lucas needs to do a lot of early game work here for the rest of the team. CC needs to win out into this lane. Harith needs to maintain that pressure, and I'm expecting Clawhood, Zorn, as well as Chibi to be moving around the map similarly to how we saw them play Game 1.
Yeah, I think this draft will enable Team Vamos a lot more to play for early game aggression and get a snowball going. Because, like we already mentioned, they have more lane priority in the mid duo and in the gold lane, and they should even go even at least in the EXP. That gives them so much map control.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty important because Vamos has 2 outs in their side lanes. It doesn't matter where they go as long as they get some profit. I would say that MV has a higher execution cap because Nova X Kobar needs to kind of minimize the damage without getting caught, while at the same time, Granger looking to scale. Valentina might struggle a little bit.
Absolutely. Nova is a good Kalea, that's for sure, but he doesn't have a burst mid lane to combo it with this time around. Let's see if Monster Vicious can close out the game in a clean sweep, or if Team Vamos will fight back with a vengeance.
Yep, early leashes as both junglers are going to be starting on the same side of the map. We finally get the traditional Naruto versus Sasuke matchup here in the jungle as they make their pathways down to the gold side. And again, very similar starts. Power getting an early leash from the EXP lanes, and then afterwards getting power leashed by their supports down on the opposite buffs. But we do see a return to the top side. It looks like Vamos is mirroring this resolve to ensure that, at least for Smooth, is going to continue to win this lane.
Compared to previous games, Zeno is going to have a lot harder time up here. So, wow. Uni still secures the litho.
To be fair, Chibi got a little...
Blade Surge connects, move only level 1, has to pop the Vengeance and actually taking a lot of damage. He's trying to get level 2 off the minion wave before he dies. Meanwhile, the rest of Vamos comes in. Chibi secures the kill on Uni and forces a flicker from Zeno.
Mistakes have been made. I mean, at the very least, they were able to find the trades, and more importantly, Chibi now having an EXP lead over Uni, he is able to keep up his gold and EXP per minute at a consistent rate. His early trades are super important because, again, Vamos highly dependent on the early game.
And they are already making steps to make sure they can take control of it. Getting a kill, a trade, EXP for jungle is definitely worth it for Team Vamos. Gives Chibi the advantage, as you've already pointed out. But in terms of gold, actually not making much of a dent as early as it is.
Well, it's just an EXP lead. That's all that matters. Right now, up as well as Nespresso. Again, trying to fight pretty hard for it, Nets. Nicely done. Held his auto until the last second. Takes away that gold crab. These gold crabs are going to be very important in this matchup because we're not seeing a lot of support on the bottom side.
And while Uni on top of the turtle, Roundel gonna get taunted, has to dash away from Chibi. Uni secures the turtle while Nova is 1v1 in Clawhood. Smooth gonna be jumped on with the grab, and now the stolen Primal Beast form. Doing some good damage, forcing out a Vengeance. No kills, it looks like, on either team.
Yeah, but Monster Vicious, I gotta give it to Uni. He is consistently winning out these neutral objectives, whether it's Turtle or even Lethal Wanderer. To be fair, I don't blame Chibi for it, because as he jumped out from his camp, he accidentally he just tapped it, right? It will always ret you the closest possible unit. In that case, that was one of his green camps and not the Lethal Wanderer. But there's no excuse for this Turtle, though.
Yeah, sometimes Red Tree can just be a little bit unlucky, but Chibi not having a high success rate with these neutral objectives when he used to be the guy in MPL Malaysia for winning Red Tree trades. Because of that, Monster Vicious still maintains a very small goal lead.
Yeah, and it does mean that the early kill that Chibi does find on Uni doesn't really matter, and is actually falling behind in terms of raw EXP now that he's caught back up with his own Lethal Wanderer down by mid side. Regardless, Roundel finally finds. Oh!
Novak Tobar jumps in, Tsunami Slam, hooks up Zorn. He heals up a little bit more though as the Sacred Beast Swarm is going to be fighting each other. The original winning out Roundel goes down.
And that's the problem in this Valentina into Lucas match. Whoever presses their buttons first usually wins, and unfortunately Roundel did not press his buttons fast enough.
Because Roundel has to transform and then press his button. Well, Chibi doesn't have to.
Chibi dashes in, takes the first. Again, remember that how that Rasengan actually works is that you need 2 charges to be CC immune. The transformation, you're also CC immune, but more importantly, you want to be able to kind of push your opponent to get that second hit because it does so much damage.
Yeah, it does. It's kind of ridiculous how much damage it does, actually. So Team Vamos now wrestle back a bit more control, getting a kill on the MB mid laner. That means they have control over the turtle pit now.
Let's see how this plays out. Novak Skobar, again, he's looking for ways to kind of engage on his opponents, but without that flicker, he has no guarantees. His 2 main targets are probably going to be Chibi and as well as Smooth. Unfortunately, Zorn on that Gato, I don't think they're going to have enough damage yet until Ruff has scaled, or maybe if Uni has like a fatter lead.
Both teams have all 5 players around the turtle pit right now looking for it. Clockun gonna take quite a bit of poke from Ruff actually. A Smooth holding the front, gonna get harder. AOG comes in, knocks up 2. Nets secures the turtle, and Uni at the same time double kill for the Harif as Roundel is also picked off. Nova trying to survive as long as possible with the grab, pulling Nets forward, but it's not enough damage. That is 3 kills for nothing now, as Zeno and Ruff will just have to back it off.
I can't believe Monster Vicious just ate it. They just ate that AOG, a 3-man one, and not to mention that even Suyo, I'm pretty sure that Uni was very close to actually getting his Blade Surge off. However, the cooldown's just not in his favor.
Now we can see now that the Suyo pickup definitely feels more like a hero MB was kind of forced into, because there's a lot of interactions that mess with his overall rotation here. Team Vamos now with a notable advantage at 2.5k. A lot of that going into Nespresso.
All right, now we're going to see whether Monster Vicious can actually play from behind, because Team Vamos so far are keeping it clean, keeping it dandy, and Chibi very comfortable on this Lucas.
It's one of the new jungle pickups. A lot of players have just been gravitating towards the amount of pressure and damage he's able to output without much investment is crazy, actually.
It's unreal. I think most people underestimated the fact that it's like, oh no, you're not getting a lot of spell vamp. You're not getting a lot of spell vamp because there's a 50% ratio on it, but he does buff up all his other stats once he goes into that Sacred Beast or QB form.
A lot of people had the misunderstanding when Lucas first came out that the goal with this hero is to be a bruiser, to survive the fights. But you don't really have to pay much attention to that when your opponent dies first.
Exactly. Not to mention, the CC immunity, the fact that he disrupts you is super obnoxious. Like, I think most people are like, oh, I can take him on. Not really. Not really.
Nope, not at all. Monster Vicious now 3k behind. Not the worst, but also not very good. Team Vamos controlling the next turtle. Roundel comes in from the back, steals away the Lucas ult. Smooth gonna drop down to half HP as Zeno buying a lot of space and time. Vengeance comes out from Smooth as Nespresso jumps in, still saving the summon for AOG comes in. Actually gets cancelled in the back. Nets still secures the turtle, and now clocks an ult forward. Picks off Nova Kobar. Flicker comes out from Zeno. AOG finally lands from Zorn. Zeno, though, gonna be able to survive it. Uni comes in to back him up. Deals the damage needed. But Team Vamos still come out on top.
I'm not gonna lie. Rundell probably has not played enough games on Lucas. Like he's going in the back line, don't get me wrong, but I think he needs to land the Biju Beast Bomb. He needs to land those shots. It has gone wide 2 times now.
Yeah, I really like the idea of MV to go for the Valentina first, to threaten this Lucas pickup, but it seems to not be working out right now. Chibi showing a bit more personal mastery with the hero. Nets not going to be targeted. Nova knows he has Purify. In fact, there's a lot of Team Vamos here.
Yeah, so many members all trying to take this T2. This is 4.1k is starting to look bigger and bigger. Team Vamos need to maintain this pressure as far as they can. The first Lord is coming up in 56 seconds. And Team Vamos, I'm curious to see what the item state is right now. Because Zeno currently 2 levels down on Smooth, and this is Smooth's comfort zone.
Smooth loves being in this position, and if he's able to be aggressive and do damage, even better. He is showing that Zeno that he is definitely a more experienced EXP laner right now, and the matchup unfortunately was unwinnable from the beginning as Team Vamos held onto their final pick specifically for this purpose.
Exactly, right? Having that double flex pick and honestly could have turned into a triple flex pick if necessary. Regardless, Team Vamos in a much better position right now. And I think the worst part about that is a majority of their heroes, other than Granger, are very short range, if not mid-range. And Roundel isn't really able to stop that. That curtain call locking anybody down is...
Oh my goodness, Novak Gomar gets the Tsunami Slam, flickers out just in time. He almost died there. Ventus comes out, AOG cuts off Uni and Ruff, and now the left flick forward. Gonna be able to pick Ruff up, killing spree for Nesfresco. Team Vamos are running MV down.
The curtain call, again, stopping Ruff from getting the maximum rage of his flicker. And honestly, they shouldn't be splitting up when they are connected together. He should be running towards the same direction as Roundel in the first place.
There was some panic there, bit of miscommunication, costing Monster Vicious dearly. And now the snowball just continues getting bigger and bigger as Team Vamos freely takes the first Lord.
All right, let's see how much of a conversion they're going to get off of this, because Nexpresso hits his 3 items with that Holy Crystal. It's going to be pretty unwinnable for Monster Vicious unless we see Nexpresso make a significant mistake. So far, he's extremely comfortable on this Harith, and it's very obvious that he's playing better than ever.
Team Vamos now able to spread themselves across the map. Nova only getting his first item at the 10-minute mark. It's been rough for him.
Curious, because Uni has a level lead over Chibi. Does he also have a gold lead as well? Based on what I can see in terms of the items from Chibi's POV, I'm guessing they're like semi-even here. If not, Uni slightly ahead.
I would not be surprised here. Uni somehow keeping that EXP up, but the rest of his team not quite as lucky. The tier 2 towers are going down 1 by 1 as the empowered minions proving to be kind of difficult to deal with. Even the holy defense on the bot side has been popped.
Yeah, Chibi is just taking his time, but Roundel already has his ults. 2 times he has stolen his ult. 2 times he found 0 effect in the middle of that fight. Team Vamos, again, playing a lot more connected so far. Very small mistakes have been made by Monster Vicious.
Monster Vicious really need Roundel to make something happen with this Lucas ult. Casino can be picked up, pushed forward. Still gonna be fine though, as the Lord is finally cleared up. Team Vamo is not gonna be able to start damaging the inhibitors, but all the external towers are officially down.
Yeah, now I'm curious, how does Zeno play this out, right? He again, significantly down in terms of gold. Look, 3k difference.
Tsunami Slam picks up Smooth, but the AOG comes in, knocks up Zeno, taunts him into the team. Ouch, that's a lot of damage from the Beast Bomb. Zeno, though, gonna be able to survive. Bottom inhibitor, not quite as lucky. Team Vamos will pick up a free tower.
Yeah, Rundell just doesn't have the items to make his own Beast Bomb hurt as much as Chibi's right now. If we're talking about total damage, Falkhood doing a phenomenal job so far. Roundel just behind him, and then Smooth, and then Nespresso. Afterwards is Ruff and then Chibi, which is kind of surprising. I thought Chibi would be doing a little bit more, but he hasn't been involved in every single engagement.
Because oftentimes when Chibi jumps on someone, they're dead before he can rack up more DPS numbers on it.
That is fair, but current 1-7 score so far, like Vamos, this is a pretty unlosable situation.
Yeah, this is exactly the position that Vamos wins most of their games in a one-sided early game snowball from which there is no real return. Oh, Zeno actually trying to engage on this one, forces the ultimate away, grab lands, curtain call, locks in Roundel and Ruff. They're able to just barely dash away from the AOG, but they take so much damage from the Beast Bomb at the same time. Zeno flickers out from a nice dash here. Chibi not going to be able to finish off the glue. Monster, Vicious give themselves more of a foothold on the map.
I mean, they do give themselves a foothold. They should be able to get themselves back into fighting condition. However, they lose position over this Lord. They still have a majority of their ult, so this is a pretty good time to fight.
Nova, though, already taking a lot of damage. Mega kill for Netfresco, and Team Vamos is now running them down. Zorn himself zones them out, and the Beast Bomb, just to scout the bush, doesn't hit anything. Team Vamos once again gets a free Lord.
A good position from Vamos, especially from Nets, knowing that Nova was probably going to try and look for an angle somewhere near a wall, which is the closest one being the mid walls by River. Espresso is just too big for them to handle.
Things are looking pretty difficult now as Team Vamos take the top inhibitor as well. They might be able to take everything before the Lord even connects.
Oh, a Winter Crown purchase coming in from Chibi. Looks like he's coming to the end of his build at this point. A 9.3k lead for Team Vamos. 9 kills in total. Well, 8 out of the 9 kills coming out from Vamos. Regardless, this could be an endgame scenario. It feels like they have checkmate.
Definitely feels that way. The Lord is coming in now, and there's only one inhibitor tower for MV to play around. Smooth does take a lot of damage from Ruff, but he's able to dash his way out. While MV doing a good job of clearing up the mid wave, trying to keep this tower alive as long as possible, but the Lord is still so healthy, and Nets is holding on to that Zaman force. Team Vamos, though, cannot quite find an opening flicker, but a nice reaction from Smooth. Nova cannot find him.
Yep. Oh, here we go.
Lockun dashes in once again. The Beast Bomb connects with Ruff. He will be able to back off the base to live a little longer. Zeno, 1v5, lives for a surprising amount. Actually, Zoes Vamos chases them all away from the base of Monster Vicious. Chibi finally gets the killing spree, but I think Zeno did his job.
Oh yeah, he did. That's as good as it gets, right? He's already down 3 levels. He's down 3,000 gold. By now, it's probably 4,000 to 5,000 gold against Smooth. And they lose all their inhibitors, but they're still alive. Now, Team Vamos, without Lord-empowered minions, use their man advantage.
Yoshi comes in for some reason. Roundel instantly pops the Sacred Beast form. Salmon Force comes in. The 2-man pullback. Unstoppable for Netfresco. Nova going to be picked up as well. He's trying his best to keep the tower alive, but Netfresco is too huge. The Harif is too painful. And the crystal will shatter as Team Vamos brings us to a full series.
A great equalization coming in from Team Vamos' side. Unfortunately, the impact from these stolen QB Sacred Beast forms just ain't enough. Roundel, I mean, they gotta think of something else different here. They gotta start banning out this Lucas because I don't think Roundel can handle it anymore.
Yeah, that does seem to be a notable issue. I really, really like the idea they did of holding Lucas hostage in the draft, basically, but doesn't work if you're not able to execute on it.
Yeah, that was a good game. That was a good game coming in from Vamos' side, an exciting one. In fact, as they slowly etch it out. But we are seeing the clean identities from all of these teams, right? MV, Uni, he's stealing away these objectives. He is extending the game single-handedly almost. However, when we're looking on the opposite side, this Kalia pick has not worked well from either, right? Even Nova X Kobar wasn't really able to find much once there was respect given over to his Kalia. Take your Purifies. Make sure that you have that God Thought to disengage your team, even if he does go for the Tsunami Slam.
It's a situation where the hero is very heavily countered by a battle spell. And even if you don't have the Purify around, you need someone to actually follow up on Kalea. She doesn't do enough damage on her own, which ended up locking MV into a similar situation to Vamos in game number 1, where they needed their cores to be around to fully burst someone before they could move on to the next target.
Oh yeah, it goes to show, the draft shows basically everything here, right? A really good play coming in from Smooth overall, forced mistakes coming out from the side of MV. That's where you can see, after the first time, he made the mistake, Ruff was like, okay. Next time we get connected, we gotta peel back together. We can't be just dashing in opposite directions.
They instantly adjusted, but we already mentioned in game 1, small things make a difference here. So even if you adjust to your mistake, the moment that it happens once, the fact that it happened once is more than enough for your opponent to take advantage.
Oh. Let's have a look at the backstage MVP. Give it up to your boy, Netspresso. Game 1, he had to set too many times, couldn't do it. But now you put him on something that he's comfortable with, let him fight, let him win, and he will carry you far.
I think that Netspresso as a player is still sometimes inconsistent. But when you give him his comfort picks, his power heroes, man pops off.
The
6-0-5. On the Harif, 92% kill participation. The moment he got those first couple of kills, the game was over.
The ceiling is very, very high once Netspresso gets his hands on the right heroes. And I think that's a scary part of Vamos, right? You never know how hard they truly can pop off in situations like these. However, I think that it's become clear red side is the winning side between these two teams. There's not enough to really risk it for the biscuit for either or in terms of raw power picks, and there's a lot of things that they have to stay on top of, most of which was covered in game number 1 when MV was on red.
Counter picking is going to be the clear winner in this case, as both sides do seem to be pretty equally matched. And in this game, Team Vamos, an absolute snowball. 1 kill to 12 in 15 minutes, and the difference in gold also speaks for itself. Unfortunately, Roundel looked very, very uncomfortable. Nova couldn't initiate, and Uni as well. All the jungle bans really kind of hurt. I think they were expecting Vamos to not bite the bait on the Lucas.
To not bite the bait on the Lucas?
Yeah, I get the feeling that they were thinking, if we pick Valentina now, we guarantee Lucas for ourselves.
We guarantee Lucas?
And then Team Vamos is like,
no,
I'll bite.
Yeah, and it's like, I'll bite with metal grails. Like, it's like, I'm gonna snap your fishing hook in half. It's not even close. Here's the thing, with damage Lucas, the problem is whoever is able to let their abilities out first against the other will win the scenario, because the other will be just too low to actually respond back. Not to mention that this is inclusive of having your teammates also be in a winning position. Regardless, Roundel did not do much. He already had a losing lane into the Zushin, and now he has to think about trying to perform off in these team fights with the stolen Sacred Beast. It's just too many things to check off the list.
Yeah, it was a bit too ambitious from Monster Vicious. Not to mention that by picking Valentina first, they gave away power picks to Team Vamos, which instantly lost them lane priority in multiple parts of the map.
Which is why we don't blind pick Valentina. It is not mutually ensured destruction. You're not holding a nuke while you hold the nuke. You're both just trying to blow up here.
That is a meta of days bygone past, when the first pick Valentina was just the way to go.
Yep, but that's when mid laners were better. that's when mid laners actually had fun.
Oh man.
Oh man, the good old days. The good old days. Same goes by the days of bygone of EXP. But even so, I think that Zeno unfortunately just could not deal with Smooth. Like, it is not easy, but at the same time, he wasn't able to find those early picks that kind of set himself apart, because Smooth, with that Vengeance, very smart choice rather than going for the Purify in these cases, to make sure that, oh, I get Tsunami Slam, one button, I get to walk away.
Pretty much, yeah, and it helps you deal with the rest of the team at the same time, too. Gotta give props, though. Zeno ate a lot of damage, like 122,000.
Oh, man,
from
really.
Team Vamos is insane, actually. And if the rest of MV just had a little bit more to work around,
Yeah.
That could have been the difference.
It probably would. Monster Vicious saw him get kicked in the nuts, and they're like, okay, do it again. Just one. Just take another one. All right? Take maybe 5 while you're at it. Regardless, it is going to be our key players here, all of which Rich Guy as well as the carry going to Nespresso. We do have an MV representation in the sandbag of Xeno, and finally, best wingman going to Zorn.
Zorn is much better on these engaged frontline tank supports. I don't doubt that he can probably play heroes like Matilda, but this just feels much more comfortable for him. It gives him ways of being the aggressor, of opening up the map without worrying about anything, and sets up better for Team Avamos. At this point, it's clear to us that draft makes the difference for this series. So now that it's a best of 1, basically, I'm really interested to see what the ideas are going to be.
No, it just means that MV's going to win, right? Because they're going to go over to the red side, and then after that, Vamos is like, oh man, we got to ban out the Fanny, and now there's so many things that we can't also get rid of. And then Monster Vicious is like, I get a free ban on, not only get a free ban because you guys have to deal with the Fanny, but on top of getting rid of the Lucas too.
I mean, that's the challenge, right? That is the question to you. Can you win on the other side? You can't be the best team in MPL if you only win on red side. That's not how the game works.
It's just not how the game works. And I honestly think that, you know, it really is going to boil down to the gold laners. As much as, like, let's say everything goes roughly about even, counter matchup for counter matchup, so on and so forth. It really comes down to these gold laners to make the difference, because we're seeing that both Smooth as well as Xeno are playing a second roamer, second fiddle to what's going on around the map.
Sorry, I just distracted by the fact that I noticed there's Smooth and Rough on opposite teams.
Yeah.
Like, this has been around a while, but it just suddenly came to mind again. It was like, huh.
Either way, the Zushin is a little awkward because it makes some matchups kind of invalid.
Pretty much. I think that's the state of the meta right now in general, right? That's why drafting is so important, because no matter how powerful a hero might be, if you don't pick it at the right time, into the right comp, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, more so, just the lane matchup just sucks.
Yeah.
Valentino, you just can't do anything about that.
Feels bad.
It does feel bad, but I think we need to expand it further. Somebody's gonna ban Kalia. Somebody's gonna ban Kalia, and then we need to think of something else, right? Because at this point, it boils down to, I get Kalia, you get Gatot, and now my mid lane matchup is kind of screwed no matter what.
I think the teams are honestly willing to take that gambit, because if you're worried about that, just gentleman's agreement, no Kalia, right?
Yeah, just shake hands.
I think
like, nah.
the better hero to ban is Lucas.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that. But at the same time, it's just, considering how both sides have made mistakes, I don't know, we might just see the traditional Farsa once more for either Roundel or even for Qualcomm's side.
True.
Honestly, it wouldn't be too surprising if we ended up seeing that into the Zushin at some point. Are there any other matchups that I'm missing out here? Probably not. Yeah, it really has just been those two supports.
There may be more. I'm not too sure right now, because we've just come off of 2 very exciting games. So I think we need a moment to recompose. Let's just let Rose handle things for a bit.
Hello guys, dan selamat kembali kepada The Naruto Live Spin Challenge. Ha, menarik kan? Siapa yang nak menang? Siapa nak join? Siapa nak join? Macam tak semangat je. Mana semangatnya? Side ni ada ke? Lagi kuat? Alright, perfect. So Rose akan pilih 2 orang untuk challenge ini. Alright, untuk side Vamos angkat tangan. Siapa nak join? I need to see the energy. Siapa paling semangat akan ke depan? Siapa paling semangat? Adik ni, adik ni. Jom. Jom. Tak, adik yang adik. Jom. Kita nak tengok kalau budak-budak boleh kalahkan Shamilo punya tangan wangi ke tak? Alright. Hai adik. Hai. Oh, hai. Comelnya. Okay, nothing. dia tahu dia comel. Alright, untuk side Monster Vicious. Angkat tangan, angkat tangan. Semangat, guys. Semangat, semangat. Yang abang tu 2 tangan tu. Jom abang. Yeah. Jom. Teman Rose. Okay, abang main, adik main ML? Main. Okay, nice. Abang mesti main ML kan? Tak payah tanya. Okay, so kita ada 2 phone dekat sini. Okay, adik ambil 1. Abang ambil 1. Alright, macam ni. Bukan custom. Bukan. So, dekat phone rose, kita ada timer. Ke depan sikit. Sini. Okay, dekat phone rose, kita ada timer 30 saat. Dalam 30 saat ni, siapa paling cepat dapat skin collab Naruto akan dapat hadiah. Manis-manis punya hadiah. Okay, audience kena bagi semangat ya. Okay, jap. Adik kena tunjuk dekat kamera. Kena flip phone. Lepas tu spin macam tu. Tunjuk dekat kamera. Siapa paling cepat dapat? Bagi tahu tau. Yes. Okay. Bila Rose cakap go tau. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay, 30 saat sudah bermula. Kita nak tengok. Aduh, lambat Lagi. Tekan je. Bukan macam tu, adik. Aduh, adik ni comel. Okay, Rose tolong. Okay. 10. Skip. Okay, abang dapat tak? Kita ada 11 saat lagi. Okay. 11 saat. Bukan. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Okay, time's up. Stop. Okay, kita nak tengok token. Okay, token berapa? 715. Aduh, abang.
Adik main tipu.
Belum lagi. I belum bagi tahu lagi adik dapat berapa. Okay, adik dapat 400. So, macam mana ni? Abang menang? Self-claim. Belum lagi, bang. Adakah kita nak bagi abang menang? Sebab 700. Tak cukup, kan? Aduh, abang slow hand, slow hand, abang dah sistem. Kita cuba. I rasa nak bagi 2 kali lagi. Okay, tekan skip. Ya. Okay, 2 kali. Okay. Adik, abang. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay. Satu lagi. 1, 2, 3, go. Abang, I cakap 1 kali, you buat 2 kali. Fast hand pula tiba-tiba. Tarik daripada you punya hadiah nanti. 1,305. Adik. Sabar, adik. Alright, masih lagi tak cukup untuk adik. So, abang yang menang. Okay, abang, tukar skin Naruto dulu. Tunjuk kamera, you boleh exchange. Pilih je mana-mana yang you nak. Event shop. Okay, untuk adik pula, congratulations. Nanti kita bagi hadiah juga, okay? Terima kasih. Come on. Comel je dia. Okay, dah dapat. Dah pilih. Woish. Nice one. Sebab abang terlalu fast hand, abang akan dapat 5,000 diamond. Alright, abang nak... sabar bang.
Terima kasih, Muntun.
Tu je, minta mic cakap tu je.
Terima kasih, Muntun.
Okay, full stop. Nak cakap good luck ke mana-mana tim?
Good luck kepada dua-dua tim. Tunjukkan game yang menarik.
Alright, terima kasih. And with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters untuk mulakan game ketiga. Last match untuk mingguan ini. Casters, take it away.
I feel like if the first contestant called up is a child, you should just not raise your hand.
Hey, they're lucky I'm not up there doing that giveaway. That's when I start ripping into you. It's like, you feel big, huh? You feel big?
What,
you get 5,000 diamonds away from this child?
Oh, I thought you were going to beat up the child.
No, what? No. No.
Let me up there, you know? I thought that was the...
No, I would not. I want to win bad, but I will win fair at the very
All right.
I will do whatever is in my power to give a competitive edge.
So you need them to get a second child.
I'll get a second child to help me out. That's what we need. More child labor to make this work. Let's get into the drafting section here. Now, it's going to be MV, who previously won on the blue side, up against Vamos on the red. I'm surprised that this was the play. Because MV, sorry, I thought they were going to be on the red side this time round.
MV feeling confident, taking on Vamos on their more confident side of the draft. Looks like they'll ban Joy and the Chiv. Not going for the Brethren ban yet this time.
Okay, they're holding it off here. I mean, they have to have some kind of plan coming into this. They're probably not going to blind pick Valentina this time round, I hope.
Maybe the idea is just, okay, blind picking Valentina was a bad idea, but blue side is still fine. It was just that one misplay.
Exactly. So I don't know if Vamos wants to change it up to deter or just follow the same line and see what happens, right? Because I would imagine that now MV has kind of recognized, or Roundel is probably communicating to Haru is like, hey, as long as he pushed buttons first, he always dealt more damage. So therefore, we should just go for the first pick, Lucas, anyways, and then see how it plays from there.
I mean, Lucas is just strong. If you get rid of a majority of the other optimal jungle picks, Lucas just stands out really notably.
He scales, I say, decently well. He's not the best scaler in the world, but he does an absurd amount of damage. He is an early game monster. Even Suyo does not compete with his base damage numbers as well, unless he's got a snowball lead. There's so many good things about Lucas. God.
It's the power of being the main character.
Hey, that's protagonist energy right there.
That Deus Ex Machina right there.
That it's sitting by a swing while everybody makes fun of you in village.
The swing is your only friend.
They should.
When you follow some old guys across the world to get stronger as a child until you become a teenager. Real life things or Naruto?
Just Naruto things.
Just Naruto things, baby. All right, Frederick gets banned out here. Chip gets banned out. Joy, the same bans coming up for the side of Haru. Zaya taking this time, getting rid of the Harith this time round over. What did he previously ban out?
They did ban Hanzo. I remember they banned Hanzo.
That was the third ban, right?
No, that was the second ban.
Oh, you're right.
I don't remember the third.
All right, let's see what it's going to be, right? I think it might as well just be Hanzo at this point. They've gotten rid of it like 2 games in a row.
Fight
Never mind.
Is it time for... but Hanzo first pick is risky. No, you go Lucas, right? You either go Kalea
Here's the thing. I feel like Hanzo does a little bit better into the Lucas matchup. Only because, well, assuming that you make it to the mid game, right? You first need your first 2 items before you can do stuff.
I guess you're true.
Because, like, what's the downside? You send out the ghost, you take a bit of damage, you're like, okay, whatever.
You are actually using Shadow Clone Jutsu.
Yeah. Facts. Kalia gets locked in for the side of MV. Now, how is Vamos going to respond to this, right? It's not the first pick Valentina this time around. They could go for the Lucas again. I still think the Zushin is a pretty okay matchup in general, but the Gatot has been pivotal in both matches.
Honestly, you can just go Lucas Gatot. Right? I feel like it's pretty solid. What other jungle? Actually, the Hayabusa was let through.
Yeah.
Yunis Haya is
kind of nasty with it. Kind of dirty with it. Kind of wish you banned it, sort of thing.
Yeah. If there's anyone who can give Naruto a good stern beating, it's Kakashi.
Yeah. Oh boy. Focus and as well as. This is so risky.
What?
This is so risky for no reason. Why do this?
What?
Okay, so just counter matchup, right? Go for the CC this time. You can even go for the Lucas for yourself just to throw it into the jungle if necessary and force the Haya on the opposite end because Kalia does well into it.
Like Lucas is good here. Farsa is good here. The combo with Kalea.
What's the plan? Or maybe this is part of Zaya's plan. Maybe they want to see the Farsa from MV's side so they can play into the Hayabusa, assuming that MV lock into a traditional jungler that isn't Haya.
I mean, why wouldn't they not lock in Haya? Unless the Hanzo comes out. Oh, it's one or the other, basically.
Okay, Ranger, and then Hanzo. All right. So we've got a couple of dashes to play with. I'm surprised they didn't want to go for an immediate punish on this Phoveus, which is great for Smooth because now they can ban it out in the second phase.
It's interesting. The Kalea can still go EXP as well. It's actually not too bad into Phoveus. Like levels 1 and 2, Kalea just outtrades almost anyone.
Hanzo eventually will be able to deal with the Phoveus. The Zushin lock-in is what is then punished by potentially the outranging with Ranger and Hanzo just kind of running at her.
Probably go Haya, right? No. Whoa!
Wow. Okay. All right. There is some benefit to this, right? Ling gets away from Hanzo super easily. Oh no, we broke the ghost form and he's low. Guess who's coming at you? Ling.
Ling can chase Hanzo. This is a classic. Like Ling was the meta when Chibi first hit his peak.
Yeah.
This is one of his signatures, but we haven't seen it in such a long time.
A very long time, but this is one of the few situations it's actually, honestly, honest to God, pretty decent.
Yeah. Like actually solid into the Granger as well. Okay. We've already seen one Ling work pretty well today, but that was when it was picked as a final pick on the red side, so there was no chance for counter. Now, MV do know about it.
Yep, they get rid of the Badang. Very good options here overall, but I do think that they need something to deal with this Kalia. That Gatot is looking mighty juicy, but at the same time doesn't do well into the Hanzo overall after the Hanzo is able to get the Trinity build online. Regardless though, we still are missing a mid laner, and we're also missing an EXP laner from MV's side. I'm hoping that their next ban is going to be the CC. Actually, no, does it? I feel like MV need to have a tank at this point, right? They can win the lane against Fulvius, but they won't be able to outscale Vamos later down the line.
Yeah. You could still go glue. Wait.
Glue into Fulvius is still okay, yeah?
You can actually go Esme.
So lame.
Esme is actually good.
No, that's so lame. That's so lame.
It's lame, but it works.
No.
Sometimes you gotta be lame.
Just pick up the Hilda or something, you know. Sorry, not Hilda. The High Loss or something like that. You know, that's fine. That doesn't.
To me, High Loss is lame.
Compared to Esmeralda, who provides nothing with her ult compared to Glorious Pathway? In favor of a Zushin on the opposite side?
Classic EXP lane purist, you know? we are the island.
Go back to
This
Thamos.
is the 1v1.
Go back to Benedetta Paquito. Bring back Yuzong.
Yeah! I wait the day that happens.
The good old days.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Old dogs in the new kennel. It's man here. Very nice.
Okay.
Very nice. They get rid of the Cho already. I think they have to get rid of the Gato, right? They gotta get rid of it. Dear God, please get rid of it.
Could they ban... Like, if you're going... Again, when you ban Cho, when there's a Zusin opposite, I will always think you also want to ban the jaw hit, because they perform similar roles. And if they have the jaw hit, they accelerate the Ling. Okay.
I don't think it's... Isn't that great? You just take Purify. You get rid of the Guinevere so you don't get instantly attacked back. They don't mind giving these tanks over to Vamos because eventually Uni will outscale them and force all their ultimates. Especially once he has the DHS, that's for sure. But it's a bit of a gamble. It's really the idea of whether or not how strong does Hanzo need to be to handle all of these tanks on the side of Vamos.
Well, there's the Gatot that we were worried about the entire time. Now we see if MV did have some plan of letting it all through. They went for straight up catch heroes instead so that Hanzo and Granger would have less threat to deal with. But they're still going to need another solid front line, preferably someone who can also do some engaging alongside the Kalea.
What do you even take at this point? Could put Kalea into the EXP and then pick up High Loss. You can do it the opposite way around as well. I think, are there any other... Hilda's already manned out, but Dong's already gone. Man, there really isn't a lot of options.
Honestly, it's Esme, isn't it? It is. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
This game sucks now. It was fun up till this point.
As an Esme player, I have a rough idea, but
get rolled.
There's the net carrier for you right there.
The carry special. Ooh, this one's gonna be fun. This one's gonna be fun. We'll see whether Roundel should be able to kind of keep Zushin in place. However, Kalia isn't able to support the lane as much as Gatot, especially since Gatot clears the wave super fast. Oh boy, this one's gonna be tough for MV. What a position to be in.
I think Team Vamos have definitely positioned themselves fairly well. I like some of the ideas that Monster Vicious had, but challenging Vamos on their stronger side of the draft. Let's see if it works out for them.
Yep, they're putting themselves to the test, and it really boils down to the performance of Uni on this Hanzo. Vamos, the first time they have let this through, they have a really solid composition, but those tanks will eventually suffer to Hanzo and Zas.
It is now a single game. Game 3, best of 1 between Team Vamos and Monster Vicious. Top competitors in MPL Malaysia Season 15 vying for supremacy to show that they are the ones most confident to make it for that second EWC slot.
Mirrored sides, both starting on their orange, but Beauty is going to get a leash. Same goes on the opposite end, but on that Hanzo, he clears up that very first camp so very, very fast. Easy devour. Look at the battle spells. We are seeing Pull Yourself Together coming in from Nova X Kobar. Everything else is tenacity across the board for the side of Team Vamos, and obviously not for Chibi.
Definitely not. Chibi gonna be playing his own game here, aiming to scale up as much as possible. Team Vamos have a really scary late game actually with Ling and Carry. Both these heroes can melt people so fast once they have their full build. Ruff will be able to keep up, but the rest of Monster Vicious will be in danger.
I mean, the same can be said about Monster Vicious. Oh, we have to take a tech pause, and you can hear it from the audience. They're like, oh, that sucks.
Well, I guess it helps build up some tension. And it's the final match of the day. This is the game that sets the halfway mark of MPL MY regular season. Let's just bask in the atmosphere a little bit.
I'm just thinking, how good is this Hanzo on Uni to have that much faith from the side of Haru to not be like, let's just go for a Gator at the end of the day, right? It could have been like a null lane for EXP. There's just so many benefits. I don't see the downside other than Zhu Xin. And even then, if you were planning on playing Sask into that matchup, you technically have a means of punishment. So I can't brain it. I can't brain it. How good is Uni on this Hanzo to say, let's have it all? Let him have it.
I think Uni is just pretty solid overall, and he is one of the few players that has had the chance to play the Hanzo. And ever since then, hasn't really been allowed to do so again.
I mean, I don't doubt his capabilities, that's for sure. I'm doubting the capabilities of the hero itself. There is a limit to how much they can get away with, especially when you get to the higher levels of MLBB.
I mean, I think Hanzo himself has a bit to prove, you know? He's a ninja character, and he didn't get a skin for Naruto.
Oh, this disgusting leaf village. Oh, boy. Smooth, playing it well, trying to start this initial freeze. He knows that it's going to be a tough road ahead of him, especially off this first interaction, which could pretty much predetermine how the lane is going, the lane state is going to end up.
So far, things are pretty even. Neither side really aiming for anything this early on, since both junglers going to be needing some items.
Zorn, stop taking damage here. You can hit level 4 up on the top side.
Yeah, go absorb the minions, sir.
All right, finally he absorbs the minions. He's gonna hit level 4 on time, but Rondell and as well as Uni, again, one behind the other. Rondell needs to start poking people out because Uni, he's not interested in this at all. He's interested in power farming, and the same goes for Chibi, right? You can see that this neutral objective is a non-factor compared to gold.
Compared to the previous two games, we're seeing a lot less contention for it in general, since Hanzo and Ling both need a little bit more farm under their belts. Because, you know, already doing some good poke to Clockhood, gonna get pulled back right into the Phobia. Tsunami Slam drops move in front of Monster Vicious, but the taunt comes in from Zorn, keeping him alive for now. As Hanekage comes out, the Demon Feast doing some good damage, but not enough to finish anyone off. As now they're gonna have to back it up. AOG cuts the escape from Xeno and Nova, and the title strike, the Major Emperor that gets away. Move though still picks up the first blood, and even Roundell is killed by Nets in the mid lane.
God damn! Smooth, great flicker to secure those kills, and now his lane state is perfect, and Team Vamos have the snowball lead that they were looking for in the first place. Uni, he's now trying to get in on this, and they slow it down. Beautifully done by Vamos.
They are playing around this Hanzo now. Almost makes you wonder why they banned it the first two games, as now we have the earliest lead we have seen the entire series.
Yeah, beat him up, Smooth. Beat him up. Show him who's boss. This ain't the counter matchup that you used to believe it was. He's had a revamp. He has a glow up, and now the dive.
3-man dive on Xeno. Tempest Blaze comes out, gets the knockup, gets the melt. And Xeno with his second death already.
So clean, so predictable. And more so, Xeno, what are you going to do now?
Feels rough as an Esmeralda player. But this is kind of what happens when your opponent gives you the proper amount of respect. That means that EXP lane priority is basically gone for Monster Vicious, and they're gonna have to play around that.
Despite the 1 kill and 2 assists that GB is able to achieve, Uni has been power farming, right? Oh, wow, that's a very early Berserker's Fury. Oh no.
That's Fresco. He's gonna be caught out. Purify finally comes down. He gonna follow through. Tsunami Slam doesn't pick him up, but he gets eaten, chomped to bits by Uni.
Just a quick little bite. Oh man, GB, he's thinking about going in, but it's just not worth it right now. Just not worth it. A huge mistake coming out from Nespresso.
Despite being 1 level behind, Zeno still holding the lane okay. Not for too long, but here comes Uni. He's setting it up. Uni gets the knock up, goes in, goes for the eat, the big chomp, the big bite. Smooth though, gonna survive quite a long time as Chibi comes to back him up.
All right. Uni, now in that human form, Chibi has a potential. I mean, he was thinking about it, right? If Smooth was able to hold out, they could probably get a little bit more, but Smooth plays his lane very, very well. Played that team fight extremely well, and he will profit for it. Now, it comes down to the next 16 seconds. How quick can Uni farm to get his items and get that DHS?
He's actually slightly falling behind Chibi now, even with the accelerated farm speed of the Hanzo. Actually messed up the Cyclone Eye as well. That slows him down a little more.
Oh, that's fine, that's fine. Nets will be, actually, is going to take a camp of his own rather than giving it to Chibi, because Chibi is trying to clear up that top wave. This is out the cart minion, now the turtle.
Nova and Ruff are scouting things out. They should be aware by now that Chibi is also in the area. Team Vamo is taking this very slowly, actually.
Very slowly indeed. Nets' and Falkwood's position is going to be revealed because Monster Vicious don't want to be the first one on top of this neutral.
Oh, they do find Novak Kobar. He walked a bit too far into the Tri-Brush. Tsunami Slam, though, picks up one, purified instantly. Smooth on top of Ruff while Uni is in back and gets healed up.
Oh, no!
AOG comes in, knocks up the real body. Uni is gone. Roundel doing good damage. Zorn so low. Zeno will finally finish him off, but he'll lose his own life in exchange. Dominated his descent as well. Doesn't really mean anything as Roundel is stabbed to death by Chibi.
Chibi still got it on this link, baby. His mechanics are sharp and Team Vamos are surviving with minimal HP overall. 2.1k evaluation up in gold against Team Vamos, and they even get a T1. Vamos is just winning across the board.
Vamos looking very good here. This is definitely a comfort draft for them. Pulling out some of their best heroes and some of the most universal counters to what is in the current meta. Monster Vicious really eating their words right now. Zorn literally dashing behind them.
Yep, and this is why. Again, I don't understand why Monster Vicious decided to give up on banning out this Gatot or picking it up for themselves, right? It boggles me. It really does.
Yeah, I think they were a bit too confident in the certain picks they had, but sometimes ease of use makes a difference, and Gatot is not a difficult hero to play to make a big impact.
Yeah, especially when you are playing with like full comms as well. It's very hard to not hear the signal to go. Even so, they're trying to make sure that they are very efficient across the map in terms of their spread. T1's on bot side is down, allowing Chibi to have more play area towards that bottom side. And in the meantime, if they can catch Monster Vicious out, because Uni, he's got to be a little careful with the way that he moves across the map. Any side that has exposed farm needs to be covered by a member of Team Vamos to guarantee that Chibi is able to get ahead.
And one of the classics of Ling gameplay as well as that split push, as now Nets goes in, almost takes out Ruff just by himself. Novak Kobar with the two-man title strikes. Tsunami Slam Smooth back into the tower, but Team Vamos is playing off of that now. Revitalize, topping him up. Tempest Blaze comes out, killing spree for Chibi, and he backs it off from Uni. Uni goes in, nom nom, shut down as Chibi gets eaten.
Good punish onto Chibi's side. Smooth, he manages to get out of there without having to flicker. Kind of impressive, but they still want this T1, and Rondell will not let him get close.
Smooth is literally diving the tower. That's dangerous, sir. Netfresco is not in position. Yep. The tower has zoned him out.
He needs to be in a position where that he can deal with that Nightmaric spawn, and more importantly, this Lord is up. Neutral objective going to be taken away as Uni going to easily devour that purple buff and walk away.
Uni embodying the sin of gluttony right now, taking as much as he can off of the map. Still matching up in levels compared to Chibi, despite Vamos having a notable lead. And now we are 9 minutes in, 3k advantage for Vamos. Actually not that big of a gap.
Yep, not a very big gap indeed, but it also allowed Uni to actually get the EXP lead back in his favor after taking out Chibi in that past engagement. Nova Escobar does find the fleeting time. As the items start to roll in, it's going to be a lot harder. Wow, very early with the nature.
Uni goes in on Clockun. He'll get disrupted, but it is just his demon form, so he'll be fine. As Nova Escobar makes sure there isn't a flank coming.
All right, so they're going to give up First Lord, right? They have to.
It's that way. They're still keeping vision over it. Uni is nowhere nearby.
Okay. They saw the Demon 4 happen early. They probably knew that he was going to get his ult back up relatively quick, faster than I would assume Team Vamos. Oh, Nespresso, he doesn't have his Trinity build done yet. That's why he got the Winds of Nature, so they understand that they can't rush this down as fast as they want to.
Well, the Lord is starting to drop low here. Uni is starting to come in. Xeno from the flank as well. Team Vamos gonna reset it once again. They're taking very careful precaution with this Lord Dance, knowing that a single fight loss instantly turns the gold lead.
Yeah, they know it. They know it for sure. They need the item power spikes to come on through, and more importantly, they want confirmation that Uni has used that demon form so they can rush it straight away afterwards. So again, very good decision coming in for the side of Team Vamos. Rather than coin flipping it, let's guarantee some farm.
So far, a lot of respect being shown here in the Land of Dawn. Team Vamos will once again start dancing around the Lord. He actually takes a lot of damage from the Lord and the Nightmaric spawn. He's gonna have to back it off and heal that up.
Yeah, it hurts a lot more than you would have expected here. But Chibi now securing that purple buff, very important for him. There's still the orange on that top side. This gives Envy an opportunity as that wave does reveal the positions of 3 of their members.
Rough. Oh no! Oh no! Flicker dodges it, but the Tsunami Slam still connects in the end. Pulls move back into Rough. Clockun jumps for ultimate. Meanwhile, Tempest Blaze comes out. AOG comes out. 2-man knockup, and Rough is cut off. A beautiful engagement by Team Vamos as they run down Monster Vicious. Uni just barely surviving, but clearly the fight was taken by superior positioning.
Holy cow, that was so sexy from Smooth. Oh my goodness. Can we please get an instant replay of that if this isn't a full? He flickers to dodge Uni, gets right on top of Ruff, catches him off guard and sets up for Zorn and the rest of the team to completely bulldoze that back line. Oh my god, how often do you get to see that?
This is why he has always been one of our most standout EXP laners. Smooth makes things happen, even on heroes that aren't really meant to set up for team fights. Monster Vicious didn't know what hit him.
Oh, that was so hot. God. Such a good play coming in from Smooth. I don't think he'll be able to simulate that again for the next 58 seconds of this matchup, but this is a very tight game, and this Lord is so important for either side. As much as Vamos wants to coin flip this, I don't think it's worth it as of yet. Not enough of a lead, and more importantly, devastating results if Monster Vicious are the ones who pick it up first.
Despite all of that, Monster Vicious are still doing a good job of actually keeping the gold lead relatively small. Uni once again coming in from the flank, aiming for Clockun. Gonna start on Smooth first, goes for the Demon Feast. Will eventually lose out on Hanekage. Tries to preserve as much HP as possible. Now Xeno's coming in from top lane, whittling down Zorn. Meanwhile, Nova gonna miss on Chibi. He gets whittled down by Nespresso and he finishes him off. Uni trying to chase Clockun, but he's not gonna be able to get on top of him. Smooth now jumping back in. Chibi secures the Lord. Kills off Xeno. It's a killing spree. Ruff gonna be traded over with Chibi on the double kill. As Team Vamos trade 1 for 3 and the Lord.
Oh, wait. Does he get...
Wind of Nature.
Wind of Nature diff. Nicely played. Nicely played by Team Vamos. Now Monster Vicious lose 3-1. 3-1, plus the Lord is coming on Vamos' side. They made sure that this wasn't a coin flip. Nova Escobar failed the engage, got desperate. He was already in the pit. Flickers forward to catch Chibi, and Nespresso blows him up. Pops his ult and made sure that he got 0 value off of it. Unfortunately for Monster Vicious, Team Vamos are interconnected and are very locked in. There's no more diversion plays, and Monster Vicious cannot seem to pull away Team Vamos' attention.
You can start to see the desperation seeping in a little bit from Nova, who's just trying to find anything, especially if they can pick off Chibi, who is 7-1 on this Ling. But Vamos' positioning is making that very difficult. Smooth and Zorn in the front line are already issues that MV simply do not have answers to.
And now they're going to be walking into these inhibitors, right? The map play honestly doesn't matter too much for Team Vamos. They need to find an engagement. Here it
Chibi
goes.
jumps on in, Ruff gets picked up, knocked up instantly, the tree combo onto the goal laner of Monster Vicious, and that is their main DPS gone. Clarkon goes in for the double kill, finally gets shut down, but he's traded for more than enough as Nesfresco is on top of the crystal. He does not care about the fight. He does not care about your gameplay. All he cares about is the victory that goes over the Team Vamos.
Well played. Well played, Vamos. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I have, honestly, not much to say about it, but Smooth, if he's... I'm telling you, he's that guy. He's that guy. You need a playmaker, he guarantees it.
Smooth did so good in some of those later fights, but Team Vamos knew the goal going into this game. They had a plan with this draft. They knew what they wanted to do to counteract Monster Vicious, and they were able to keep their momentum and composure going despite dropping game number 1.
Woo! Woo! Finally! Oh, washing out all the previous games, that was some real MLBB. Let's throw it over the rows with the winner's interview with Team Vamos.
Dua bebalas, satu untuk pasukan Vamos. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. Alright, itu dia. Now, first of all, congratulations. Now, Zorn, kita tahu musim lepas Vamos kalah lawan Monster Vicious. Adakah ini macam perlawanan membalas dendam?
Tak pun, sebab kita orang anggap semua tim sama je season ni.
Wow, humble season ni. Okay, another question yang actually banyak casters pernah mention pasal Sluazon. Sluazon, ya. Okay, maybe you can share sikit pasal style baru Zorn.
Oh, so season ni macam banyak kali kita orang pergi grand final kan, lepas tu macam fail. So saya rasa macam kena cuba benda baru kot season ni. Mana tahu boleh champion ke?
Oh, boleh cari aura baru.
Aura baru lah melalui penampilan.
Okay, I think I like that. You know what? You're attracting a different kind of vibe dengan pakaian. Now, Smooth. Okay, I ada soalan. Selepas you guys ada coach baru, kita boleh nampak daripada permainan dan juga hero pick itu agak lain daripada season sebelum ni. In your opinion, macam mana team sudah adapt dengan perubahan ini?
Nak adapt dengan cara coach pick baru ni macam tim-tim lain lah. Training terus. Lepas tu percaya satu sama lain nak draft apa, ambil je.
Are you confident with your lineup this season?
Confident.
Confident.
Yes.
Okay, Smooth, another question. Macam mana, sebab, okay, we all know that Monster Vicious daripada semalam, dorang pick Esmeralda, which is actually quite rare to be picked, especially in this patch. Macam mana Smooth as an EXP laner adapt to this in the early game phasing or in the game as a whole? Macam mana you adapt dengan Esmeralda dorang?
Oh, sebab Esmeralda ni hero saya dulu. So kita orang pun ada try juga Esmeralda dekat Scream. So kita orang tahulah Esme ni kuat dia macam mana, lemah dia kat mana, macam tu.
So that is manalah Smooth target dekat sana.
Yeah.
Sebab Smooth pun pakai Esmeralda.
Betul. Bukan hero baru untuk kita orang
Okay. I like that. Now guys, kita dah nampak perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit untuk wrap up minggu ketiga. Tapi Stadium Juara, siapakah MVP anda? Lagi kuat? Alright, I dengar ada 2-3 nama kan. So mari kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. MVP jatuh kepada Chibi. Alright, Chibi, jom naik ke pentas. Walk. Catwalk dulu, wave dulu. Wow. Alright, congratulations Chibi. Okay, Chibi. Ni adalah satu soalan yang okay lah, I rasa senang je kot. Game pertama, macam mana you asyik kalah retry
Sebab kita orang tak panas lagi kot. Kalau kita dah panas, memang dapat quality tu.
I see. Game kedua dengan ketiga tu agak dah panas lah. Is it?
Betul.
Betul. Alright, another question. In your upcoming match, Vamos akan jumpa pasukan Todak. Now, Todak kita tahulah diorang ada banyak line-up yang diorang keluarkan di MPL kan. You nak jumpa jungler mana?
Kalau boleh, saya nak jumpa yang paling terkuat diorang lah. Sebab nak bagi game yang intense.
Is there anything yang you nak cakap kepada diorang?
Untuk Todak, good luck, have fun. Semoga bagi game yang baiklah untuk pada penonton dan streamer-streamer kita.
Wow, okay. Untuk content creator kita lah. Bagi menarik sikit. Okay, maybe last question kepada Zorn. Now, Zorn, kita tahu ramai orang tengah cakap top contender season ini adalah SRG, Vamos, Monster, Vicious. Now, selepas menang lawan Monster Vicious, are you trying to say Team Vamos sudah comfortable dah untuk mendapat title top contender untuk Grand Finals musim ini? Ataupun ada lagi team yang you tengah eye and aim?
Okay, for now rasanya masih adalah satu team lagi kot yang kita orang belum jumpa, which is sekarang boleh dikatakan the win streak kan. So selepas kita orang jumpa dia baru boleh tahu kot siapa yang the best.
Team mana?
Homeboys kot.
Okay, ini adalah satu match yang akan dinantikan dengan semua audience. Anything you nak cakap kepada fans yang hadir ke venue hari ini?
Alright guys, terima kasih banyak kepada korang semua yang sudi datang walaupun hujan Stadium Juara. Thank you yang dah tengok juga walaupun daripada jauh. Terima kasih mama abah, family saya. Terima kasih semua. Forza Vamos. Mantap. Thank you guys.
Itu dia full house walaupun hujan. Congratulations kepada team Vamos. And guys, jangan pergi ke mana-mana sebab sekejap lagi Rose akan ada post-match insight interview dengan Monster Vicious. And with that, mari let's show it back to the casters to analyze apa yang jadi dalam full series best of 3 ini up against Monster Vicious. Casters, back to you guys.
Big shout out to Rose. Big shout out to our MVP, Chibi of the game. Game 2, absolutely free for this man on that Lucas. But that was a bit of a struggle and a bit of a coin flip, a macro-centric game 3 to end it off.
The Ling being pulled out of nowhere after so long. Getting 2 appearances today, and one of them being none other than one of the original Ling pros of MPL Malaysia, Chibi. And it shows he still got it. Kill participation of 86% and a KDA of 7, 2, and 5. Being able to get an early lead already cemented a massive game for this man.
Really, really huge game. But overall, this has been quite a fun matchup regardless. It was close, and honestly, it really boiled down to the wire in game number 3. I do think there were a couple of draft issues, but overall, amazing punishments coming in from Team Vamos. Incredible calls despite there being the pros and cons on either side, which eventually evens themselves out. Big shouts out to my personal MVP, Smooth, because he made that game so winnable.
Smooth popped off hard towards the later stages of Game 3, constantly finding catches and just being a massive nuisance in the front line that Monster Vicious could not remove for the life of them. Unfortunately, when it came down to this game, both teams did decide to go towards comfort, maybe pulling out some less common hero picks because they felt confident with playing them. But Team Vamos may have come out on top in that fact as MV were just denied a lot of avenues.
I think the big issue is that Roth got chain caught multiple times in the final sequences of this game. He was actually doing pretty well. However, a lot of the damage being blocked. I mean, we'll see in the game stats who ate it. Zorn, who ate it? Smooth. They kept on blocking his shots, not allowing Ruff, because he is actually providing a good amount of damage and the highest, one of the higher, second highest amount of damage overall other than Roundel.
In fact, both Roundel and Ruff actually ended up doing more damage each than any member of Team Vamos. It's just that, yeah, that damage was being eaten by Zorn and Smooth and not going towards the most important targets. Even though Team Vamos did reveal this link somewhat earlier in the draft, it ended up being a perfect counterplay to both of the cores of MV. This Hanzo and Granger were so vulnerable to the link jumping on top of it.
And this was a really beautiful game to watch because just look at how many purple buffs were stolen from the side of Monster Vicious, which usually is the end of Ling, right? Who's so dependent on that purple buff. But Vamos, making sure that they play the macro well, they don't need to coin flip the lore. They don't need to coin flip it every single time. They need to set up the waves. They need to cut off positions. They don't want to sit on top of it because information is power.
And the information that Vamos was able to gain throughout this series of how Monster Vicious ticked, of the approach they wanted to play, really ended up working out for them. The Kalea pick, I feel like, ended up being kind of a crutch for Monster Vicious, and they didn't ban out the Gatot that had been proven to work pretty well against it, making it so that Nova couldn't really execute his signature catches.
Yeah, I mean, he was looking for those catches. I would say that Team Vamos adjusted very well around it. They made sure they didn't give him enough space, and even GB, right? He shows up, he knows he's going to be the target, dashes backwards, and even sometimes uses that pinch points to completely get out of the scenario entirely to make sure that Monster Vicious gets a little desperate. And that's the problem here, right? Monster Vicious, when put in that pinch again, if they play that scenario one more time, they probably will do a lot better. But in the heat of battle, and more importantly, when Team Vamos has a more powerful counter-engage, the onus is on Monster Vicious to make something happen.
Preparation is the best form of just dealing with a situation. We talk about the different strength levels of teams here, how some aren't really able to adapt. But for those who are able to adapt, being proactive, being able to see that possibility initially and already play around it is an even further level of gameplay.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, look at the way that this backline gets attacked here, right? Again, Espresso as well as Zorn are working in tandem together to make sure nothing happens. But as soon as the opportunity presents itself, as long as they have the AOG as a get out of jail free card, more importantly, as a counter engage tool on that backline, which they have plenty of information of because of Smoother as well as Chibi, that's when we see Monster Vicious start to struggle. So really start to struggle, right? Uni can't go back to his human form because it gets exposed very, very quickly. Ruff can't move forward, must always peel backwards. Rondell can only hold ground and take ground, disengaging. One way or another, he's going to get caught.
And Monster Vicious were forced into kind of reactive mode in the draft when Team Vamos finally revealed most of their lineup. They just had to grab safer hero picks that felt comfortable and could take care of themselves to try and aim for the similar style that they played in game number 1. But Team Vamos were prepared for it this time. And Gatot Kacha continues to be the most effective when he can act as a secondary initiator, which is the space move gave them. So let's just go ahead and head to the post-game with Rose on stage.
Terima kasih kepada casters and welcome to the post-match insight interview. Bersama Rose sekarang ni kita ada Haru daripada side Monster Vicious. Now Haru, Rose ada beberapa soalan tentang perlawanan tadi, if you don't mind, okay?
Sure.
So untuk soalan pertama, now kita nampak MV actually dapat main agresif di game pertama. Tapi Vamos berjaya bangkit di game kedua dan dapat momentum lah seterusnya. In your opinion, apa sebenarnya yang berlaku pada MV dalam 2 game yang terakhir tu?
I think game kedua tu is more like kita kena outdraft lah. We try to balance the draft, but tapi dalam game memang nampak player susah nak execute draft yang kita bagi tu. And on the third game, I think it's more dekat technicality je kot yang perlu diperbaiki lebih.
Okay, now you mentioned pasal draft, and kalau kita recall balik kan, you also mentioned in an interview that Monster Vicious and the coaching staff masih lagi adjusting to the meta and masih lagi ada challenges with drafting with this new current patch yang kita ada. So, are you saying that the draft is one of the biggest challenges korang had face today?
Not really, sebab first game pun kita outdraft dia in a way, and then second game dia outdraft kita balik. Third game, I think push draft balance. So it really depends on who execute it better lah on the third game.
I see. Now dalam game kedua dengan game ketiga, apa kesilapan team you buat that you rasa was very, very critical that cost korang the game? Was it like individual mistake? You guys got out macroed or anything like that?
I think on third game is more on timing yang kita nak execute tu. Like bila Ajim nak pick off tu, ada team ready. Bila kita nak macam Uni dah ulti, should we take fight more sebab Hanzo dah tak ada ulti. So it's more on timing kita nak ambil war tu.
Timing, communication and minuscule mistake yang jadi that caused the domino effect lah kan?
Betul.
Okay, now another question. Apa yang punca MV jadi shaky selepas game pertama? Adakah overconfidence sebab sudah menang game pertama?
I think tak pun. Cuma macam saya cakap tadi, second game memang kita maybe dari salah saya lah. Kita tak dapat berikan draft yang baik untuk player untuk second game. Sebab tu kita agak shaky second game. But third game I think we managed to recover back. And it just like I said, it's matter of execution timing je tadi.
Execution timing, which I hope you guys can actually cope with in the upcoming days. Now, last final question. Haru, semalam juga awak kata dekat interview that you guys masih lagi tengah recover selepas kalah dengan SRG minggu lepas dan juga Uni punya demam minggu lepas. So, maybe you can share a little bit more about this.
I think recovery daripada SRG tu doesn't take that much toll on us. Tapi more to Uni, bukan alasan ya. Tapi betul-betul Uni sakit seminggu lebih. Sampai Selasa, Rabu pun baru nak baik sikit. So, this kind of things buatkan kita susah nak dapat momentum balik during training. So, kind of little sikit-sikit dia akan effect macam mana kita nak perform on stage.
Dia nampak macam hal kecil tapi actually impact dia besar macam tu lah kan?
Betul.
Yes. Alright, you know what? Thank you very much, Haru. We hope to see Monster Vicious bangkit balik lagi kuat minggu ke depan. And with that, let us throw it back to the casters.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rose, and as well as Haru, some insights into what happened in Game 2 and as well as Game 3. I think we were spot on, or the technicalities coming into Game 3 and the drafting issue coming into Game 2. I think, I don't know. Technicalities, sure, maybe in that final scenario, but I do think that there were just, man, it's that got thought, man.
I do still think the draft had some small issues.
It is not a guarantee. That's the thing. It's not as blatant in comparison to game number 2, which I think that even Haru has mentioned himself was like, yeah, I don't know. It probably didn't work out the way we wanted it.
Yeah, probably not, but props to Coach Haru. There's a reason why he is one of the better coaches we have here locally. The understanding and knowledge that he has to know what caused this defeat and what they can improve on for the future is very valuable for any team.
Yeah, he's also very kind. I would have thrown Roundel so far under the bus. Like Roundel, on that he hasn't played Lucas before, he's pushing buttons, but it's like none of it is hitting. I would have thrown him under the bus so fast.
It's one of those situations, right? You're ranking with your bros, and I was like, can you play this hero? I was like, yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, sure, of course. Then that happens.
Yeah, dude, he missed so many shots, so many BGB bombs. It's a little sad, but hey, at least now MV see a couple of weaknesses that they can actually start working upon, and we got one hell of a game because of it. We're seeing that, Vamos getting pushed to the very edge, and we're seeing that in the technicalities and the way that they're playing, the most we've seen macro-wise in game number 3 in Vamos for a very long time.
Yeah. It really did come down to some technicalities that determined which team actually won this one. It was pretty one-sided for Vamos, but if some things went differently, if Vamos wasn't quite as prepared, it could have been very easy for Monster Vicious to actually take the series instead. That's how closely matched these two teams ended up being.
Yeah, I think that, at least as time goes by, now that we're past the halfway mark, we can still get excited for both Vamos as well as MV. They put up one hell of a match. I wish, SRG was still on the table for both of them to replay against, but it's a single round robin, so we're going to have to wait until the playoffs before they show us everything.
That just means more time, though. More time for these teams to prepare to maybe stand a chance of taking down our Giants, but looks like Vamos still proving that they are a class above right now. This is our current defending runner-ups for MPL. They performed admirably as well when they were at M6, so they're definitely nothing to scoff at. And similarly to Zorn, I am excited to see what happens when they face off against Homeboys.
Yeah, I mean, Homeboys is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. He was right. They are currently on a win streak, but do you think that they are on the same level as both MV as well as Vamos after watching that matchup?
Yeah, actually.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
Really? Interesting. Okay. I mean, they have left an impression on me, but I don't know if they can provide it consistently. I'm not 100% sold just yet. I have to see a little bit more of them. The one time that they actually started to pop off, I wasn't casting that then. I was like, well, that's a bit of a bummer. I saw the game prior to that, and that was a full wash. They absolutely rolled the floor, so it was like nothing much to really say. There was not enough resistance.
I see. No, I think they're good. I think they're solid. Just from the way they play the game, but well, sometimes our predictions are wrong, right? It all comes down to when we actually see the gameplay happening, but that'll come a little bit later. For now, let's look at the standings at the end of week 3.
Selangor Red Giants OG Esports still with the perfect record at 12 points. Homeboys with a perfect record of 4 wins. However, they didn't win sweeps all the way through, putting them at 11. Team Vamos catching up at 9. Monster Vicious, unfortunately, have to sit down in 7. Then it's AERO Esports, who's actually shot up in the standings, contest for 5th place against Todak, currently even 6-6, but an extra couple of games. DX Soul in 7th, JP Niners in 8th, Team Ray in 9th, and Ocean Black in 10th.
It's a little unfortunate that JP Niners is no longer in 9th place, but that's probably not the position they want to be in the first place. So it is good that they were able to get that first victory and rise up above. Now that we're halfway through the season, each game becomes more and more important and more crucial in terms of determining whether or not these teams even make it to playoffs, and if they even stay in MPL.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of games to be played amongst all of our teams. Todak as well as AERO have not played 5 matches just yet. Same goes for the Niners. Same goes for Homeboys as well as SRG OG Esports, which I'm curious. Are they going to be playing next week? Because next week's schedule, here we have it. Day 1, it's going to be SRG OG versus AERO, Homeboys versus Todak. That seems like a fun one. DXS versus MV on Saturday, Vamos versus Todak, JP versus AERO, and then finally on Sunday it's OB versus Team Ray, SRG versus SRG OG Esports against JP Niners, and then Homeboys up against Vamos.
Ooh, we have some good matches next week. The 2 Homeboys matches against Todak and Vamos have already caught my eye.
They do have a couple of bangers in there. A couple of bangers indeed. Ooh, next week, week number 4 is going to be a spicy one. I am interested to see how that's going to play out. I do wonder if AERO is going to recover.
AERO did pretty all right, but up against SRG OG, I think a lot of us already expect the result. It's just how much of a fight they're able to put up against them.
Hey, as long as they're putting up a decent fight, I think people respect the resistance that some of these teams are able to put up, like our previous matchup in MV versus Vamos. Plenty of resistance, right? And that just goes to show that the skill level might not necessarily reflect the results.
We want to see teams be tenacious, be persistent, chasing that victory no matter what it costs. Some teams have already been able to find their footing. The foundation is solid, and they just need to continue building upon it to become even more polished than before. While some others are still having a difficulty, and the timing to find that solution is closing.
It's closing quick, just like your time to actually pick up our survey code. Guys, we want to hear straight from you. We're putting up a survey code up for you. Here's the QR code for us to give you your feedback. If you're watching from home, if you are watching here in the live audience, please let us know what we could be doing better for you guys, for your viewing experience live on YouTube, live on Astro Arena, or even live here in Stadium Juara.
Any information you guys can share with us is very important and goes a long way towards making MPL MY an even better experience for viewing and attending. So if you have anything to say at all, anything good, anything bad, feel free to scan this QR code and let us know. We appreciate all of you guys' feedback.
With that being said, this does wrap up week number 3. We're already done with the halfway point of the MPL MY and getting closer to EWC.
Yeah, it's, again, hard to believe that we have come this far. It feels like just yesterday that Season 15 kicked off, but these teams are really making names for themselves.
Yeah, they really are. Once again, thank you to everybody who's been watching the MPL MY Season 15. We end off with a banger, and we'll say hello next week for week number 4. Here's your mic check for our victors.
Mati join ni. Mati contohnya man. Aku sana guys. Sana guys. Lagi. Terpuri. Ganti. Hiding. Ada haya tu. Aman. Okey, pula ni. Kiting weh. Tak mati Ismail dia.
Dia mati dia sebenarnya.
Aku bro. Dia nak mengejar eh.
Ya.
Boleh main di sini.
Tutup belakang. Zusin.
Careful guys, try back. Aman Rok.
Beka aku.
Aman sih Rok.
Dah balik. Alright, tak apa guys, dah dapat satu tower. Okey ni. Boleh lagi. Tengok.
Boleh lagi.
Keraskan kiminya guys. Nice.
Dapat.
Nah, bisain. Santai. Udah game kita.
Udah game kita. Nice guys.
Mini guys.
Mini ya. Saya kira kuat.
Aman. Bawa masuk.
Mati. Oh, nice try guys. Nice game. Let's go. Buat.
Buat
Ada
je.
belakang kau.
Tengah alik.
Decide.
Komen.
Suyu aku pegang.
Dasi kali.
Boleh guys, semua guys.
Suyu aku pegang ni. Kalian ke sana. Dapat suyu. Tertelur.
Aman.
Suyu. Dapat aku.
Nenek. Semangat. Nice one guys. Kiting guys. Kalian dah loncat.
Dapat dua. Lihat ni guys. Dapat dua. Boleh.
Nice one.
Tak ada minit.
Ada minit.
Dah lompat. Kata dah.
Kalau aman.
Gua aman.
Jangan aku kena ikat dengan Ajam. Alamak. Stop. Bismillah Rok. Enter.
Nice try guys.
Kali Abi.
Tengok ke kiri guys.
Log Jabi. Kalian.
Mati. Dah keting.
Langsung. Nice.
Aku mati tau.
Dapat
Aku mas main. Lagi. Nice.
Takut guys. Dah. Macam tu guys.
Pukul dia punya sana.
Boleh. Aku tengok.
Boleh. Aku tengok.
Macam tu. Mati.
Hero. Tahu. Dapat ni.
Dah tahu.
Mati semua aman. Let's go. Lo masuk.
Let's go. Easy bro.
Nice. Nice. Alhamdulillah, nice. Tadi gol. Gol tadi nice.
Nice try. Nice try. It's okay.